The following day Emma again sent a messenger with a request that Joseph come home, saying she thought he would be as safe there as anywhere. Assured by her evaluation of his safety, Joseph went home to Emma and Eliza. More Wives and a Revelation, September 1842 to July 1843. Because Joseph's attempts to avoid imprisonment forced him to be absent, many of the family business responsibilities fell to Emma. On September 23, 1842, she sold $343 worth of store goods. In June, Hiram Kimball sold to Emma and Joseph a 3/4 section of land, and Emma and Joseph together sold a city lot to a newcomer. By October, Emma bought and sold land without Joseph's supervision, but with his encouragement and approval. Emma interacted with church leaders in business. She wrote to Sidney Rigdon in September 1842 about the way he ran the post office. The letter began with a polite but no-nonsense comment: "I have noticed for some time back with feelings of regret that there is not that care and particularity in the post office in regards to the papers and letters belonging to Mr. Smith and the printing establishment that the nature of the case requires." Emma charged that unauthorized persons had been given Joseph's mail and had been seen examining, overhauling, and handling both letters and papers belonging to Mr. Smith and opening and reading the papers, etc. She told Rigdon, "If this continues we shall feel in duty bound to make complaint to the proper authorities, considering it absolutely and indispensably necessary for the peace and interest of the community at large, as well as my husband's public and private interests." With sentiments of respect, Emma Smith. Rigdon answered that he gave papers only to persons asking for them from the printing office, and he declined to take responsibility for what happened to them afterward. Thus, Emma acted in behalf of Joseph and approached the problems directly. While some men deigned to respond to her, they did not always do so civilly. Rigdon's letter lacked the warmth of even the most formal salutation or closing. Throughout the summer and early fall of 1842 Emma's concern had been for Joseph, but in September she became ill. For 7 days Joseph watched over her. The news that Governor Carlin had offered a reward of $300 each for Joseph and Porter Rockwell did not distract him from his vigil. The brief history entries for those days express his deep concern. "Emma is no better. I was with her all day. Emma a little better. I was with her all day. Emma is very sick again. I attended with her all day, being somewhat poorly myself." Although he did not become seriously ill, his own feelings of well-being rose and fell with Emma's. By Wednesday, October 5, Joseph wrote, "My dear Emma was worse. Many fears were entertained that she would not recover." Valeen Kimball described Joseph's anguish. "Emma was brought down nigh unto death, bro." Joseph despaired of her life. He mourned over her and refused to be comforted. His sorrow was not only for himself. "Oh dear," he cried, "what will become of my poor children?" Emma was baptized twice in the river, which evidently did her much good. He reported. She grew worse again at night and continued very sick indeed. "I was unwell and much troubled on account of Emma's sickness." The following day Joseph was more optimistic. "Emma is better, and although it is the day on which she generally grows worse, yet she appears considerably easier. May the Lord speedily raise her to the bosom of her family, that the heart of his servant may be comforted again. Amen. My health is comfortable." And the day after, "Emma is some better. I am cheerful and well." Joseph's hopes were premature. Emma may have had typhoid fever or malaria and the disease would not run its course until January. Eliza Snow made no entry in her journal during Emma's illness until Sunday, October 9. Then 2 sheriffs came for Joseph, who, having been warned of a new writ, had gone into hiding 2 days earlier. "It was a sorrowful time," she wrote. Sister Emma had been sick 11 days, still confined to her bed, but he must go or be exposed to the fury of the merciless. When word came that Joseph was safe, Eliza wrote him, "Sir, for your consolation permit me to tell that your Emma is better. She soon will be well. Mrs. Durfee stands by her, night and day like a friend and is prompt every call, every wish to attend. Then pray for your Emma, but indulge not a fear for the God of our forefathers smiles on us here." Subtly Eliza had introduced herself into the poem. If the rhyme were entirely about Emma, the word her would have fitted nicely in place of us in the last line. Emma had received more than the usual amount of attention from Joseph since her illness. Perhaps Eliza felt somewhat left out. Emma's recovery progressed slowly. When she saw Joseph 3 weeks later, he reported with some satisfaction that Emma is still getting better, and is able to attend to a little business. Having this day closed contract and received pay for a quarter section of land. He stayed with her overnight, then went back to his hiding place. He returned home at daylight a week later to find Emma worse and stayed at home. Joseph remained with her for several full days throughout the following weeks. His scribes noted that he frequently took her to the temple site or for a ride in the carriage. Still, her health seesawed over a period of 4 months. For some time, workers had been building a new home for Emma and Joseph across Main Street from the old homestead. Young Joseph remembered that his parents' home was generally overrun with visitors. There was scarcely a Sunday in ordinary weather that the house and yard were not crowded. The yard with teams and the house with callers. About 1842 a new and larger home was built for us. 2 stories high, this new house had a stairway dividing the parlor and living room on the main floor that led up to 4 rooms. Joseph had a hideaway built into the north upstairs bedroom. In the closet, an ingenious hinged cleat with pins for hanging clothing disguised a ladder that led to the attic. After they had lived in the house for a while, some friends suggested that it should be expanded into a hotel, large enough to accommodate the usual crowds of visitors and an adequate force of domestic helpers as well. A large back wing, composed of hotel rooms, would eventually extend to the east. Some confusion exists over the date the family moved into the home. Latter-day Saint sources have traditionally placed the move in the summer of 1843 when the hotel wing was completed, and Joseph hung the sign Nauvoo Mansion out front. Architectural studies of the building confirm that it was constructed in 2 stages. On November 2, 1842, Joseph moved his desk, books, and papers from the red brick store to my house. Since the old homestead was already overcrowded, he apparently referred to the new home where he could have an office on the 1st floor. People would sometimes call this the Prophet's house until August 31, 1843, when Joseph said they commenced removing into the Nauvoo Mansion, or the hotel wing. From that time the building would be called the Mansion House. 8 Eliza Arsenault, Eliza and Emily Partridge, 2 young sisters named Sarah and Marna Lawrence, several of the Walker children, including Lucy, William, and Lauren, and Lucy Mack Smith probably moved with them. Shortly after the move, Eliza Snow began teaching school in the lodge room over Joseph's store. The 37 scholars included Emma's children. Alexander, at age 4, was one of the youngest. Frederick was 2 years older. Young Joseph was 10, and Julia 11. Other children came from the Whitney, Partridge, Knight, and Marks families. Eliza approached teaching school with some reluctance. The weather was cold and she dreaded the chilly room. She commented wryly in her diary, "In undertaking the arduous business with my delicate constitution, at this inclement season of the year, I was entirely governed by the wishes of President and Mrs. Smith. I desire and aim to be submissive to the requirements of those whom God has placed in authority over me." The students occasionally found an obstacle on the steps of their school in the form of Joseph's clerk, Willard Richards. A man of medium height, Richards weighed nearly 300 pounds and his size intimidated the schoolchildren. Ordinarily he had a pleasant manner, but the boisterous youngsters who scrambled up and down the stairs disturbed his work. According to young Joseph, Richards would sometimes plant his stocky body firmly on the steps and growl at the children for being rude and noisy. The political scene changed in the fall of 1842. Thomas Ford replaced Thomas Carlin as governor of Illinois. His inaugural address concerned the Nauvoo charters, which for the most part were similar to those of other towns, but the Mormons interpreted theirs differently. A motion to repeal the Nauvoo charters was in front of the legislature by December 9, 1842. But repeal would have applied to other towns in the state as well, and the matter rested. Joseph decided to test his case in court after a summer and fall in hiding. On December 26, by prearrangement, Wilson Law arrested Joseph. Accompanied by 40 men, they traveled to Springfield for the trial. His reputation preceded him and people flocked to the courtroom. Judge Nathaniel Pope was on the bench. Justin Butterfield represented Joseph. Butterfield won the audience with his opening remarks. "It is a momentous occasion in my life to appear before the Pope." He made an appropriate bow to the judge, in defense of a prophet of God _, a bow to Joseph, in the presence of all these angels a last deep bow to the ladies. The courtroom was his. Butterfield defended his client on the grounds that Boggs's affidavit contained improper information. Joseph was discharged from his arrest. The jubilant party arrived home in Nauvoo on January 10 and a celebration seemed in order. On Tuesday, January 17, Emma's house overflowed with guests who met for a day of fasting, praise, and prayers of thanksgiving for Joseph's release. At 10 o'clock on Wednesday morning they assembled again at the Smiths to celebrate. Eliza had written a new song which the group sang with the warmest of feelings. Friends milled through the front rooms while Emma and the girls in the kitchen made final preparations. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon Emma and Joseph served 21 guests a hearty meal assisted by the Partridge sisters, the Lawrence sisters, and some of the Walker children. The table was cleared and another group of 20 sat down to eat, Emma and Joseph still serving. 18 people ate at the third table, including Emma and Joseph, then another 15, including the Smith children and the household members, were at the fourth. Joseph watched Emma move among the guests and supervise the work in the kitchen, then commented to the group, "This is not only a jubilee but commemorates my marriage to Emma just 15 years ago this day." The issues accompanying plural marriage seemed to disappear from Emma's life during the late summer, fall, and winter of 1842 and 1843. Joseph quietly solemnized at least 2 more marriages without her knowledge. But the peace was not destined to last. Whether the new quarters created a false sense of security for Eliza and Joseph, or whether it simply was beyond their power to remain discreet indefinitely, Emma somehow discovered the liaison between the two, probably in February 1843. When the full realization of the relationship between her friend Eliza and her husband Joseph came to her, Emma was stunned. She unquestionably reacted strongly, but the incident is so shrouded in Mormon folk tale and legend that it becomes difficult to determine what actually happened. Although no contemporary account of the incident between Emma and Eliza remains extant, evidence leads to the conclusion that some sort of physical confrontation occurred between the two women. In 1886 Wilhelm Wall published the first known version of the incident in his anti-Mormon book, Joseph Smith the Prophet, His Family and His Friends. They say there is scarcely a Mormon unacquainted with the fact that Sister Emma soon found out the little compromise arranged between Joseph and Eliza. Feeling outraged as a wife and betrayed as a friend, Emma is currently reported as having had recourse to a vulgar broomstick as an instrument of revenge, and the harsh treatment received at Emma's hands is said to have destroyed Eliza's hopes of becoming the mother of a prophet's son. A second account is found in an undated entry that Mary Ann Boise Boyce made in her husband's patriarchal blessing book. Mary Ann Boise recorded Mrs. Ada Clements as saying she worked for the prophet's family in Nauvoo and that Joseph Smith was going from home one day when she saw Emma go up to him and she was in a passion and jerked him by the collar and talked to him about going after other women. Ada also told Mary Ann that once when she was at her work Emma went upstairs, pulled Eliza's Arsenault downstairs by the hair of her head as she was staying there. Written at the bottom of the page was, "This is the testimony of Ada Clements," but Mary Ann crossed it out and added, "But this I give as a rumor only." A third account was related in 1931 by John R. Young, one of Brigham Young's sons. He reported a talk he had heard years earlier given by Solon Foster, who was Joseph's and Emma's carriage driver. Young said that Foster told of meeting with Joseph Smith III. As an adult, he recalled, "The night your mother turned Eliza Arsenault outdoors in her night clothes and you, and all the children stood out in the street crying, I led you back into the house and took you into bed with me, and you said one wish mother wouldn't be so cruel to Aunt Eliza." A fourth story, attributed to Leroy C. Snow, Eliza's nephew, is an oral family tradition that tells of Emma knocking Eliza down the stairs with a broom, the fall resulting in a miscarriage for Eliza. Leroy Snow was 11 when his Aunt Eliza Snow died at age 83, so it is unlikely that he heard the story from her. In his adult years he did research for intended biographies of his father, Lorenzo, and his Aunt Eliza, and his notes reveal a fifth account which he attributes to Charles C. Rich. Charles C. Rich called at the Mansion House, Nauvoo, to go with the prophet on some appointment they had together. As he waited in the main lobby or parlor, he saw the prophet and Emma come out of a room upstairs and walk together toward the stairway which apparently came down center. Almost at the same time, a door opposite opened and dainty, little, Dark-haired Eliza asked. No, she was heavy with child, came out and walked toward the center stairway. When Joseph saw her, he turned and kissed Emma goodbye, and she remained standing at the banister. Joseph then walked onto the stairway, where he tenderly kissed Eliza, and then came on downstairs toward Brother Rich. Just as he reached the bottom step, there was a commotion on the stairway, and both Joseph and Brother Rich turned quickly to see Eliza come tumbling down the stairs. Emma had pushed her. In a fit of rage and jealousy, she stood at the top of the stairs, glowering, her countenance a picture of hell. Joseph quickly picked up the little lady, and with her in his arms, he turned and looked up at Emma, who then burst into tears and ran to her room. Joseph carried the hurt and bruised Eliza up the stairs and to her room. Her hip was injured, and that is why she always afterward favored that leg, said Charles C. Rich. She lost the unborn babe. This account appears to be fourth-hand and came over 100 years after the incident would have occurred. With the telling and retelling of this particular rendition, some errors and family prejudices appear. Dainty, little, dark-haired Eliza may have seemed frail and small in her old age, as Leroy Snow would have remembered her, but she stood 5 feet, 6 inches tall. The image of a tiny, defenseless woman being attacked by a hulking shrew is not valid. The Rich story also suggests that Emma should have watched her husband tenderly kiss Eliza and not be angry. Eliza had lived in her home in Kirtland, and she was now living with the Smiths at Emma's invitation. The two women had worked together in the Relief Society organization and in Joseph's behalf by visiting and writing to Governor Carlin. No matter how exalted Eliza viewed her marriage to Joseph to be, Emma could only be shocked and deeply hurt. Another problem with the Rich account becomes evident. On July 12, 1869, Rich swore under oath that, in May of 1844, Hale Smith taught him the principle of polygamy or celestial marriage. This statement implies that Rich had not previously been taught plural marriage and therefore would not have been privy to the intimate scene some 15 months earlier. No account places Eliza in the Smith household in 1844. The statement that Eliza carried Joseph's unborn child and lost it is brought into question by Eliza's own journal. While her Victorian reticence probably would have precluded mention of her own pregnancy, if she were indeed carrying Joseph's child, other evidence in the journal indicates that she may not have been pregnant. Eliza's brother Lorenzo indicated that by the time she married Joseph, she was beyond the condition of raising a family. Also, if she was heavy with child as the Rich account states, she would not have been teaching school, for even legally married women usually went into seclusion when their pregnancies became obvious. Eliza continued to teach school for a month after her abrupt departure from the Smith household. Her own class attendance record shows that she did not miss a day during the months she taught the Smith children, which would not have been probable had she suffered a miscarriage. This does not mean that Eliza was not Joseph's wife in very deed, however. Years later, when asked if she had been Joseph's spiritual wife, Eliza retorted, "I certainly shall not acknowledge myself of having been a carnal one." She explained that spiritual wife was an epithet used to stigmatize those of us who valiantly moved forward in obedience to the commands of God, in establishing the practice of plurality. Eliza testified that other women also were the bona fide wives of Pres. Joseph Smith, implying that they were physically intimate with Joseph and enjoyed full conjugal rights. Heber C. Kimball is said to have told her it was his understanding that she was Joseph's wife in name only. "I thought you knew Joseph better than that," Eliza answered. Whether Eliza fell down the stairs or whether Emma pushed her or pulled her down by the hair, or whether Emma only turned her out of the house, the result seems to be documented in Eliza's terse journal entry for February 11, 1843. Took board and had my lodging removed to the residence of Br. Jonathan Holmes. Both Emma and Eliza had known Holmes's wife, Elvira Cowles, since they had arrived in Kirtland. Elvira Holmes was treasurer of the Relief Society and she would become Joseph's wife in less than 3 months. Eliza did not make another entry in her journal for 5 weeks and wrote no explanation for either the gap in her diary or her abrupt departure from Emma's home. To assume that Emma would not be angry at Joseph as well as at Eliza would be absurd. An undated poem in Eliza's journal is undoubtedly addressed to Joseph. Titled "Who Needs Consolation?" It asks in part, "I feel thy woes, my bosom shares thy spirit's agony, how can I love a heart that dares suspect thy purity? I'll smile on all that smile on thee as angels do above, all who in pure sincerity will love thee, I will love. Believe me, Thou hast noble friends who feel and share thy grief, and many a fervent prayer ascends to heaven, for thy relief. Except for unavoidable, formal occasions, the separation between the two women was permanent. Eliza had often referred to Emma by name in her journal during her residence in the house throughout the summer, fall, and winter, but references to Emma after this time reverted to the formal President Smith and Lady. Eliza taught the school until March 17, 1843, then confided to her diary, "This day closed my school much to my own satisfaction, having the pleasure of the presence of President J. Smith, his lady, Mrs. Allard, Mrs. Durfee and others." Eliza reads several beautiful parting pieces, addressed to myself by the scholars, and her own farewell speech. She and the students sang a song she had composed. Joseph ended the occasion with a prayer, and Eliza closed the school. The incident between Emma and Eliza forced the issue of plural marriage into the open. Emma could no longer believe that Joseph was not involved, and he could no longer deny it. Emma had not acted with violence before, now her determined opposition might show up again with unexpected force. Joseph resolutely tried to bring Emma around. After Eliza Snow's abrupt departure from Emma's house in February 1843, Joseph apparently resolved to pursue the establishment of plural marriage in spite of Emma's strong feelings. He approached Bishop Edward Partridge's daughters, who had lived for 2 years in his home. Emily was 19 on February 28, 1843. Eliza would be 23 on April 20. "The first intimation I had from Brother Joseph that there was a pure and holy order of plural marriage," Emily wrote, "was in the spring of 1842, but I was not married until 1843. Emily recorded the events of that year in her reminiscences. "Joseph said to me one day, 'Emily, if you will not betray me, I will tell you something for your benefit.' Of course, I would keep his secret, but no opportunity offered for some time to say anything to him. He asked me if I would burn it if he would write me a letter. Emily promised to do as he wished. I began to think that was not the proper thing for me to do, and I was about as miserable as I ever would wish to be for a short time. I went to my room and knelt down and asked my Father in heaven to direct me in the matter. I could not speak to anyone on earth." Emily remembered, "I received no comfort till I went back and watched my opportunity to say I could not take a private letter from him." "Do you wish the matter ended?" he asked. "I do," she replied. But as time passed, Emily wished that she had listened and felt as miserable as she was before. Soon after Emily refused Joseph's letter, she and her sister Eliza received an invitation from Mrs. Elizabeth Durfee to spend the afternoon at her home. Emily described this visit. She introduced the subject of spiritual wives as they called it in that day, and wondered if there was any truth in the report she heard. Emily thought to herself, "I could tell her something that would make her open her eyes if I chose." Not one to be drawn out by gossip, Emily said nothing, but on the way home she told her sister about Joseph's conversation, which disturbed Eliza also. But it served to prepare her to receive the principles that were revealed soon after. Emily noted. Word that Emily would not betray Joseph was probably carried back to him by Mrs. Durfee. "I learned afterward," Emily wrote, "that Mrs. Durfee was a friend to plurality and knew all about it." At a later date, Mrs. Durfee told Emily that Joseph wanted an opportunity to talk to her. Emily asked, "Do you know what he wants?" The woman's response was that she thought he wanted Emily for a wife. Emily agreed to meet Joseph at Heber Kimball's house in the evening. Some Kimball family members were present when she arrived. Heber explained to her, "Violet is not at home, and you had better call another time." Emily wrote, "I started for home as fast as I could so as to get beyond being called back, for I still dreaded the interview." Then she heard Kimball softly call, "Emily, Emily." When he was about to overtake her, she turned and went with him. "I cannot tell all," Joseph said, "but he said the Lord had commanded me to enter into plural marriage and had given me to him, and although I had got badly frightened, he knew I would yet have him." Emily continued, "My mind was now prepared and would receive the principles." In a reflective moment she added, "That was the only way that it could be done then." Well, I was married there and then. Joseph went home his way and I going my way alone. A strange way of getting married, wasn't it? The date was March 4, 1843. 4 days later Eliza Partridge married Joseph. She kept a journal but burned it later because it was too full. Her reminiscences contain the terse statement that while she lived with Emma and Joseph he taught us the plan of celestial marriage and asked us to enter into that order with him. This was truly a great trial for me, but I had the most implicit confidence in him as a prophet of the Lord. The two sisters did not state how they reconciled their divided loyalties between Joseph and Emma. Emily's appreciation for Emma is apparent in her writings. One day Emma said, as we had been to so many parties, we ought to have one and invite the young people into the home in return. Of course this pleased us very much. But the young women would find that problems over their secret marriages would erode their friendship with Emma. Late in April 1843 Emma boarded a riverboat bound for St. Louis. Because Joseph feared arrest he sent her to purchase store goods and supplies for the hotel wing under construction on the back of their house. Lauren Walker, who lived with the Smiths, traveled with her. His sister Lucy helped Emma with the housework and attended school with the Smith children. Young Joseph remembered her marshalling them to and from school like an elder sister. A second brother, William, reported that the prophet asked him for permission to marry Lucy. Joseph married 17-year-old Lucy Walker on May 1 with William Clayton officiating, while Emma and Lauren Walker were in St. Louis. Lucy said about her marriage, Emma Smith was not present and she did not consent to the marriage. She did not know anything about it at all. Joseph waited on the docks on May 2 until the maid of Iowa brought Emma home. Emma's return initiated 2 weeks of festivities. On May 6 Emma, on horseback, led a dozen women who rode to the parade ground with Joseph and his military staff to review the Legion's new uniforms. The brass band marched smartly ahead. On May 11 Emma and Joseph accepted a new carriage. Then she drove it south to Quincy to visit friends. Joseph went to Yale, Rome for a conference where Emma met him 4 days later. They made the return trip together on May 15. Nearly a year had passed since Joseph had introduced a select group of men into a ceremony first called the Holy Order and later referred to as the Endowment. Hale Smith, William Law, Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, Willard Richards, Newell K. Whitney, George Miller, William Marks, and James Adams had met in Joseph's private office, where he taught the ancient order of things for the first time in these last days, and they received their washings, anointings and endowments. The participants wore white clothing that was not part of their daily apparel. Probably before Eliza Snow left in February, Joseph designed an undergarment for the endowment ceremonies that would be worn beneath regular clothing afterward. Elizabeth Allard, Emma's associate in the Relief Society, made the pattern. Her granddaughter, Eliza M. A. Munson, said they spread unbleached muslin out on a table and Joseph directed the cutting. Mrs. Allard made 3 patterns before she had designed it correctly. The first garments were bound with turkey red and were without collars. Later on the prophet decided he would rather they were bound with white. Noting the rough neckline, Sister Emma proposed that they have a collar on and they would look more finished. After Emma Smith had made the little collars invisible under street clothing, Eliza R. Snow later introduced a wider collar of finer material to be worn outside the dress. Eliza's design was not used. Emma had heard Joseph and Heber C. Kimball address the Relief Society and allude to a time when women would participate in the endowment. After being involved in the construction and design of the garments, the building of the temple, and hearing about their place in the endowment in the Relief Society, why had women not yet been admitted to the Endowment Council? Heber C. Kimball said it was because some women had led their husbands out of the church. Joseph taught that a man must obey God to be worthy of the endowment and that a wife must obey a righteous husband to merit the same reward. Until Emma could be obedient to Joseph and give him plural wives, she could not participate in the endowment ceremonies, yet he taught her that the endowment was essential for exaltation, as opposed to salvation, which Joseph taught was available to all through the atonement of Christ. Joseph wanted Emma to serve as the example, the elect lady, the disseminator of the endowment blessing, to other women. Thus her rejection of plural marriage would have blocked her admittance into the Endowment Council, because she had not obeyed her husband, and therefore prevented other women from entering as well simultaneously with the endowment and plural marriage. Joseph formalized a third concept. He explained to Emma that husbands and wives could be married, sealed, forever by proper priesthood authority. Couples who had been married in traditional ceremonies were considered to be married for time, or until death separated them. but unions made in the new Mormon ceremonies were to last beyond the grave. These marriages were termed eternal marriages or sealings and could be performed for living couples as well as for a living spouse and a deceased one. Thus a man could be sealed to his dead wife and also to his living wife. Understanding this doctrine led to the next step, which was the marriage of a living husband to several living wives. This more gradual explanation of doctrine seemed to alleviate some of the repugnance when plural marriage was introduced. Although Joseph did not teach plural marriage in the meetings of the Endowment Council, acceptance of the sealing ordinance enabled those whom he taught privately to accept polygamy. Within the same few weeks, in the spring of 1843, both Hale Smith and Emma would accept plural marriage. Hale, who had disbelieved rumors that linked Joseph's name with polygamy, had joined earlier with William Marks and William Law in condemning Bennett for his practice of spiritual wifery. They considered the rumors accusing Joseph of such practice to be attempts to blacken his reputation. Hale was patriarch to the church, Law was Joseph's counselor in the first presidency, and Marks was the Nauvoo stake president. Although the exact sequence of events is not clear, at some point the three became convinced that the rumors were founded in elements of fact. On May 14, 1843, Hale attempted to quash the stories in his Sunday sermon, but his brother called on Brigham Young to respond. Still believing that plural marriage would be destructive to the community and that it was against the standards of morality, Hale joined William Marks and William Law to expose Joseph and bring a stop to the practice. Heber C. Kimball learned of the effort and passed on his concerns to William Clayton, who recorded the incident in his diary on May 23. Hale had admitted to Ebenezer Robinson that he was opposed to the doctrine. He also told William Marks he did not believe in it plural marriage and he was going to see Joseph about it, and if Joseph had a revelation on this subject, he would believe it. But before Hale had an opportunity to speak to Joseph, he found Brigham Young outside the Masonic Hall one day. "Brother Brigham, I want to talk to you," he said. The two men eased down on a stack of rails near the fence. "I have a question to ask you," Hale continued. "I do know that you and the 12 know something that I do not know. I know there is something or other which I do not understand that is revealed to the 12. Is this so?" Brigham sidestepped the question. "I do not know anything about what you know, but I know what I know." Hale pressed on. "I have mistrusted for a long time that Joseph had received a revelation that a man should have more than one wife, and he has hinted as much to me, but I could not bear it. I am convinced that there is something that has not been told me. Brother Hale, I will tell you about this thing which you do not know if you will swear with an uplifted hand before God that you will never say another word against Joseph, and his doings, and the doctrines he is preaching to the people." Hale was ready. "I will do it with all my heart. I want to know the truth to be saved." According to Brigham, Hale then stood before him with an uplifted hand and he made a covenant there, never again to bring forward one argument or use any influence against Joseph's doings. The same day that he talked with Brigham, Hale went to Joseph and confessed to him that he knew and he believed. A year later Hale reported his conversation with Joseph, or at least a conversation on the same subject. Speaking on April 8, 1844, Hale recounted that he told Joseph he was troubled that his first wife, Jerusha, had died before God had shown him the concept of eternal marriage. "You can have her sealed to you upon the same principle as you can be baptized for the dead," Joseph told him. "What can I do for my second wife Mary?" he inquired. "You can also make a covenant with her for eternity and have her sealed to you by the authority of the priesthood," Joseph responded. Hale quoted Mary's reaction, "I will act as proxy for your wife that is dead, and I will be sealed to you for eternity myself. I love you and I do not want to be separated from you nor be forever alone in the resurrection." From this logic, accepting plural marriage was not difficult. Hale's conversion was complete. On May 29 Mary Fielding and his dead wife, Jerusha Barden, were sealed to Hale with Mary acting as Jerusha's proxy. In August 1843 Hale Smith married his wife's sister Mercy and Catherine Phillips as plural wives. At the same time that Hale was struggling with plural marriage, so was Emma. Joseph had apparently been relentless in his efforts to convince her. He was not master in his own home so long as Emma opposed him, and since Emma had discovered his relationship with Eliza Snow, The subterfuge and deception in their lives loomed larger. He wanted Emma to practice plural marriage and to lead forth as the example. It was this setting the example for other women to follow that was the most difficult. When Emma refused to accept plural marriage with the same faith shown by some of the other wives, Joseph apparently tried a variety of stratagems. William Carter Staines, a carpenter on the Temple, saw Joseph and Emma standing in the doorway of their house on a spring day in 1843. As another man approached, riding a very fine sorrel horse, Staines overheard Emma comment favorably on it. "Would you like to have it?" Joseph asked. "Oh yes, I should." "Well, I will buy it for you on one condition," Joseph offered. "What is it?" "That you will never mention the word spiritual wife to me anymore, as long as you live." Emma agreed. "I will gladly do that." Staines added that Joseph purchased the horse for $150. For 2 months, from March to May, Joseph appears to have talked with Emma about plural marriage. He apparently used their rides together to teach her the necessity of the endowment and sealing. There is no evidence that she ever opposed him on any doctrine but plural marriage. Convinced that it was necessary for her salvation and essential to their continued relationship, she may have decided to compromise with Joseph. In May 1843 she finally agreed to give Joseph other wives if she could choose them. Any of Joseph's other wives, who by now numbered at least 16, would have been more comfortable if they had had Emma's approval. Emma chose the 2 sets of sisters then living in her house, Emily and Eliza Partridge and Sarah and Maria Lawrence. Joseph had finally converted Emma to plural marriage, but not so fully that he dared tell her he had married the Partridge sisters 2 months earlier. Emily said that to save family trouble brother Joseph thought it best to have another ceremony performed. Emma had her feelings, and so we thought there was no use in saying anything about it so long as she had chosen us herself. Emily also remembered that Emma helped explain the principles to us. How would Emma have explained the principles of plural marriage to young women who had been her wards for over 2 years? Merely that it was a law of God that had to be fulfilled? Did she try to allay any feelings of guilt or sin? Did she explain that marriage as Joseph intended it to be involved conjugal relations? Was she aware of that herself? Unfortunately no answers to these questions were recorded. One observation can be made. If Emma's explanation at this time differed from Joseph's earlier approach, neither Emily nor Eliza mentioned it. On May 23, 1843, Emma watched Judge James Adams, a high priest in the church who was visiting from Springfield, marry Joseph to Emily and Eliza Partridge in her home. Emily wrote, "We did not make much trouble, but were sealed in her presence." She noted Emma was present. She gave her free and full consent. Emma had made the sacrifice, and within 5 days she had her reward. On a cold rainy day, May 28, 1843, Emma was sealed to Joseph for time and all eternity. On this same day she was the first woman admitted to the prayer circle. Joseph would initiate her into the endowment sometime before the early autumn of that year. Emma's capitulation, however, was only momentary. Emily wrote that Emma seemed to feel well until the ceremony was over, when almost before she could draw a second breath, she turned, and was more bitter in her feelings than ever before, if possible, and before the day was over she turned around or repented what she had done and kept Joseph up till very late in the night talking to him. Understandably, Emily and Eliza, whose marriages Emma had sanctioned one moment and disapproved the next, had feelings of their own. She had, as it were, bound us to the ship and carried us to mid-ocean, then threw us overboard to sink or swim, as the case might be. William Clayton's diary entry for that same day explains why Emma was angry. Joseph told Clayton that he had had a little trouble with Sis Emma. He had been with Eliza Partridge in an upstairs room when he heard someone on the stairs and quickly shut the door not knowing who it was and held it. Emma came to the door and called Eliza 4 times and tried to force open the door. President Smith opened it and told her the cause etc. She seemed much irritated. Why would Joseph have held the door until Emma had called Eliza Partridge's name 4 times? Did Emma believe that Joseph and Eliza were hiding something from her? Emily remembered that Emma kept close watch on us. If we were missing for a few minutes and Joseph was not at home, the house was searched from top to bottom and from one end to the other, and if we were not found the neighborhood was searched until we were found. Emma was not successful in keeping Joseph from meeting with his wives. Emily Partridge would one day testify under oath that she roomed with Joseph on the night of her second marriage to him while Emma, she believed, was in the house at the time. She also testified that she had slept with him between her first marriage and the second ceremony. According to Emily, at about the time of her second ceremony, Emma gave her husband two other wives, Maria and Sarah Lawrence. The Lawrence sisters had come to Nauvoo from Canada without their parents in 1840 when Maria was about 18 and Sarah 15. Emma and Joseph offered them a home. According to William Law's account, the girls had inherited about $8,000 in English gold. Law said, Joseph got to be appointed their guardian, and indicated that he and Sidney Rigdon were bondsmen to Joseph. After Emma approved of the Lawrence marriages, William Law accused her of doing so with an eye to helping Joseph secure an inheritance. Joseph's history dated May 30, 1843, reads, I superintended the preparation of papers to settle the Lawrence estate, and 4 days later the accounts of the Lawrence estate were presented to the probate judge, to which he made objection. Apparently problems with the inheritance occupied Joseph for at least 15 months. According to Joseph's history, the girl's stepfather, Josiah Butterfield, insulted him so outrageously on March 28, 1843, that Joseph kicked him out of the house, across the yard and into the street. By June 4, 1844, Joseph was counseling John Taylor to go on with the prosecution in behalf of Maria Lawrence. I concluded to go to Quincy with Taylor, and give up my bonds of guardianship as administrator of the Lawrence estate. Neither of the Lawrence sisters left any account of their marriages to Joseph, but their experiences were probably similar to those of the Partridge sisters. For almost a year the four young women would live with the Smiths, but the situation was most difficult. Emily wrote that Emma said some very hard things about the plural marriages and her interviews were quite common. Lucy Walker observed the difficulties surrounding her and learned to be discreet. She said Emma never knew about her own marriage, but emphasized that Emma gave her consent to the marriage of at least 4 other girls to her husband, and that she was well aware that he associated with them as wives within the meaning of all that word implies. This is proven, Lucy went on, by the fact that Emma herself, on several occasions, kept guard at the door to prevent disinterested persons from intruding, when these ladies were in the house. Emma vacillated between reluctant acceptance and determined opposition to the marriages. Leonora Taylor said Emma had received a testimony of the truthfulness of plural marriage. Orson Pratt in an 1869 discourse said that Emma would at times fight against Joseph with all her heart, and then she would break down in her feelings and would then lead forth ladies and place their hands in the hands of Joseph. When Zena Diantha Huntington Young was asked in 1895 if Emma Smith was opposed to polygamy, her answer was an emphatic number. But the evidence seems clear that Emma's gave her permission for plural marriages and immediately regretted that they had been performed. Emma began to talk as firmly and urgently to Joseph about abandoning plural marriage as he had formerly talked to her about accepting it. Remembering this difficult year, Emily Partridge gave some insights into Emma's situation as well as her own. She often made things very unpleasant, but I have nothing in my heart towards her but pity. I know it was hard for Emma, and any woman to enter plural marriage in those days, and I do not know as anybody would have done any better than Emma did under the circumstances. I think Emma always regretted having any hand in getting us into such trying circumstances, but she need not have blamed herself for that, in the least, for it would have been the same with or without her consent. And I have never repented the act that made me a plural wife of Joseph Smith and bound me to him for time and all eternity. About the same time that Joseph married the Partridge and Lawrence sisters, he initiated contacts for 2 more plural wives. The first was Amira Johnson and the second Heber and Violet Kimball's daughter Helen. Joseph's history for Tuesday, May 16, 1843, states that he went to a nearby town named Ramus with Eliza Partridge, her younger sister Lydia, George Miller, and William Clayton. That evening they went to Benjamin F. Johnson's with William Clayton to sleep. Before retiring, Joseph gave brother and sister Johnson some instructions on the priesthood. According to Johnson, Joseph had come to Ramus to teach me plural marriage, and while Joseph was in the Johnson home he shared a room with the daughter of the late Bishop Partridge. Joseph visited the Johnson home several times through the spring. Soon he approached a delicate issue with Benjamin Johnson, who reported, as he was again required of the Lord to take more wives, he had come now to ask me for my sister Amira. His words astonished me and almost took my breath. Finally Johnson, almost ready to burst with emotion, looked his friend in the eye and said, "Brother Joseph, this is something I did not expect and do not understand it. You know whether it is right." "I do not. I want to do just as you tell me and I will try. But if I ever should know that you do this to dishonor and debauch my sister, will kill you as sure as the Lord lives." Johnson explained why he granted Joseph's request. "I know that Joseph was commanded to take more wives, and he waited until an angel with a drawn sword stood before him and declared that if he longer delayed fulfilling that command he would slay him." Joseph married Amira Johnson in the late summer. Johnson recorded that the prophet again came and at my house occupied the same room and bed with my sister Amira that a month previous he had occupied with the daughter of the late Bishop Partridge as his wife, in much the same manner as Emma's friend Elizabeth Ann Whitney had given her daughter Sarah to Joseph a year earlier. Violet Kimble and her husband Heber C. agreed to the marriage of their daughter, who was 1 month from her 15th birthday, to Joseph. Helen Mar Kimble told of her marriage in her 1881 autobiography. "Just previous to my father's starting up his last mission but one June 10, 1843, to the Eastern States, he taught me the principle of celestial marriage, and having a great desire to be connected with the prophet Joseph, he offered me to him. This I afterwards learned from the prophet's own mouth. My father had but one lamb, but willingly laid her upon the altar. How cruel this seemed to the mother whose heartstrings were already stretched until they were ready to snap asunder, for he had taken Sarah Noon to wife and she thought she had made sufficient sacrifice, but the Lord required more. I will pass over the temptations which I had during the 24 hours after my father introduced to me the principle and asked me if I would be sealed to Joseph, who came next morning, and with my parents I heard him teach and explain the principle of celestial marriage, after which he said to me, if you will take this step, it will ensure your eternal salvation and exaltation and that of your father's household and all your kindred. I willingly gave myself to purchase so glorious reward. None but God and angels could see my mother's bleeding heart. When Joseph asked her if she was willing, she replied, if Helen is willing I have nothing more to say. She had witnessed the sufferings of others, who were older and who better understood the step they were taking, and to see her child, who had scarcely seen her 15th summer, following in the same thorny path, in her mind she saw the misery which was so sure to come as the sun was to rise and set, but it was all hidden from me. Apparently the Kimbles have not fully explained to Helen what the marriage would involve. I would never have been sealed married to Joseph, had I known it was anything more than a ceremony. Helen later confided to her mother. Joseph's choice of women as plural wives gradually put a wedge between Emma and her friends as long as she remained either ignorant of the practice or opposed it. By late summer 1843 most of Emma's friends had either married Joseph or had given their daughters to him. Her sister-in-law, Agnes Coolbrith, was married to Joseph. Another sister-in-law, Mary Fielding, had consented to the marriage of her husband Hale Smith and her sister Mercy. At least 5 women in her own household were Joseph's plural wives. Whether Emma knew about them or not, the women would not have been sympathetic to Emma while she opposed plural marriage. As a result, she became isolated from her friends and associates, and through the next 4 years this isolation would become more and more acute. Secrecy circumscribed the role of Joseph's plural wives. He hid his relationship with them from the majority of the inhabitants of Nauvoo, as well as from Emma. Lucy Walker said that Joseph introduced her as his wife to Heber C. Kimble and Brigham Young, but she stressed that the marriage was never made public and she and the Lawrence sisters went by their maiden names. Melissa Lott, daughter of the manager of Joseph's farm, stated, I did not go to church, was never seen on the streets or in public places with him as his wife. No evidence exists that he assumed the support of his wives in the traditional sense of providing them with food, clothing, and shelter, except for the young women in his house. Some remained with their parents, others lived with other plural wives, a few lived with other families where plural marriage was also practiced. Their personal accounts attest that, for the most part, they felt Joseph cared for them deeply and they felt important to him. But if each wife secretly desired to be the first in Joseph's affections, she was destined for disappointment. Emma was sometimes harsh and angry, but when one of Joseph's plural wives complained about Emma to him, he chided her, if you desire my love you must never speak evil of Emma. 1 month after Emma witnessed Joseph's marriage to the Partridge and Lawrence sisters, she and Joseph concluded to visit some of her family members who had relocated to Lee County, Illinois. By 1843, 7 of Isaac and Elizabeth Hale's children lived in Illinois. Emma's brothers Jesse, David, Alva, and Isaac lived with their families near the small towns of Dixon, Sublette, and Amboy. David Hale had married Rhoda Skinner, the midwife who helped deliver Emma's first child. Emma's uncle Nathaniel and Aunt Sarah Lewis, and son Hale, had also settled in Lee County. Elizabeth Hale and her husband, Benjamin Wasson, lived in an area of Amboy Township called Inlet Grove. Their son Lorenzo had joined the church. Apparently this would not be Joseph's first visit to this area, for the county history stated that Joseph preached in the schoolhouse occasionally and that gradually a group of people converted to the Mormon faith, some of whom came from the most respectable families. Emma and Joseph had started to Amboy a year earlier, but when Frederick fell out of the carriage and broke his leg, the family immediately returned to Nauvoo. Now, on June 13, 1843, Emma, Joseph, and the children, accompanied by Lorraine Walker, left Nauvoo in carriages to travel 150 miles northeast. 3 days into their journey, Illinois Governor Thomas Ford issued a writ in Springfield for Joseph's arrest and extradition to the state of Missouri. William Clayton and Stephen Markham rode to warn Joseph. Meanwhile, Emma and Joseph arrived on June 20 at Elizabeth and Benjamin Wasson's home at Inlet Grove in Lee County, unaware of any danger. After visiting a day, Emma and Joseph left for Dixon, but at 4 o'clock Markham and Clayton rode into the Wassons' yard, then wheeled their tired horses and caught up with Joseph. Joseph, Emma, Clayton, and Markham returned to the Wasson home. J. H. Reynolds, Sheriff of Jackson County, Missouri, and H. T. Wilson, Constable of Carthage, Illinois, arrived as the family sat down to dinner the following day. When Joseph walked toward the barn, Wilson recognized him and yelled to alert Reynolds, who soon held cocked pistols to Joseph's chest. Reynolds cried out, "God damn, if you stir 1 inch I'll shoot you, be still or I'll shoot you." "What is the meaning of this?" Joseph demanded. The excited men told Joseph he was under arrest. They forced him into a wagon and prepared to drive off. Markham grabbed the reins and held the horses while Joseph argued about a writ of habeas corpus and asked to say goodbye to his family. Emma ran out with a hat and coat. The officers rode to Dixon with Joseph under guard and Stephen Markham following. In Dixon, Markham obtained a writ against Reynolds and Wilson for threatening his own life, and the local constable took the 2 officers into his custody. Joseph sent William Clayton to catch the steamer Amaranth down the river to Nauvoo for help. Cyrus Walker, a well-known criminal lawyer running for Congress, would not defend Joseph unless he could offer him the Mormon vote. Joseph agreed but would later regret it. By 10 o'clock on June 24, a writ from the Circuit Court of Lee County charged Reynolds and Wilson with private damage and false imprisonment. Cyrus Walker sent the sheriff of Lee County to travel with Joseph and his 2 arresting officers. The party headed toward Nauvoo with Reynolds and Wilson still hoping that they could spirit Joseph across the Mississippi River into Iowa or Missouri. If Emma had hoped for relief from the stress in Nauvoo, Joseph's arrest in her sister's yard had not offered it. The Hales undoubtedly recalled Joseph's early arrest while they lived in Harmony, Pennsylvania. Emma's family had yet another excuse to look upon Joseph with derision. Lorenzo Wasson drove Emma and the children in the carriage to Nauvoo, where they arrived on June 27. Eliza Arsenault immediately found Emma and asked about the arrest. Emma learned that 175 men were traveling to Dixon, intent on saving their profit. When Joseph met the men from Nauvoo, he turned to his captors. "Gentlemen, I think I will not go to Missouri this time. These are my boys." They brought a writ of habeas corpus which made the legal situation almost ludicrous. Joseph was a prisoner of Reynolds and Wilson, who were prisoners of Sheriff Campbell, who delivered the whole lot into the hands of Stephen Markham, who carried the writ of habeas corpus. Word reached Emma that Joseph would arrive about noon on Friday, June 30, and the inhabitants of Nauvoo prepared to welcome their prophet home. A string of carriages, the Nauvoo Brass Band, the Marshall Band, and whooping happy citizens escorted Emma to meet Joseph out on the prairie. She handed Joseph the reins to his horse. The band struck up Hail Columbia as Joseph embraced her. William Clayton watched Emma greet Joseph. "Such a feeling I never before witnessed when the president took hold of the hand of his partner in sorrow and persecution. Surely it would have moved anything but the heart of an adamantine." Side by side on horseback, Emma and Joseph led the company of sheriffs and carriages to the door of the mansion house. Lucy Mack Smith embraced her son, Julia, Joseph, and Alexander clung to their father. Little Frederick voiced the fears of them all when he piped, "Pa, the Missourians won't take you away again, will they?" Emma served 50 people dinner, with Wilson and Reynolds uncomfortable at the head table. Joseph commented in his diary for that day, "I brought them as prisoners, not of chains, but of kindness to her from whom I was torn." 4 days later, triumphant over their enemies, the Mormons celebrated the 4th of July. 3 steamboats brought 800 to 1,000 people from Quincy, St. Louis, and Burlington. The Nauvoo brass band led the visitors to their seats on the hill, while cannons fired in salute. In the Smith household, Emma and the young women prepared to feed a large group of guests. Emma ran to Mary Elizabeth Rollins Lightner's house to borrow a dining room table for the officers and honored guests. Suddenly Joseph entered, dressed in his uniform. "I want you, and you," he said, pointing to 4 members of the Rollins family, "to go and be baptized." "What, Joseph? Why is this? They have always been good members of the church," Emma reasoned. "And another thing. The officers will be for dinner soon." "Never mind, they can wait." "Well, you certainly are not going in those clothes," Emma responded, perhaps still hoping to salvage her dinner. "No," Joseph answered, "but you all be ready by the time I return." And in short order the group all trooped to the nearby riverbank where Joseph rebaptized Mary Elizabeth, her brother Henry and his wife, and an aunt. In spite of the interruption the day went well and a visitor reported, "Nauvoo is destined to be, under the influence and enterprise of such citizens as it now contains, and her natural advantages, a populous, wealthy, and manufacturing city." Joseph was highly gratified with the day. While the Mormons celebrated, Emma again faced a personal challenge. She had come home to the same situation she had left 2 weeks earlier. Joseph's wives were still in the house. Inwardly, Emma struggled with the issue. Outwardly, she was the loyal prophet's wife and participated in the social activities of Nauvoo. Emma was of interest to the diary and journal keepers of Nauvoo. They described her as a woman of commanding presence, only rarely losing self-control or giving way to tears. She was a brilliant conversationalist and high-spirited. A man once twitted her about fishing for a compliment. Her prompt rejoinder, "I never fish in shallow water," took him aback. Young Henry Rollins appeared at Emma's house one day and offered his help. A friend had brought in a wagonload of hogs and Joseph asked Rollins to cut them up and salt them. "I want it done just as my wife Emma tells you," he instructed. Rollins remembered, "Emma came in the cellar after and told me to cut and salt them in the barrels. Then put brine and then as much molasses to each barrel, and after laying for a certain length of time, take them out and hang them up in the carriage house and smoke them." Rollins objected, "I am afraid as it is getting quite warm in the day and they're being sweet the flies will spoil them." "Fix them as I want it done even if they all spoil," Emma insisted. "And they did most of them spoil, 8 Henry added laconically. Emma was apparently not as good at preserving meat as her hunter father had been, and the incident amused Henry Rollins for many years. The Mormons discovered the delights of riverboating during the warm months of 1843. Joseph bought the Maid of Iowa from its captain, Dan Jones. Emma and Joseph boarded the boat for floating parties up and down the river with 100 guests. These were day-long affairs. The band played intermittently, quantities of food were served, all were dressed in their best finery. Much good humor and hilarity prevailed. The only shadow on the excursions fell when the boat docked on the Iowa or Missouri side of the river. Then Joseph kept himself concealed. During this summer political activity increased as candidates began to campaign for the 1844 elections. Joseph had tried unsuccessfully to avoid being committed to a political party. Judge Stephen Douglas, now quite well acquainted with Joseph, visited Nauvoo and dined at the mansion. Joseph invited the leading men of Nauvoo to join them, but this invitation caught Emma without a dessert. Quickly she made apple fritters and fried them to perfection. The men liked the fluffy morsel and one of them asked its name. Emma smiled. "I call it a candidate." "Why?" They all wanted to know. "Why not?" She answered them. "Isn't it just a puff of wind?" The Mormon tendency to vote in bloc drew the politicians. Whig Cyrus Walker understood that Joseph had promised him the Mormon vote, but Hiram announced that he had a revelation that the Mormons should vote for the Democratic candidate. Immediately preceding the election, Joseph announced that he would vote for Walker but that Hiram had never had a false revelation. The Democrat Hogue won by a slim margin, and the Whigs felt betrayed. They enlisted some Democrats to their side, and the combined group vowed to repay the Mormons by driving them from the state. In spite of the political tension, Emma celebrated her 39th birthday on July 10 by riding with Joseph out to their farm. Part of the following day, July 11, she also rode with Joseph in the carriage. No record exists of their conversation, but events of the next several days suggest that they discussed Joseph's plural wives and that Emma voiced her opposition to them. William Clayton listed Sarah Ann Whitney, Helen Mar Kimball, Flora Woodworth, Louisa Beeman, and Desdemona C. Fulmer in his journal, and stated, Emma was cognizant of the fact of some, if not all, of these being his wives, and she generally treated them very kindly. While Clayton's wording is ambiguous, he leaves the impression that Emma knew about the 5 women he listed. If she knew about Helen Mar Kimball's and Sarah Ann Whitney's marriages, then she probably knew that the girls' mothers had agreed to the arrangements, and she recognized the involvement of her adult friends. After describing her marriage in a 1904 letter, Mary Elizabeth Rollins Lightner stated, Emma knew all about it. These 6 women, and the Partridge and Lawrence sisters and Eliza R. Snow, numbered 11 women whom Emma may have known about. That was almost 3 times what Emma had agreed upon less than 2 months earlier, and she undoubtedly voiced her objections to Joseph. On the morning of July 12, 2 days after Emma's birthday, Joseph and Hiram entered the office in the brick store talking about plural marriage. William Clayton wrote that Hiram said, if you will write the revelation on celestial marriage, I will take and read it to Emma, and I believe I can convince her of its truth, and you will hereafter have peace. Joseph retorted, you do not know Emma as well as do. The doctrine is so plain, I can convince any reasonable man or woman of its truth, purity and heavenly origin, said Hiram. Well, I will write the revelation and we will see. Joseph asked Clayton to get paper and prepare to write. Hiram urged Joseph to use the Urim and Thummim, but Joseph said he did not need to, because he knew the revelation perfectly from beginning to end. Joseph dictated the revelation on celestial marriage, while Clayton wrote it, sentence by sentence, as he dictated. Hiram then took the document to Emma. Joseph and Clayton waited for his return. When Hiram came back, Joseph asked, how did you succeed? I have never received a more severe talking to in my life. Emma is very bitter and full of resentment and anger, Hiram answered. Joseph quietly remarked, I told you, you did not know Emma as well as I did. Joseph then put the paper in his pocket, and the brothers left the office. 8. Joseph's journal for the following day records only, I was in conversation with Emma most of the day, but William Clayton's diary for the same day records that Joseph called him into a private room with himself and Emma. They told Clayton about an agreement they had made with each other, which Clayton did not describe. Then both Emma and Joseph expressed their feelings about many subjects and wept considerable. In this context their concern and discomfort could only have been about the plural marriage revelation, for Clayton then recorded, "Oh, may the Lord soften her heart that she may be willing to keep and abide by his holy law." The revelation as it was subsequently published contained 66 verses. It referred to Joseph's questions about the plural wives of Old Testament prophets. Joseph was told to receive and obey the instructions, for all those who have this law revealed unto them must obey the same. The revelation stated, "If ye abide not that covenant, then ye are damned, for no one can resist this covenant and be permitted to enter into my glory." In addition to the example of Abraham, the document singled out David, whose wives and concubines were given unto him of me, and in none of these things did he sin against me save in the case of Uriah and his wife, and, therefore he hath fallen from his exaltation, emphasizing that God's sanction was necessary to enter the practice of plural marriage, bringing together plural and eternal marriage. The revelation also explained that marriages contracted without the proper authority last only until death. Although the Modem Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints traces the revelations beginning back to Kirtland in 1830 to 1831, it is clear that 15 verses directed to Emma dealt with the Nauvoo period and particularly Joseph's immediate problem with Emma. One modern-day scholar states, the burden of the revelation was to inform Emma that although she had been eternally married to her husband, the new and everlasting covenant of marriage must be sealed unto them by the Holy Spirit of promise, by him who is anointed, unto whom I have appointed this power and the keys of this priesthood. In other words, only by receiving the fullness of the priesthood could Emma Smith have claim on her husband in the eternities. Fullness of the priesthood here refers to those ordinances of the endowment and second anointing that Emma would receive within 2.5 months. Contrary to the tone of the 1830 Elect Lady Revelation, the new revelation was threatening and strident. First, Emma was commanded to ignore an unexplained previous instruction that seemed to have been given as a test. Then, let mine handmaid, Emma Smith, receive all those that have been given unto my servant Joseph, and who are virtuous and pure before me. The revelation continued, stating flatly that Joseph would receive from the Lord an hundredfold of this world, of wives if she would not obey. Emma could either accept more wives willingly or she could have them forced upon her. Under the law of the priesthood a man cannot commit adultery with that belongeth to him and to no one else. And if he have 10 virgins given unto him by this law, he cannot commit adultery, for they belong to him. The position of the first wife was addressed, if any man have a wife and he teaches unto her the law of my priesthood, as pertaining unto these things, then shall she believe and administer unto him, or she shall be destroyed, saith the Lord your God. And what of the husband whose wife refused to allow other wives? It shall be lawful in me, if she receive not this law, for him to receive all things whatsoever I, the Lord his God, will give unto him, because she did not believe and administer unto him. The revelation exempted a man from the law of Sarah, which law apparently required a husband to ask his wife for permission to take another wife. If the first withheld her consent, the revelation authorized the husband to proceed without it. One paragraph directly instructed Emma, and I command mine handmaid, Emma Smith, to abide and cleave unto my servant Joseph, and to none else. But if she will not abide this commandment she shall be destroyed, saith the Lord. This passage apparently reflects a conversation between Emma and Joseph that had taken place 2.5 weeks earlier in Amboy. At that time, according to William Clayton, they had argued over plural marriage and Emma threatened to try a new form of pressure, revenge is what Clayton called it. She told him that if he continued to indulge himself, she would too. But the message of the revelation seemed clear: whatever discomfort might result, Emma's place was at Joseph's side. William Clayton said that several of the leaders heard the revelation read during that same day and Joseph C. Kingsbury copied it. Joseph apparently took the original back, for Clayton wrote, 2 or 3 days after the revelation was written, Joseph related to me and several others that Emma had so teased and urgently entreated him for the privilege of destroying it, that he became so weary of her teasing, and to get rid of her annoyance, he told her she might destroy it, and she had done so, but he had consented to her wish in this matter to pacify her, realizing that he knew the revelation perfectly and could rewrite it at any time if necessary. Isaac Sheen, a leader in a later church reorganization, wrote that Joseph caused the revelation on that subject to be burned, but other accounts involve Joseph more directly in its destruction. Emma told William McClellan in 1847 that after she and Joseph discussed the document they retired for the night. Joseph wished her to get up and burn the revelation. She refused to touch it even with tongs. He rose from his bed and pulled open the fire with his fingers, and put the reverment in and burned it up. Again, in an 1856 interview, Emma said, "The statement that I burned the original of the copy Brigham Young claimed to have, is false, and made out of whole cloth, and not true in any particular." But Emma's oldest son pursued the question long after his mother's death. His diary entry for April 20, 1885, reads, "Visited James Whitehead, had chat with him. He says he saw the Reverend, about 1 page of foolscap paper. Clayton copied it, and it was this copy that Mother burned." Apparently the incident later became talked about in the larger Smith family. Samuel Smith's daughter wrote to Don Carlos Smith's daughter, "I suppose you have heard that Aunt Emma burned the revelation," which I suppose was so. "I have heard my Aunt Lucy, Joseph's sister, say that Emma would not touch it with her fingers but took the tongs to put it in the fire." The incident raises several questions. Did Joseph burn the plural marriage revelation, or did Emma? Did Emma deny that she put a paper in the fire at all, or was she saying that she did not believe that the paper she burned contained an authentic revelation from the Lord? One assumption can be made: if Emma destroyed the document, she did so with Joseph's permission. One passage in the revelation that seems irrelevant on the surface reads, "And again, say, let not my servant Joseph put his property out of his hands, lest an enemy come and destroy him." The position of this verse after the admonishments given to Emma suggests that she pressured Joseph to transfer deeds to some of his property. Joseph knew that open disclosure of plural marriage would endanger his life. Emma may have tried to punctuate that eventuality in Joseph's mind by insisting on financial security for her and the children. Whatever the reason, on Wednesday, July 12, the day Joseph dictated the revelation, he directed Clayton to make out deeds of certain lots of land to Emma and the children. Nauvoo land records show that the transactions included transferring ownership of the mansion house. The following day Joseph was in conversation with Emma. His diary continued. On July 14, deeded my half share in Steamboat Maid of Iowa and also 60 city lots to Emma. It was probably Saturday night, July 15, that the revelation was destroyed. On Sunday Joseph preached all day a.m. and p.m. at the stand, in the grove near the west of the temple concerning a man's foes being they of his own house. Whether it was a public rebuke of Emma, his choice of topic suggested that things were not as Joseph wanted them to be at home. William M. Thompson later remembered going to Joseph and Emma's house between the two meetings. He found the meeting Sunday dinner and joined them at the table. They discussed Joseph's sermon and Thompson recorded that Emma said, "You have made some statements that the brethren and sisters think applied to me that are not very complimentary." She asked that Joseph apologize or explain in the afternoon. After some discussion backwards and forwards between Joseph, Emma, and others at the table, Thompson reported that Joseph looked at him, pointed his finger at Emma, and said that the woman was the greatest enemy I ever had in my life and my bro Hiram was always my best friend. Thompson did not make his statement on the day it happened but wrote it from memory later. He dated it July 9, but because Joseph's sermon that day, if Willard Richards reported it correctly, did not contain any references that would give Emma offense, Thompson must have been at the Smith home 1 week later, on July 16, 1843. In fairness to both Emma and Joseph, Thompson's statement about her being the greatest enemy may well have been his own invention. During this summer most of the 12 were on missions in the East. Brigham Young would not return to Nauvoo until October 22, more than 3 months after Clayton recorded the revelation. His knowledge of these events would be second-hand information, yet in future years he would speak about this period as though he had been a witness. 1 week after Hiram read the revelation to Emma, Eliza Snow received a visitor whom she did not identify in her Nauvoo diary. Sister Blank in original called to see me. Her appearance very plainly manifested the perturbation of her mind. How strangely is the human countenance changed when the powers of darkness reign over the empire of the heart. Scarcely, if ever, in my life had I come in contact with such forbidding and angry looks, yet I felt as calm as the summer eve, and received her as smilingly as the playful infant, and my heart as sweetly reposed upon the bosom of conscious innocence, as infancy reposes in the arms of paternal tenderness and love. It is better to suffer than do wrong, and it is sometimes better to submit to injustice rather than contend. It is certainly better to wait the retribution of Jehovah than to contend where effort will be unavailable. Was this visitor Emma? Probably. Eliza seemed unaware that her heart sweetly reposing on conscious innocence could be interpreted by her visitor as self-righteous smugness. The temptation to compare Emma and Eliza, these two strong women, proved irresistible to those who knew of their troubled association. Brigham Young's daughter Susie Young Gates, born in 1856, penned her opinions of the two women in 1900. She never knew Emma but wrote, Emma Smith was quite as dominant a character as Aunt Eliza and possessed splendid executive ability, but she lacked the fundamental element of greatness, which was the power to subordinate her own will to the will of those who had the right to direct her and the wisdom to counsel her. In this Eliza R. Snow was supreme. In contradiction, she also wrote, in times past, women have done many improper things, and one of them is they often preferred men's opinions to their own and even yielded points of conscience for the sake of pleasing them, until, very naturally, they are looked upon by men as shallow, weak, and contemptible. A course of self-reliance and self-assertion will restore our credit, but Emma's self-reliance would further separate her from her friends. On July 22, 2 days after Eliza Snow received her unnamed visitor, Joseph records that Sister Mary Ann Holmes was brought to my house sick. She has been confined to her bed for upwards of 2 years. Her compassion undeterred by her own problems, Emma began to care for the invalid woman. That Emma had directed to the appointment of this committee that Joseph had appointed Emma to direct the society. On August 6 Emma went a second time to St. Louis to conduct business for Joseph. While she was gone, Joseph told William Clayton that Emma had left Nauvoo upset with Clayton for taking his first wife's sister, Margaret Moon, as a plural wife. Clayton began to watch Emma with a wary eye. She returned on August 12, 1843. The Church High Council met that same day. William Marks, president of the Nauvoo stake, his two councillors, Charles C. Rich and Austin Cowles, and 12 or 13 other men were present. During the meeting, Dunbar Wilson asked about the extent and practice of a plurality of wives. He believed the rumors about it had some substance. Hale Smith walked across the street to his house and returned with a copy of the revelation Joseph had dictated a month earlier. He read it to the High Council. William Marks later said he felt that it was not true, but he saw the High Council received it. Hale's statement that those who believed and obeyed would be saved and those who did not would be damned divided the council. 3 men rejected it out of hand. They were William Marks, Leonard Sobey, and Austin Cowles, who may not have known that his daughter Elvira had married Joseph on June 1. Marks would later struggle between rejecting the revelation and maintaining his loyalty to Joseph. Word about the revelation spread quickly through Nauvoo. Ebenezer Robinson and his wife Angeline and Wilson Law and his wife left for a mission to New York. They hired William Marks to take them in his carriage to Chicago. On the way they discussed plural marriage. Marks reminded them that it came by revelation. Robinson summed up their anguish. From Bro. Mark's testimony and what I had been told in Nauvoo, before leaving home, I as firmly believed that Joseph Smith had given a revelation on polygamy as that he had ever given one on any subject, in his life. Notwithstanding the revelation, every member of our party was opposed to the doctrine. Emma had already faced the same dilemma. No matter what its origin, she opposed the doctrine. She was not without power in the struggle with Joseph over it. 4 days after her return from St. Louis, Emma exerted her strongest leverage. She threatened divorce. Clayton reported under the date of August 16, 1843, "This a.m. Joseph told me that since Emma came back from St. Louis, she had resisted the principle in toto, and he had to tell her he would relinquish all for her sake. She said she would give him Eliza and Emily Partridge, but he knew if he took them she would pitch on him and obtain a divorce and leave him. He however, told me he should not relinquish anything." In the most serious crisis of their marriage, Joseph backed down. He told Emma that he would give up his wives, but he confided to Clayton that he did not intend to keep his word. 5 days after Joseph agreed to relinquish all, Emma found 2 letters in his pocket from Eliza Snow, who was still at the Morley settlement. Emma confronted William Clayton with them and asked if he had delivered them to Joseph. Clayton denied being the courier. He said Emma seemed vexed and angry. He also recorded that Joseph told him Emma had said some harsh words. 2 months later Eliza would visit Nauvoo, on October 10, and would afterward confide to her diary, "Some circumstances of very peculiar interest occurred during my visit to the city. Everything connected with our affections is engraven on the heart, and needs not the perpetuating touch of the sculptor." The entry hints that Emma's suspicions about Eliza and Joseph were not unfounded. On August 19, Eliza Snow penned some verses for Eliza Partridge, who had begun to chafe under Emma's surveillance. The 4 stanzas indicated that the 2 Elizas knew of each other's marriages, but the final quatrain suggested how Eliza Snow viewed her situation. "Our Heavenly Father knows the best what way we must be tried. Stand still and his salvation test, thou shalt be satisfied." Still smarting from finding Eliza's letters to Joseph the previous day, Emma went for a short carriage ride with her husband on August 22. She called on the Lucian Woodworth family while Joseph attended to some business at the temple. Emma apparently did not know that the Woodworth's 16-year-old daughter Flora had been Joseph's plural wife since spring. What probably began as a casual social visit resulted in a confrontation between Emma and Flora when Emma discovered that Joseph had given Flora a gold watch. She would have recognized the implications of such a gift, since he had also given one to Eliza Snow. Joseph returned just as Emma was demanding the gold watch from Flora, and he reprimanded her. Once in the carriage, however, Emma vented her own frustrations. Joseph told Clayton she continued her abuse after they arrived home, and said he finally had to employ harsh measures to stop her. The strain on both Emma and Joseph began to take its toll. Lucy Mack Smith had moved in with Emma and Joseph. When she became critically ill, Emma stayed by her bedside for 5 nights, until she herself collapsed and Joseph took her place at his mother's side. On September 11 he and friends prayed for the return of Emma's health. Elizabeth Ann Whitney expressed her concern on account of Emma's sickness to the Relief Society. By September 15 the women were praying that her life would be spared. She may have had malaria and did not improve until late fall. 8 Since early spring Joseph had had frequent short illnesses, and his manner had begun to change. He now lost his temper more frequently, and his actions were abrupt. He kicked Josiah Butterfield out of his house and into the street on March 28. On another occasion children playing in front of Emma's house looked up startled to see a man coming out into the street on the toe of Joseph's boot. One good sender brought him from the door to the gate, another took him into the middle of the street. Rowett Hale, who reported the incident, said the man had called Joseph a liar. After preaching a sermon in July Joseph reported he was very sick, with his lungs oppressed and overheated. His ill health nagged him for several days. He lost his temper again with the tax collector and followed him a few steps and struck him 2 or 3 times. After the incident Joseph went home and tried to work but felt too sick. Completion of the new addition to her home in August offered Emma a diversion from the problems. The large extension transformed the house into a hotel. It had 10 sleeping rooms on the 2nd floor, and a kitchen, dining room, and space for meetings and socializing on the 1st floor. The new wing increased the size of Emma's home to 17 or 18 rooms. On August 31, 1843, Emma and Joseph began moving furniture and supplies into the hotel portion of their house. Joseph put up a sign, Nauvoo Mansion, advertising his hotel. A commodious brick stable could house 75 horses along with the necessary tack and hay. Now the homestead house offered space for meetings and conferences. Emma and Joseph celebrated the completion of the hotel with an open house and dinner party. A month later, 100 couples met for the luxuries of a well-spread board. After dinner Robert D. Foster assumed the duties of chairman and organized the drafting of suitable resolutions for the occasion. He spoke for Emma, thanking her guests for coming. Before the celebration ended Joseph performed the marriage ceremony for Emma's niece, Clara Watson, and William Backenstoes. Perhaps the marriage drew some of Emma's relatives to Nauvoo, but no one kept a record of the guests. The personal tension between Emma and Joseph may have eased toward the end of the summer when Emma seemed to have come temporarily to terms with plural marriage. Alan J. Stout, who served as Joseph's bodyguard, testified in an 1885 meeting that with only a single door separating him from the family, he listened to a conversation which took place between Joseph and Emma Smith, on the much-vaunted subject of plural marriage. This impulsive woman, Stout declared, from moments of passionate denunciation would subside into tearful repentance and acknowledge that her violent opposition to that principle was instigated by the power of darkness, that Satan was doing his utmost to destroy her, etc. And solemnly came the prophet's inspired warning, yes, and he will accomplish your overthrow, if you do not heed my counsel. A young woman named Maria Jane Johnston told a similar story. Disowned by her family in Tennessee after joining the Mormons, she lived as a hired girl in Emma's home from 1841 to 1844. In 1843 she was 19, and, according to her reminiscences, she overheard a snatch of conversation between Emma and Joseph in the next room. Emma was crying and in trouble about something. Joseph went to the door of the dining room where Maria Jane was working. He asked her to go to Hiram's house with a request that he come to the mansion. When Hiram arrived with Maria Jane, she heard him ask, "Well, Sister Emma, what is the matter?" The door closed and the girl heard no more of the conversation. The following day Emma found Maria Jane upstairs making beds and commented, "It was you that Joseph came to when he sent for Hiram last night, wasn't it?" "Yes, Mom." Emma invited the young woman to sit down on the bed. Emma looked very sad and cast down, but remarked, "The principle of plural marriage is right, it is from our Father in heaven." Maria Jane reported, then she again spoke of her jealousy. "What I said I have got to repent of. The principle is right, but I am jealous-hearted. Now never tell anybody that you heard me find fault with that principle. We have got to humble ourselves and repent of it." Maria Jane remembered that Emma concluded the discussion by pondering, I do not know why it is that Brother Hiram holds such a controlling power over my spirit, but when he comes to me and speaks to me I am melted to tears and cannot talk back to him." When William Law was asked if Emma talked to him about Joseph's wives, he answered, "She never came to my house for that purpose. But I met her sometimes on the street and then she used to complain, especially because of the girls whom Joseph kept in the house, devoting his attention to them." Law added a further dimension to her predicament. He reported that Emma once said, "The revelation says I must submit or be destroyed. Well, I guess I have to submit." When Law saw her submit, he then concluded, Emma was a full accomplice of Joseph's crimes. Emma's compliance seemed connected to her receiving the endowment. On September 28, 1843, Emma received the highest ordinance of the church, that of the second anointing. This ordinance, also referred to as the fullness of the priesthood, assured the recipient exaltation if he or she did not shed innocent blood or blaspheme against the Holy Ghost. In order to participate, Emma would have been endowed sometime between her sealing to Joseph on May 28 and the latter date. Joseph did not teach plural marriage in the endowment council. Only first wives of male members and widows were admitted. His discretion on this matter was no doubt prompted by the opposition of William Law and William Marks to plural marriage. Both men were members of the prayer circle, and although William Law would not receive all the ordinances of the group, William Marks would. Emma found solace in this setting. In the language of the ordinance, she was Joseph's queen. She was the first woman to receive the ordinances and Joseph administered them to her. Emma then initiated other women, who in turn initiated others, until Mormon women today trace their own endowments back to Emma Smith. By October William Clayton found Emma friendly and kind toward him. She did an about-face in her attitude towards Clayton's marital situation and suggested that he take his pregnant plural wife, Margaret Moon, into his own home to care for her. Meanwhile a problem with Sidney Rigdon had been festering for some time. Joseph had addressed their differences earlier, and they had been temporarily resolved. William Marks reported that at that time Sister Emma had a good many feelings against Elder Rigdon, but they are all done away. She has said within a few months, and in fact within 1 week, that she was on as good terms with Elder Rigdon as she had ever been since he was a member of the church. But the strong feelings between her husband and Rigdon flared again. Joseph called a special conference of the church on October 6 and charged his first counselor with interference with the mail in his management of the post office. But the real difficulty surfaced when Joseph accused Rigdon of giving information leading to his arrest near Dixon. Rigdon refuted the charges until inclement weather forced the conference to adjourn. On Sunday, October 8, Rigdon's eloquent affirmations of faithfulness turned the tide. The congregation voted that Sidney Rigdon be permitted to retain his position in the church presidency. Joseph chided his followers, "I have thrown him off my shoulders, and you have again put him on me. You may carry him, but I will not." Oblivious to the difficulties within the church leadership, new converts continued to arrive in Nauvoo in eagerness and anticipation. A young free black woman, Jane Elizabeth Manning, led a group of 9 black Mormons to Nauvoo. As Jane and her family neared the mansion house they saw a tall, dark-haired woman standing in the doorway. Emma welcomed them in and the household gathered to hear the newcomer's story. No one came to Nauvoo without a sense of adventure. Jane's account was indeed unusual. Jane Elizabeth had been born in Connecticut about 1818. While a young girl, she lived as a servant, but not a slave, in a prosperous white farmer's home where she joined the church. Jane and 8 members of her family joined a group immigrating to Nauvoo. In October 1843 white members of the party boarded a boat at Buffalo, New York, but the black members were refused passage. 800 miles from Nauvoo, Jane recalled, "We walked until our shoes were worn out, and our feet became sore and cracked open and bled until you could see the whole print of our feet with blood on the ground. Our prayers were answered, and our feet were healed." Frightened at the threat of imprisonment in Illinois, they forded a river by walking into the stream until the cold water swirled around their necks. "We went on our way rejoicing, singing hymns, and thanking God for His infinite goodness and mercy to us in blessing us, protecting us and healing our feet." Later, at the mansion house, Joseph found Jane weeping. "The folks have all gone and got themselves homes, and I have got none." "Yes, you have," he said. "You have a home right here if you want it. You mustn't cry, we dry up all tears here." Joseph left the room and returned shortly with Emma. "Emma," he said, Here is a girl that says she has no home, haven't you a home for her? Emma tended to Jane the same hospitality that she had given others in similar need. Jane offered to wash and iron clothes and said she was a good cook and housekeeper. When you are rested, Emma said, you may do the washing, if you would just as soon do that. Jane reported that Emma once asked if she would like to be adopted by her and Joseph as their child. Confused about the request, Jane later learned that the ordinance of sealing has been extended to include individuals who were not blood relatives. Jane Elizabeth Manning reported that Emma asked her again 2 weeks later. I told her no ma'am. Because I did not understand or know what it meant. They were always good and kind to me, but I did not know my own mind. I did not comprehend. But Jane was quicker to comprehend other principles. She reported, Brother Joseph's 4 wives, Emily Partridge, Eliza Partridge, Maria and Sarah Lawrence, and myself, were sitting discussing Mormonism. And Sarah said, what would you think if a man had more wives than one? I said, that is all right. Maria said, well, we are all 4 Brother Joseph's wives. I jumped up and clapped my hands and said, that's good. Sarah said, she is all right, she believes it all now. Throughout the fall, Joseph tried to strengthen the church and shore up Nauvoo's position in the Illinois community. On October 22, Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, and George A. Smith arrived in Nauvoo from missions in the eastern part of the United States. They had been absent from the city since July 7. 5 days before Hiram read the plural marriage revelation to Emma. The citizens of Carthage and Warsaw had finished with rhetoric against the Mormons and turned to action. On December 2, a marauding party from Missouri, aided by anti-Mormons in Hancock County, captured a Mormon and took him across the Mississippi to be tried on a 4-year-old charge of horse stealing. Several days later, 2 ruffians went to a Mormon who lived on the prairie, robbed him of $4.50, and stabbed him in the abdomen. Later in the month, David Holman's house near Amos went up in flames. 2 young messengers rode to Emma and Joseph's house at 10 o'clock one night with the news that a mob was collecting at Warsaw. Although Emma's attempt to accept plural marriage brought temporary peace to the Smith household, neither Emma's resolve nor the peace lasted long. Emily Partridge commented that Joseph would walk the floor back and forth, with his hands clasped behind him, a way he had of placing his hands when his mind was deeply troubled, his countenance showing that he was weighed down with some terrible burden. The strain in his private life, coupled with threats from marauders and dissension within the church and community, began to affect Joseph's health. On Sunday, November 5, Joseph became suddenly sick at dinner and vomited so hard that he dislocated his jaw and raised fresh blood. His self-diagnosis was that he had every symptom of poisoning, but he was well enough in the evening to attend an endowment council meeting in the room over the red brick store. According to current medical literature, no poison available in 1844 was caustic enough to pool blood in the stomach so rapidly after ingestion as Joseph's symptoms indicate, and still be so ineffective as to allow the victim to pursue normal activities within a few hours. 22 years later, Brigham Young described a secret council, probably the November 5 meeting, at which he said Joseph accused Emma of the poisoning and called upon her to deny it if she could. He told her that she was a child of hell, and literally the most wicked woman on this earth, that there was not one more wicked than she. He told her where she got the poison, and how she put it in a cup of coffee. Said he, "You got that poison so and so, and I drank it, but you could not kill me." When it entered his stomach, he went to the door and threw it off. He spoke to her in that council in a very severe manner, and she never said one word in reply. I have witnesses all around, who can testify that I am now telling the truth. Twice she undertook to kill him. He did not elaborate on the alleged second occurrence, but in 1866 Brigham's rhetoric could well have been stronger than Joseph's actual words, for it came at a time when Brigham was particularly hostile toward Emma. Evidence suggests that Joseph indeed accused Emma of poisoning his coffee. His diary records that he and Emma did not participate in the prayer circle at that meeting. This is particularly significant because members were asked not to join in the prayer circle if they had feelings of antagonism toward anyone else in the group. Only unusual circumstances would have restrained them. Apparently Joseph believed at the time that Emma poisoned him, but strong evidence suggests that his self-diagnosis was mistaken and, therefore, so was his accusation of Emma. 5 weeks later, Joseph again experienced sudden nausea and vomiting. I awoke this morning in good health but was soon suddenly seized with a great dryness of the mouth and throat. and sickness of the stomach, and vomited freely. I was never prostrated so low, in so short a time, before, but by evening was considerably revived. He mentioned being somewhat out of health on January 21st, somewhat unwell on April 2nd, and suddenly taken sick, on April 28th. Acute indigestion, food poisoning, ulcers, gallstones, and other diseases cause a reaction similar to Joseph's. Certainly Joseph's life was filled with the emotional tension and conflict that traditionally accompany ulcers. When he had his second attack of vomiting early in December, his diary states, "My wife waited on me, assisted by my scribe, Willard Richards, and his brother Levi, who administered some herbs and the mild drinks." In this instance Joseph portrayed Emma as a helper and nurse instead of the instigator of the attack. He apparently failed to correct the conclusions held by Brigham Young and John Taylor, for Emma remained forever suspect in their minds. Stories of poisoning drew in another suspect. Samuel Smith's daughter Mary later wrote to her cousin in Aculbraith that Eliza Arsenault poisoned Joseph. She said that while Eliza resided in her Uncle Joseph's house, Emma fixed Joseph a cup of coffee and Eliza poured something in it. Then Joseph drank and vomited. Eliza had not lived in the house for nearly a year. Desdemona Wadsworth Fulmer, a plural wife married to Joseph by Brigham Young in July, wrote an autobiography in 1868 and related a bizarre dream that may have been prompted by rumors of Emma poisoning Joseph. She stated, "In the rise of polygamy, in a dream Emma Smith was going to poison me. I told the dream to brother Joseph. He told me it was true, she would do it if she could." The talk of poisoning may have prompted Emily Partridge to say of this period, "There were times, one in particular, that I was really afraid of my life." She was far more likely to fear retribution from Emma than Emma was to administer it. But circulation of poisoning stories gave rise to apprehension and suspicion directed toward Emma. Emma's personal appearance reflected her internal struggle. Visitors saw a tall, austere woman, gaunt of form, and very plain of feature, but said to be of sensible, practical character. They described her as stately and solemn in her riding attire of velvet with her hair dressed high with plumes. Her costume and countenance were a marked contrast to her personal sorrow. The Christmas season undoubtedly allayed tensions for both Emma and Joseph as the English immigrants brought their joyous customs into Nauvoo. At 1 o'clock on Christmas morning an English widow named Lettice Rushton and a dozen others gathered under Emma and Joseph's window, then suddenly began to sing Mortals, awake, with angels join. The household wakened to hear the carols ring through the still night air. The carolers then moved on to Hale Smith's residence. At 2 o'clock on Christmas afternoon Emma, in a new red velvet dress, with Joseph resplendent in his Legion uniform, hosted a dinner for 50 couples. The quadrille band played for dancing. Inspired by the music, one man danced a hornpipe with such dexterity that Emma and Joseph and the guests broke into applause. Abruptly the door of the mansion house burst open. The crowd looked in shock at an unkempt, ragged intruder whose hair fell around his shoulders, a Missouri Buke. The man entered in a drunken swagger and threatened the life of anyone who touched him. Joseph ordered him thrown out. As the men scuffled, the specter's sunken eyes caught his own in a full-face glance. The Missourian was Porter Rockwell. Joseph joyfully welcomed his friend home and the music in the mansion reached out again to the dark streets. Porter Rockwell had been in prison in Missouri, accused of the Boggs shooting. At midnight on New Year's Eve the choir and William Pitt's brass band made their way on a dark rainy night to Emma and Joseph's home, where they sang William W. Phelps's New Year's hymn to the delight of the inhabitants. The following day another large group took supper at Emma's table and the music and dancing continued until morning. Helen Markimble, now 16 years old and married to Joseph for nearly 18 months, watched Emma preside over the parties and dances. As an adult she remembered, "The last one that I attended that winter, was on Christmas Eve 1843. Some of the young gentlemen got up a series of dancing parties to be held at the mansion once a week, but I had to stay home, as my father had been warned by the prophet to keep his daughter away from there, because of the blacklegs and certain ones of questionable character who attended there." His wife Emma had become the ruling spirit, and money had become her god. Helen's evaluation of Emma reflected the jealousy of a young girl denied access to the parties and to Joseph. The parties were as much Joseph's as they were Emma's, and he certainly occupied a position of authority over the blacklegs and questionable characters who entered his home. Helen Mark Kimball's comments may illustrate another aspect of Emma's life. Joseph had promised to put his other wives away when she came back from St. Louis, yet the girls were still living at the mansion. Did Emma wonder which of the young women who joined Joseph on the dance floor had a secret association with her husband? Emma and Joseph maintained an outwardly warm and loving relationship in spite of the tension. Joseph remarked to William Phelps that he had a kind, provident wife who would load the table with good things to eat until the sight destroyed his appetite when all he had asked her for was a little bread and milk. Emma came into the room in time to hear William Phelps say, "You must do as Bonaparte did. Have a little table just large enough for the victuals you want yourself." With tact born of experience, Emma replied, "Mr. Smith is a bigger man than Bonaparte, he can never eat without his friends." "That is the wisest thing I ever heard you say," Joseph commented. In 1903, Benjamin F. Johnson reminisced about a Sunday morning in Joseph's home. Two of Emma's children came to him as just from the mother, also nice, bright and sweet. Joseph turned to his guest. "Benjamin, look at these children. How could I help loving their mother? If necessary, I would go to hell for such a woman." Johnson added, although at the time he had in the mansion other wives younger and apparently more brilliant, yet Emma, the wife of his youth, to me appeared the queen of his heart and of his home. This pleasant story appears to be the root of later unfortunate anecdotes told by church leaders. After stating that Joseph said he would go to hell for Emma, the rejoinder became, "Yes, and that's where he will find her." But while the gentleness between Emma and Joseph enabled them to maintain an outward appearance of composure, their close association with William Law and his wife Jane became complicated and difficult. Emma, Joseph, William, and Jane had met in prayer meetings almost weekly. In September the men had prayed together for the health of Law's young daughter and Emma. William Law voted with other men in a unanimous decision to make Joseph president of a special council. The Laws were undoubtedly one of the 100 couples at the mansion on October 3, and on the 11th Emma and Joseph, William and Jane Law, and Hiram and Mary Smith spent an afternoon together at a friend's house. The friendship, however, would come to a close soon after Christmas. A contemporary description of Joseph's 33-year-old counselor in the church presidency stated, "No man could be better fitted to his station, wise, discreet, just, prudent, a man of great suavity of manner and amiability of character." And according to William Law's later recollection, he and his brother Wilson owned farms, lots, a flour mill, and other property valued at approximately $30,000. William Law commented about the revelation on plural marriage. "The way I heard of it," he remembered, "was that Hiram gave it to me to read. I was never in a high council where it was read, all stories to the contrary notwithstanding. I took it home, read it, and showed it to my wife." Law said he also showed the paper, which he described as 2 or 3 pages of foolscap, to Joseph, who said, "Yes, that is a genuine revelation. But in the Book of Doctrine and Covenants there is a revelation just the contrary of this." Law countered. Joseph explained that that revelation was given in the infancy of the church, but now the people were ready for stronger doctrine. William Law, like Heber C. Kimball before him, pleaded with Joseph to withdraw the requirement to enter plural marriage in an encounter he described as highly emotional. Joseph asserted that God had commanded him to teach the doctrine. No doubt referring to this same conversation, Brigham Young later remembered Law's declaration, "If an angel from heaven was to reveal to me that a man should have more than one wife, if it were in my power I would kill him." Yet Law's diary entry for January 1, 1844, also reveals his ambivalence. He wrote that he almost embraced the doctrine, then praised God that he and Jane had not trusted a man more than God. Law's protestations against plural marriage stemmed from intense belief that polygamy was contrary to the principles of virtue and justice. He was unable to reconcile his personal views and accept plural marriage, and he was not alone. Men and women began informally to take sides in Nauvoo. Some would oppose plural marriage through their own principles, others followed Joseph on equally strong principle. often through disruption of their own domestic peace. William Marks also opposed plural marriage but remained loyal to Joseph in spite of his doctrinal opposition. William Law would assume a more militant stance in respect to both Emma and Joseph. On December 29, 1843, Joseph addressed a meeting of the policemen in Nauvoo. "My life is more in danger from some little doughhead of a fool in this city than from all my numerous and inveterate enemies abroad. I am exposed to far greater danger from traitors among ourselves than from enemies without." Some concluded that he referred to Marks and Law. A member of the police force told William Marks, "Are you aware of the danger you are in?" When someone built a large fire near William Marks's house, he lay awake convinced Joseph thought he must be the Brutus or the doughhead. Under pressure from the council 5 days after Joseph's speech, William Law named a policeman who admitted that it was his opinion that William Law was the doughhead referred to. After a public reconciliation, Joseph said that Law agreed to stand by me to the death. Brigham Young commented, "I told some of the boys at that time, that Law knew he had done something he ought to die for, or he would not be so afraid of his best friends." The public argument between Joseph and William Law may have foreshadowed a far deeper private matter between them that involved Emma. Voice of Innocence, January to June 1844. Although Emma's open opposition to plural marriage had ceased since receiving her second anointing, the presence of some of Joseph's young wives under her roof nagged at her. She continued to confront Joseph with the issue. Emily Partridge was the only plural wife who recounted the events. She said that interviews with Joseph, her sister, herself, and Emma occurred frequently. "She sent for us one day to come to her room. Joseph was present looking like a martyr. Emma said some very hard things. Joseph should give us up or blood would flow. She would rather her blood would run pure than be polluted in this manner." Emily did not say precisely that Emma threatened suicide, but perhaps Joseph's fear that Emma had reached the point of taking such a drastic step prompted this final confrontation. Emily felt indignant towards Joseph for submitting to Emma. "His countenance was the perfect picture of despair," Emily wrote. "Emma insisted that we should promise to break our marriage covenants that we had made before God. Joseph asked her if we made her the promise she required, if she would cease to trouble us, and not persist in our marrying someone else. She made the promise. Joseph came to us and shook hands with us, and the understanding was that all was ended between us. I for one meant to keep this promise I was forced to make." The young women went downstairs. Soon Joseph followed. Finding Emily alone, he asked, "How do you feel, Emily?" "I feel as anybody would under the circumstances. You know my hands are tied," Joseph responded. Emily said he looked as if he would sink into the earth. Her heart was melted and her anger left, but before she had time to speak Joseph was gone. Emma entered as he went out. "Emily, what did Joseph say to you?" she asked. "He asked me how I felt." "You might as well tell me," Emma said. "I am determined that a stop shall be put to these things and I want you to tell me what he says to you." "I shall not tell you," Emily retorted. "He can say what he pleases to me, and I shall not report it to you. There has been mischief enough made by doing that. I am sick of these things as you can be." Emily did not know how her words might affect Emma, but reported, "I learned afterwards that she gloried in my spunk." The situation became intolerable for both Emma and the two sisters. Emily stated, "Emma could not rest till she had got us out of the house, and then she was not satisfied but wanted us to leave the city. She offered to give us money to pay our expenses if we would go. We consulted Joseph. He said we might make a visit to some of our relatives, who are living up the river 200 or 300 miles. So we agreed to go, and she gave us $10. Joseph said it was insufficient and for us not to go, so we gave it up and returned the money to Emma. Emily indicated that Joseph found her a place with a respectable family. Although the Lawrence sisters probably left the mansion at this same time, Emily hinted in her history that Sarah and Maria received less severe treatment from Emma. Emma and Joseph celebrated their 17th wedding anniversary with a dancing party at the mansion house on January 18. 5 days later Joseph leased his hotel to Ebenezer Robinson, reserving several rooms for his family. One of Joseph's detractors stated that Joseph gave up the mansion house to Ebenezer Robinson because Emma made him turn out his spiritual wives who were living there. This allegation is supported by Jane Elizabeth Manning, the black woman who remembered staying with Emma and Joseph until after they broke up the mansion early in 1844. Emma had continued to participate in the regular meetings of the Endowment Council throughout this stormy period. Joseph had never linked the endowment with plural marriage, and Emma didn't either. According to Heber C. Kimball, endowments for women were conducted in Emma's bedroom. Kimball recorded that January 1844, my wife Violet and many females was received into the holy order and was washed and anointed by Emma. George A. Smith's wife Bathsheba remembered Emma saying, "Your husbands are going to take more wives, and unless you consent to it, you must put your foot down and keep it there." Bathsheba added that much more was said in regard to plural marriage at that time by Sister Emma Smith, who seemed opposed to the principle. In 1876 John Taylor recalled, Emma Smith, at first, professed having faith in the revelation on celestial marriage, but afterwards forsook it, using her influence to pervert the minds of the sisters and set them against it. She tried it with my wife. Taylor said Leonora told me many things Emma Smith had told her. When I met Joseph I said, "Brother Joseph, do you know that Sister Emma has been talking thus and so to my wife, and telling her such and such things and said that you have denied the revelation yourself?" Brother Taylor, Joseph is reported to have answered, Sister Emma would dethrone Jehovah himself, if she could, for the accomplishment of her purposes. Emma became increasingly outspoken. A young woman from Carthage reported, "My sister went into the hotel parlor to await the call to breakfast. 10 or 12 young women were assembled here, laughing and talking. Mrs. Emma Smith presently joined them, and recognizing my sister, whom she had met before, entered into conversation with her. Upon my sister asking, 'Mrs. Smith, where does your church get this doctrine of spiritual wives?' her face flushed scarlet, and her eyes blazed as she replied, 'Straight from hell, Madame.' Some of the young women blushed too, others giggled, and still others were stolid and indifferent. Emma was not alone in opposing plural marriage. Lucy A. Young, married to Brigham's brother Phineas, wrote, "With a sad heart I found all the married people at liberty to choose new companions if they so desired. There was marrying and giving in marriage, for the first wife was expected to give others to her husband unless she rebelled as I did. There were queens and queens of queens in those days, but I lost my queenship by not giving my husband the women he desired, but he got them all the same." She voiced the dread of many women, that their men would take new wives in spite of their opposition. Cynthia Osborne's husband wrote, "The doctrine of polygamy was repugnant to her, and the thoughts of going to the body of the church with her daughters she could hardly endure." Arrowet Hale observed Emma's and Joseph's conflict over the issue and later recorded, "A great many of the saints in these days think that the prophet wife Emma Hale Smith was a bad woman, that she tried to poison the prophet. There never was a more dutiful woman than Emma Smith was to her husband till after the prophet had made public the revelation of celestial marriage. He began to take to himself other wives. This proved a great trial to her. How many women is there in our day after 30 or 40 years that it does not try to the heart spare? The prophet Joseph said that she was a good woman and that he would save her if he had to go into the bowels of hell to get her. Emma would and did go before judges, rulers and governors to plead for her husband. She would have laid her life down for him. With the young wives gone from the mansion house, Emma's love for Joseph, which was so evident to Arrowet Hale, found room for expression. Within a month she became pregnant. Emma knew, however, that having Joseph's other wives out of her sight did not necessarily mean they were out of his thoughts, or his reach. Without question, Emma also understood the implications for her children if plural marriage continued. She saw the possibility that her sons might, in due time, be expected to participate in it. Julia, who would soon be 13, was approaching womanhood. Would a man twice her age take her as a plural wife before she was out of her teens? Would she be confined to back bedrooms and secret attics to bear her children? Did Emma also wonder how long she could protect her children from swirling gossip? Julia would eventually feel slander's sting and write to one of her Murdoch brothers, John, "Did you have any idea of the opinion of people here in regard to my birth? It has been a received opinion that Joseph Smith was my father, but that mother was some unfortunate girl that was betrayed by him. Is not that enough to make me miserable to have such a stain on my mother's name?" In the past Emma had compromised her feelings, had concealed the practice of plural marriage from public knowledge, and had even cooperated in giving Joseph other wives. But apparently, She reached the limits of tolerance as she envisioned her children's futures. Ridding her home of Joseph's plural wives was not enough. She needed a way to influence the majority of the women in Nauvoo, those whose husbands and daughters had not yet been taught the principle of plurality, to help her put a stop to the practice. Through no doing of her own, the opportunity presented itself. In late February, an incident in the city court thrust Emma back into the public light. Hale Smith lodged a complaint that one Orsimus F. Bostwick had used slanderous language concerning Hiram and certain females of Nauvoo. Specifically, Bostwick said he could take a half bushel of meal and get what accommodation he wanted with almost any woman in the city. Emma and the women of Nauvoo were irate. Francis M. Higbee, attorney for Bostwick, took the man's appeal to Carthage. To counter the unfavorable publicity, Joseph relied on William W. Phelps for help. His diary entry for February 28, 1844, reads, Phelps writing on O. F. Bostwick for women. Joseph called a general meeting at the temple and Phelps presented the document, titled A Voice of Innocence from Nauvoo, which refuted Bostwick's accusations. The assembly approved it with 2 laudaments. Joseph intended the statement to be for the women, and Emma soon presented it to the Relief Society. At 10 o'clock on March 9, Emma opened the first meeting of the Relief Society in 1844. She explained that the women had met to lend their collective voice to a proclamation that countered Orsimus Bostwick's slander of Hale Smith. Emma read The Voice of Innocence from Nauvoo aloud to the group. The flowery language condemned the blasting breath and poisonous touch of debauchers, vagabonds, and rakes, who have jammed themselves into our city to offer strange fire at the shrines of infamy, disgrace and degradation. It called for the whole virtuous female population of the city with one voice to declare that the seducer of female chastity, the slanderer of female character, or the defamer of the character of the heads of the church, the prostitute, or their pimps shall have no place in our houses, in our affections, or in our society. The people should view with unqualified disapprobation and scorn the conduct of any man or woman, whether in word or deed, that reflects dishonor upon the poor persecuted mothers, widows, wives and daughters of the saints of Nauvoo. Emma received a unanimous positive vote from the women, who were willing to receive the principles of virtue, keep the commandments of God, and uphold the President. In putting down iniquity, with a remark that may have seemed pointed toward Elizabeth Whitney and Violet Kimball, whose young daughters had married Joseph, Emma told the women, "It is high time for mothers to watch over their daughters and exhort them to keep the path of virtue." The meeting adjourned to reconvene at 1 o'clock. The afternoon session differed from the earlier one only in the emphasis Emma placed on Joseph's public statements. When he preaches against vice, take heed of it, she urged the women. He means what he says. She concluded by asking everyone to use her common senses, forget what had passed, and reform. The meeting a week later, on March 16, convened for the same purpose as the former 2. Emma again read The Voice of Innocence and told the women bluntly to cleanse their hearts and ears, adding, "We must throw the mantle of charity around to shield those who will repent and sin no more." Adeptly employing the system of public denial that others had used earlier, she stated that some still taught John C. Bennett's spiritual wife system as the doctrine of Joseph, but reminded the women that if they wanted to know Joseph's doctrine they could find it in the Book of Mormon and the Doctrine and Covenants, which, at that time, did not contain the revelation on plural marriage. Then Emma read the Church Presidency's original letter to the Relief Society, written in 1842, "We therefore warn you, and forewarn you, we do not want anyone to believe anything as coming from us contrary to the old established morals and virtues, and scriptural laws. All persons pretending to be authorized by us are and will be liars and base impostors, and you are authorized to denounce them as such. Whether they are prophets, seers, or revelators, patriarchs, 12 apostles, you are alike culpable and shall be damned for such evil practices." At 1 o'clock the Relief Society met again. Emma told the women that none should adopt the propositions she was about to read unless they were willing to maintain their integrity through time and eternity. She then presented both The Voice of Innocence and the Presidency's letter, stating that the 2 documents contained the principles the Society had started upon, but she was sorry to have to say all had not adhered to them. Referring to Joseph's original charge to search out iniquity, Emma reminded the women that she was president of the society by the authority of Joseph. The minutes record, If there ever was any authority on earth to search out iniquity, she had it, and had it yet. Emma urged the women to follow the teachings of Joseph Smith, as he taught them from the stand, implying that his private teachings should be disregarded. Reminding them that there could not be stronger language than that, just read, she emphasized that those were Joseph's words. The meeting adjourned until a more suitable place could be obtained to accommodate the 12 or 1400 members in all. The Voice of Innocence was published in the Nauvoo Neighbor March 20, but the Relief Society did not meet again in Nauvoo. In those last meetings Emma had reaffirmed the traditional Christian standards of marriage, using Joseph's public denials of polygamy, his own letter, and the Voice of Innocence to give every woman present a valid reason for avoiding plural marriage. When Emma had the women take a public oath with their hands raised in support of virtue, she caused enough consternation in the men's councils to stop the Relief Society meetings. The women would not have their own organization again for more than a decade. The official history of the Relief Society erroneously states, the operations were suspended in 1844 due to the various calamities which befell the saints. Within a year Brigham Young would say, when I want sisters or the wives of the members of the church to get up Relief Society, I will summon them to my aid. But until that time let them stay at home, and if you see females huddling together, veto the concern, and if they say Joseph started it all, tell them it is a damned lie, for I know he never encouraged it. John Taylor said the reason why the Relief Society did not continue from the first organization was that Emma Smith, the Pres, taught the sisters that the principle of celestial marriage as taught and practiced by Joseph Smith was not of God. If the minutes are reasonably accurate, Emma did not teach this. She never mentioned celestial marriage as taught and practiced by Joseph, but she did point out a rationale by which some women could come to that conclusion. Eliza R. Snow offered another view of the Nauvoo Relief Society when she later told a group of women in the Salt Lake Valley that she wished to correct one error. It has been said that the society in Nauvoo did more harm than good, but it was not so. Emma Smith gave it up so as not to lead the society in error. The society did a great deal of good, saved a great many lives. Sometime that spring of 1844, George J. Adams hurried from the red brick store to the mansion to find Emma. He exclaimed, "The matter is now settled. We now know who Joseph's successor will be. It is little Joseph, for I have just seen him ordained by his father." No extant account relates Emma's reaction to the news, or if it was news at all. Perhaps Joseph had told her beforehand. Details of the ceremony, however, were preserved by James Whitehead, financial clerk for Joseph. Whitehead told a friend, William W. Blair, in 1873 that he was in the outer office at the time, but he heard others discuss the ordination. Later, under oath, he remembered there were about 25 people in attendance. Whitehead said Hale Smith anointed the boy and his father blessed him and ordained him, and Newell Whitney poured the oil on his head, and he was set apart to be his father's successor in office, holding all the powers his father held. As an old man, Joseph could not recall specifics of the blessing, but wrote, "I was called into the room over my father's store in Nauvoo and was there anointed with oil and blessed by my father, and the privileges and callings to fit one to succeed him were conferred by name upon me. I was publicly acknowledged by my father to be his successor, on the stand in Nauvoo in the presence of hundreds, possibly thousands of people." James Whitehead remembered Joseph announcing that I am no longer their prophet, and described him putting his hand on young Joseph's head, and saying, "This is your prophet, I am going to rest." Earlier Joseph had designated other successors, Sidney Rigdon on April 19, 1834, David Whitmer on July 8, 1834, Oliver Cowdery on December 5, 1834, and Hale Smith on January 19, 1841, and July 16, 1843. In addition, Joseph had continued to give the Quorum of the 12 more responsibility and power. On August 16, 1841, during a special conference, Joseph said, "The 12 should be called upon to stand in their place next to the first presidency." Wilford Woodruff commented in his diary, "The temporal business of the church is laid on the hands of the 12. In November 1843, Joseph had administered the second anointing or fullness of the priesthood to Brigham Young, the senior member of the Quorum. By the end of January all but 3 of the 12 had received the ordinance. These men now held the authority to perform all ordinances of the church, as well as to administer the church's temporal business. Thus, Joseph had given the keys of the kingdom to the 12 and a blessing of succession to his oldest son. In the midst of the turmoil with the Relief Society, Emma watched Joseph launch a new effort by declaring himself a candidate for President of the United States in the 1844 election. Joseph needed a running mate and chose a man he had never met, James Arlington Bennett, who operated a school in New York. Interested in the Mormons, he frequently wrote favorable editorial comments about them under assumed names, but he claimed ineligibility for the vice presidency. Joseph eventually chose Sidney Rigdon and escaped meeting James Arlington Bennett in person, but Emma would not be so fortunate. Meanwhile, a traveler named Joseph H. Jackson returned to Nauvoo in March with the express intent of gaining the confidence of the prophet, that I might discover and disclose to the world his real designs and the nature of his operations. To accomplish this, Jackson said he had to practice deception but felt the end justified the means. In his expose he said he presented himself to Joseph Smith as a fugitive from Georgia and sought Joseph's protection in return for being of great service to him. But Joseph's diary for the date of their meeting indicates that Jackson introduced himself as a Catholic priest. Although Jackson never joined the church, he claimed that Joseph admitted him into all of his secret counsels, and was confided in so far, that he disclosed to me every act of his life. Joseph's early opinion of Jackson was that he was rotten-hearted, but by Christmas time, when Jackson remarked that he was almost persuaded to be one with Joseph, the prophet's response was that he was not only almost, but altogether. But Jackson's name never appeared on any roll, in any minutes, or in any diary or journal entry referring to councils of the church, secret or otherwise. Lucy Smith's history states that Jackson had asked Hiram's permission to marry his daughter Lavina but was rebuffed, and when Joseph refused to intervene, he entered into a conspiracy against the whole Smith family. In the wake of Jackson's aborted courtship, he claimed that Joseph confided to him that he had been attempting to get Mrs. William Law for a spiritual wife. He explained that for the purpose of effecting his object Joseph got up a revelation that Law was to be sealed up to Emma, and that Law's wife was to be his. In other words, there was to be a spiritual swap. Jackson commented that Joseph had never before suffered his passion for any woman to carry him so far as to be willing to sacrifice Emma for its gratification. As an old man in 1887, William Law said, "Joseph Smith never proposed anything of the kind to me or to my wife. Both he and Emma knew our sentiments in relation to spiritual wives and polygamy, knew that we were immovably opposed to polygamy in any and every form." Yet while Law denied that Joseph offered him to Emma, he believed the rumor had its base in a story that Joseph offered to furnish his wife, Emma, with a substitute for him, by way of compensation for his neglect of her, on condition that she would stop her opposition to polygamy and permit him to enjoy his young wives in peace and keep some of them in the house. Some writers have speculated that Joseph offered Emma a plural husband as a test of some sort. This view is based on a verse in the plural marriage revelation directed specifically to Emma, "A commandment I give unto my handmaid, Emma Smith, your wife, whom I have given unto you, that she stay herself and partake not of that which I commanded you to offer unto her, for I did it, saith the Lord, to prove you all, as I did Abraham." This particular verse is ambiguous as it stands and was recorded nearly a year before the incident with the Laws reportedly occurred. Its meaning remains a mystery. A contemporary named Alexander Newell reported that William Law wished to be sealed to his wife for eternity, but Joseph answered no because Law was an adulterous person. Newell wrote in his journal on May 24, 1844. Some days after Mr. Smith was going toward his office, Mrs. Law stood in the door and beckoned to him as no one but herself was in the house. She, drawing her arms around him, said, "If you won't seal me to my husband, seal myself unto you." He said, "Stand away," and pushing her gently aside, giving her a denial and going out. When Mr. Law came home to inquire who had been there in his absence, she said no one but Brother Joseph. He then demanded what had passed. Mrs. Law then said Joseph wanted her to be married to him. Young Joseph, as an adult, remembered Jane Law being petite, handsome, full of snap, energy and dash. Joseph Lee Robinson's journal reported that his brother Ebenezer's wife Angeline had some time before this watched Brother Joseph the prophet, had seen him go into some house that she had reported to Sister Emma. According to property records and early maps, Ebenezer and Angeline Robinson lived across the street within sight of the laws. Ebenezer Robinson's brother reported that it was at a time when Emma was very suspicious and jealous of Joseph for fear he would get another wife, and when Emma learned about Joseph's clandestine visits she was determined he should not get another wife. If he did she was determined to leave, and when she heard of Joseph visiting another woman she became very angry and said she would leave and was making preparations to go to her people in the state of New York. It came close to breaking up his family. Robinson noted that he succeeded in saving her at that time, but the prophet felt dreadful bad over it. Joseph took immediate steps to stop the flow of information from Angeline Robinson to Emma. He went to Ebenezer Robinson and discussed the matter, but Angeline did not give him any satisfaction and Ebenezer refused to reprove his wife. Joseph sent Angeline and Ebenezer Robinson to Philadelphia for the purported purpose of Ebenezer's being Sidney Rigdon's printer. Joseph Lee Robinson summarized, "There was something wrong or Joseph would not have sent him away that way and with that man." But Ebenezer thought sure his character stood clear in the eyes of the prophet. On this same day the church leaders excommunicated William and Jane Law for unchristian-like conduct. What was Emma's part in the incident with William and Jane Law? Did she ask for William as a spiritual husband? William Clayton indicated a year earlier that in an argument with Joseph over his wives Emma had countered that if he would indulge himself she thought she might too, but no evidence, other than the word of the unprincipled Jackson, links her to William Law or anyone else. Law soon formed another church based on the Book of Mormon without the entanglements of plural marriage and with himself as head. Plural marriage was not the only point of departure with Joseph. Law had begun to chafe under the church's increasing power over the social, economic, and political lives of the members. He saw these powers as overshadowing the members' freedom of choice in an ever-widening sphere. Word of Emma's and Joseph's domestic difficulties spread to outside sources. When Emma left on a steamboat for St. Louis on April 19, 1844, the day after the Law's excommunication, Joseph wrote that she left to purchase goods, but the press discovered that Emma was traveling down the river alone. On April 23 the St. Louis Republican announced that the Mormon prophet Joe Smith has turned his wife out of doors for being in conversation with a gentleman of the sect which she hesitated or refused to disclose. The news release was picked up and reprinted throughout the country. The Boston Post published a clarification, explaining that Joe Smith's wife did not leave him for good, she only went to St. Louis on business and has returned to Mahomet. This account was not widely published, and the impression that Emma and Joseph had separated remained with many people. But the citizens of Nauvoo knew differently. One young woman, Amira Covey, wrote to her sister in Michigan, "Joseph's wife is not very well. The report about her being turned out of doors is false. Never could a man use a wife better than he has her. I presume you hear a great deal that is not true, but what I have written you is correct." After a 5-day visit in St. Louis, Emma entered the main room of the mansion house. On April 24, a bar, complete with counter, shelves, and glasses for serving liquor, stood in the room. Porter Rockwell reigned supreme over it. Emma sent her 11-year-old son into a meeting to tell Joseph she wished to speak with him. She waited in the hall. "Joseph, what is the meaning of that bar in this house?" Emma asked with restraint obvious to her young son, who later recorded the confrontation. Joseph explained that a new building across the street was planned for Porter Rockwell's bar and barbershop, but until it could be completed Rockwell had set up the bar in the mansion. "How does it look for the spiritual head of a religious body to be keeping a hotel in which a room is fitted out as a liquor-selling establishment?" she asked earnestly. Joseph countered that all hotels had their bars. The arrangement was only temporary, and he wanted to make up for Rockwell's months in prison. Unconvinced, Emma told Joseph he could hire someone to run the mansion for him. "As for me," she continued, "I will take my children and go across to the old house and stay there, for I will not have them raised up under such conditions as this arrangement imposes upon us, nor have them mingle with the kind of men who frequent such a place. You are at liberty to make your choice, either that bar goes out of the house, or we will." Faced with the ultimatum he did not want to accept, Joseph answered, "Very well, Emma, I will have it removed at once." Soon a frame structure, designed to house the bar and barbershop, began to rise across the street. Had Joseph acquiesced so easily to halting plural marriages? He apparently did not take additional wives after November 1843, but evidence is conflicting as to whether he intended to abandon the practice, as Emma believed, or whether he found it expedient to let his opponents think he was abandoning it. William Marks, who had never embraced the principle, said that Joseph approached him one day late in the spring and invited him to a secluded place to talk. "We are a ruined people," Marks quoted Joseph as saying. "This doctrine of polygamy or spiritual wife system, that has been taught and practiced among us, will prove our destruction and overthrow. I have been deceived, in reference to its practice. It is wrong, it is a curse to mankind, and we shall have to leave the United States soon, unless it can be put down." Marks further stated that Joseph asked him to go to the High Council and prefer charges against all who practiced the doctrine, while Joseph would preach against it, with all my might, and in this way we may rid the Church of this damnable heresy. But when Marks told others about these conversations with Joseph, rumors surfaced that he was about to apostatize. His statements were pronounced false by the 12 and disbelieved. The minutes of an 1867 meeting within the reorganized church refer to this issue. A man named Hugh Herringshaw has heard Joseph tell the 12 that they must abandon polygamy and turned to Brigham Young and asked if he was willing to do so. Young said he had been asleep. Then Joseph spoke upon the matter as only he could talk, denouncing the doctrine of polygamy. Brigham replied that he and Taylor had determined what course they would pursue. A year earlier, in 1866, Brigham Young had conceded. Joseph was worn out with it, but as to his denying any such thing, I never knew that he denied the doctrine of polygamy. Some have said that he did, but I do not believe he ever did. Joseph's niece said he finally awoke to a realization of the whole miserable affair and tried to withdraw from and put down the evil into which he had fallen. Sarah Scott, a young immigrant from Massachusetts, wrote home to her mother about the situation. "Mr. Haven, her brother-in-law, told me that those doctrines tried his faith very much till he heard Hale Smith explain them, and now or then he thought it was right. But in late May or early June Hale denied that he and Joseph had the revelation concerning it, but said that it referred to ancient times, and was published so, in the Neighbor. After I saw it I said to Mr. Haven, 'What do you think of that?' He said that he supposed Hale saw what a disturbance it was making and thought he would say it on account of there being such excitement. But whether or not Joseph preached against plural marriage, he continued to teach it in private, and to authorize new marriages, indicating that he had not abandoned the practice." Emma became ill in the middle of May. By the 17th Joseph missed a caucus supporting his candidacy for president to be with her. 3 days later she was described as very sick and Joseph spent most of the day with her. On the 21st Joseph rode out on the prairie with Porter Rockwell to escape an officer with a subpoena. William Clayton said Emma was angry because Joseph left her. Joseph's history reads, "I was at home towards night with Emma, who is somewhat better." On the 23rd he optimistically noted, "Emma rather better." On the same day as Emma's improvement, Willard Richards came with the news that a grand jury in Carthage had a bill against Joseph for adultery that was established on the testimony of William Law. The charge was a blow, and it came only 2 days after Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, and 100 other loyal men had left Nauvoo for the East to campaign for Joseph's presidency. The bill from Carthage, coupled with his own nagging ill health, seemed to have pressured Joseph greatly. In a speech on Sunday, May 26, he defended himself with angry exaggeration. He defied his opponents. "I have more to boast of than any man. I am the only man that has ever been able to keep a whole church together since the days of Adam." Comparing himself to Paul, John, Peter and Jesus, he asserted, "I boast that no man ever did a work as I. The Latter-day Saints never ran away from me yet." This new holy prophet William Law has gone to Carthage and swore that I had told him that I was guilty of adultery. This spiritual wifeism, why, a man dares not speak or wink, for fear of being accused of this. Joseph then produced a scapegoat for the predicament he faced. Although the voice of innocence was written in his office by W. W. Phelps, Joseph told the congregation that he never had any problems with the men who opposed him until that Female Relief Society brought out the paper against adulterers and adulteresses. In the rambling discourse Joseph alternately defended himself, scoffed at William Law, and pleaded for his people's loyalty. "I have set your minds at liberty by letting you know the things of Jesus Christ. When I shrink not from your defense, will you throw me away for a new man who slanders you? I love you for your reception of me." During this period, the men who supported William Law's attempts to reform the church had ordered their own printing press. William and Wilson Law, two brothers named Foster, and the two sons of Judge Elias Higbee opposed Joseph, and they found other persons dissatisfied with the conditions in Nauvoo. They issued a prospectus for a new newspaper that promised to inform the readers of the many gross abuses exercised under the pretended authorities of the Nauvoo City Charter. The publishers announced that they advocated the repeal of the Nauvoo charters and intended to censure and decry gross moral imperfections wherever they may be found, either in the plebeian, patrician, or self-constituted monarch. The first and only issue of the Nauvoo Expositor appeared on June 7, 1844. The front page stated, "We all verily believe, and many of us know of a surety, that the religion of the Latter-day Saints, as originally taught by Joseph Smith, which is contained in the Old and New Testaments, Book of Covenants, and Book of Mormon, is verily true. But we have many items of doctrine, as now taught, some of which, however, are taught secretly and denied openly, which considerate men will treat with contempt." The expositor disclosed the methods by which women were approached to become plural wives and described the general situation of polygamous women in Nauvoo as seen through the eyes of the publishers. To challenge them, Joseph would have had to make a public disclosure of plural marriage. The newspaper attacked Nauvoo's political system, criticized some church doctrines, and listed 14 points of proposed reform. Law had underestimated the devotion of Joseph's followers, who now saw Law as an enemy rather than a reformer. Joseph called a city council meeting to consider what should be done about the expositor, and on June 10 the council issued an order to Joseph to abate the said nuisance. Joseph ordered the marshal and the legion to destroy the press. By 8 o'clock in the evening a posse and a group of citizens gathered in front of the mansion house to report that they had dumped the press, type, and printed sheets into the street. Joseph blessed them in the name of the Lord and promised that not a hair of their heads should be hurt. The publishers of the Expositor left town immediately. It had been only a few months since Emma exacted a promise from Joseph to rid her home, and the church, of plural wives. The child she was now expecting seemed a confirmation of that reconciliation. But Emma's short-lived peace grumbled around her. The day after the destruction of the press, a mass meeting convened in Carthage. Indignant over the Mormon breach of the Bill of Rights, the crowd resolved to exterminate, utterly exterminate, the wicked and abominable Mormon leaders, the authors of our troubles. A war of extermination should be waged, to the entire destruction, if necessary for our protection of his adherents. On June 12 Thomas Sharp published a frenzied editorial in the Warsaw Signal, "War and extermination is inevitable. Citizens arise, one and all. Can you stand by and suffer such infernal devils to rob men of their property and rights, without avenging them? We have no time for comments, every man will make his own. Let it be made with powder and balls." Joseph and the Nauvoo City Council had unleashed a tornado which threatened to suck them into its vortex. Final farewell, June 12 to 28, 1844. Details of Emma's role in events during the next few days are critical to understanding later accusations leveled at her. When Brigham Young and other leaders tried to reconstruct this period, they relied on reminiscences in which Emma's actions were often interpreted unfavorably. On June 12 Joseph and 17 others were arrested on charges stemming from the destruction of the press. Judge Daniel H. Wells, a friendly non-Mormon, acquitted them all. Word soon arrived at the mansion house that ruffians had crossed the river from Iowa and Missouri in pursuit of Joseph, while crowds gathered at Warsaw and Carthage. Fiery speakers whipped emotions to a peak. Violet Kimball wrote to Heber, who was still on a mission, "I have been thrown into such confusion I knew not what to write. Nothing is to be heard of but mobs collecting on every side. The Laws and Fosters, and most of the dissenting party with their families left here a day or two after their press was destroyed. Between 3,000 and 4,000 brethren have been under arms here the past week." When men with eyes intent and jaws set trapped on Emma's door bearing news and messages for Joseph, the accounts were strikingly similar to those of past events in Missouri. She must have kept her home atmosphere calm, for the children later had difficulty remembering those days even though Julia, age 13, and young Joseph, 11 and a half, certainly were old enough to be aware of unusual events. Joseph responded to lynching threats by declaring martial law and calling out the Legion. Dressed in his uniform, he reviewed his militia as they marched past the mansion on June 18 and stopped smartly in front of Porter Rockwell's partially completed bar and barbershop. Joseph climbed up the framework, then spoke for an hour and a half, warning the crowd of approaching danger. "Will you all stand by me to the death, and sustain at the peril of your lives, the law of our country, and the liberties and privileges which our fathers have transmitted unto us, sealed with their sacred blood?" The people shouted, "Aye." With a swift motion he drew his sword and thrust it up. "I have unsheathed my sword with a firm and unalterable determination that this people shall have their legal rights, and be protected from mob violence, or my blood shall be spilt upon the ground like water, and my body consigned to a silent tomb." Emma saw little of Joseph in the following 4 days. He spent most of his time sequestered in his office, planning a defensive strategy. Aware that in a short time he could be arrested again, he gathered affidavits in his behalf and wrote to Governor Ford explaining his actions in the destruction of the expositor. A second letter requested that Ford investigate the matter himself in Nauvoo. At Joseph's request, Hiram wrote Brigham Young on June 17, informing him of the deteriorating situation in the city. He told the 12 to return immediately with a little powder, lead and a good rifle packed away in their luggage. But Joseph waited 3 crucial days before he released Hiram's letter. When Joseph retreated to his office, he assigned Alpheus Cutler and Reynolds Cahoon to guard the door. Emma moved into her usual role in times of crisis. She acted as a liaison between him and anyone intruding into his privacy, carried messages to him, and apprised him of the outside situation. Some did not understand her assigned role. When Anson Call offered to help, Joseph sent him and David Evans 80 miles to Knoxville to deliver an affidavit and letter to Jesse B. Thomas, judge of the circuit court, requesting clarification of Thomas's earlier instructions about Joseph's legal rights. The 2 men returned to the mansion on June 20 with a letter from Judges Thomas, but the guards refused them entry to Joseph's office. When Anson Call insisted, Cutler and Cahoon disappeared inside. After they returned, the 4 men argued sharply, but Call and Evans refused to leave until they had personally delivered the letter. A few minutes later Lorenzo Wasson appeared and said Emma would see them. "You have a letter for Joseph, haven't you?" Emma asked. The 2 men agreed and insisted they see Joseph. Anson Call remembered that she used many arguments and persuasions, and we left the room and counseled together and concluded to give her the letter. Emma broke the seal and read the contents in the presence of the 5 men. Call later reconstructed the message from memory. "I find that you were mistaken in the instructions I gave you while at Nauvoo. Now sir, I know of no course for you to pursue to answer the requirements of the law but to suffer yourself to be taken by the officer holding the writ and go before the justice of the peace who issued the same and have an investigation of the matter. It is the officer's duty to protect you." Call and Evans left the mansion harboring the notion that Emma acted without Joseph's authority. In his autobiography, written years later, Call suggested that, because Willard Richards did not remember seeing the letter from Judges Thomas, Emma did not give it to Joseph. Characteristically, Emma was steady in a crisis. Undoubtedly, she gave Joseph the letter. He probably gave it a glance but chose not to give himself up. Meanwhile Governor Ford decided to investigate the volatile situation himself and rode to Carthage. From there he wrote Joseph on June 22, "Your conduct in the destruction of the press was a very gross outrage upon the laws and the liberties of the people. It may have been full of libels, but this did not authorize you to destroy." Joseph had asked the governor in an earlier letter to call out the state militia in defense of Nauvoo before mobs attacked. Ford explained, "I can call no portion of the militia for your defense until you submit to the law." Having witnessed the lynching fever in Carthage, he told Joseph, "If you, by refusing to submit, shall make it necessary to call out the militia, I have great fears that your city will be destroyed, and your people many of them exterminated. You know the excitement of the public mind. Do not tempt it too far." Joseph's answer reminded the governor that he had already been tried in Nauvoo for destroying the expositor. "We would not hesitate to stand another trial, were it not that we are confident our lives would be in danger. Some bloodthirsty villain could find his opportunity to shoot. We will make all things right if the government will give us the opportunity. Disperse the mob, and secure to us our constitutional privileges, that our lives may not be endangered when on trial. On the evening of June 22, Emma, now 4 months pregnant, saw to the needs of her family and household. At about 7 o'clock she heard John Taylor and others return from delivering Joseph's message to the governor. Joseph called Hiram, John Taylor, Willard Richards, William Phelps, William Marks, and others to his room, where one of them read Ford's letter aloud. Joseph stalked back and forth across the room. "There is no mercy here," he said. "No," Hiram responded, "just as sure as we fall into their hands, we are dead men." "Yes, what shall we do, Hiram?" "I don't know." Joseph did not speak for a moment, then his countenance brightened. "It is clear to me what to do. All they want is Hiram and myself. We will cross the river tonight." From the Iowa side of the river, he intended to travel east to Washington to place his appeal directly before President Tyler. Joseph directed 2 men to take the Maid of Iowa to the upper landing, put Emma and the children and Hiram's family on the steamer, and head down the Mississippi to the Ohio River, then upstream to Portsmouth, where he would contact them. Although Joseph's own journal, which ends with this date, June 22, 1844, does not mention escaping to the west or the Rocky Mountains, others who later reconstructed the history added that Joseph changed his mind later and decided to go west and all would be well. They also included his plan to meet Emma in Portsmouth, Ohio. If Joseph had intended to go west, he would not have sent Emma and the children 800 miles east to meet him. Portsmouth was the point of departure for Washington. Joseph may have discussed a sanctuary in the west, but a letter he wrote the following day clearly indicates that he had not planned to take a western option then. Around sunset Joseph asked Porter Rockwell to accompany him on a short journey. Porter, who would have followed his beloved prophet anywhere, promptly agreed. A friend had lent Joseph $300. Joseph kept $100 for himself, gave Hiram $100, and split the remainder between Emma and Mary. Emma faced a difficult parting. She feared for Joseph's safety with mobs prowling on both sides of the river. They anxiously discussed escape plans for her and the children. Joseph's grief at leaving his family was deep. As he walked out of the house, Emma saw him pull his handkerchief from his pocket to cover his tears. Rockwell rowed Joseph, Hiram, and Willard Richards in a leaky skiff across the rain-swollen Mississippi. They spent much of the pitch-black night bailing water with their boots. Rockwell returned as soon as Joseph had dictated a message to Emma. He probably arrived at her house before 8 o'clock that morning. The letter informed Emma that 3 men owed Joseph money, including Heber C. Kimball, who had $1,000. He told her she could sell any property in his name for your support and children and mother. Emma read on, "Do not despair. If God ever opens a door that is possible for me, I will see you again. I do not know where I shall go, or what I shall do, but shall, if possible, endeavor to get to the city of Washington. May God Almighty bless you and the children, and mother and all my friends. My heart bleeds." Joseph closed with a quick "no more at present." If you conclude to go to Kirtland, Cincinnati, or any other place, I wish you would contrive to inform me, this evening. Not long after Rockwell left Emma's door, Stephen Markham came and explained that Joseph wanted him to dismiss the legion before dawn so anyone coming from Carthage would not know they were under arms. Markham was also to send Joseph's and Hiram's horses across the river on the 8 o'clock boat Sunday morning. Markham had gone home after disbanding the legion the night before and apparently overslept because it was 9 o'clock when he appeared at the mansion. He should have had the horses on the boat an hour earlier. He found the barn door locked with the horses inside. It was locked for good reason. The night before a posse had ridden into Nauvoo to look for Joseph, promising they would return. Emma saw that no unauthorized person could get to Joseph's horses. In the confusion of his departure, Joseph had given conflicting orders. He had told Porter Rockwell to take the horses across that evening under cover of darkness. Since Rockwell had delivered Joseph's letter before Markham arrived, she no doubt knew the horses were to leave that night and refused to give Markham the key which, he said, was in her pocket. When he threatened to chop the door down, Emma told him, "You may go and deliver yourself up and rest contented that they will get the horses." Stephen Markham left Emma and walked toward the center of town, where a group of agitated men caught his attention. Alpheus Cutler, Reynolds Cahoon, and several others, including Hiram Kimball, were pursuing a heated conversation. Kimball told Markham that he believed Joseph should return to stand trial. "It is a bailable case and there is no danger." Hiram Kimball's concern was for his considerable property holdings in the city. It will lessen the value of property, also ruin a number of men for Joseph to leave, came the argument. They asked Markham to be part of a committee to invite Joseph to come back. Markham refused. "Mind your own business, brethren, and let Joseph alone. I have my orders from him." He then stalked off to fulfill those orders by giving himself up. At Markham's departure, Reynolds Cahoon and Hiram Kimball headed toward the mansion house. They met Wandle Mace and his brother in the street near Emma's home. Kimball and Cahoon were very much excited, and thought it was absolutely necessary that Joseph should return. Mace related in his journal, "If Joseph don't come back, the governor will put the city under martial law, and then nothing can be brought into the city, neither can anything be taken out, and then what will all our property be worth?" Wandle Mace countered, "We should not for the sake of a little property, be so selfish as to push him into the very jaws of death." Cahoon and Kimball turned toward the mansion. The Mace brothers watched them stop outside the gate, absorbed in conversation. "We both felt the impression that they were going to persuade Sister Emma, Joseph's wife, to write to him and prevail on him to return. This feeling came upon us so forcibly, we were very uneasy." Emma, meanwhile, had tried to make an accurate assessment of the situation because she needed to let Joseph know her plans by nightfall. The 20-man posse from Carthage had returned shortly after Markham left the mansion and told her that if Joseph and Hiram did not give themselves up, Governor Ford would send his troops and guard the city until they were found, if it took 3 years to do it. Valeen Kimball's anxieties were as high as Emma's. Some were tried almost to death to think Joseph should leave them in the hour of danger. "I have not felt frightened, neither has my heart sunk within me until I heard Joseph sent word back for his family to follow him, and B.R. Whitney's family were packing up, not knowing but they would have to go," she wrote Heber. "Their Joseph's and Hiram's giving themselves up, is all that will save our city from destruction." Emma's sense of danger was also keen. But when James W. Wood, Joseph's trusted attorney, arrived with a pledge from Governor Ford for her husband's safety and a fair trial, Emma's concern may have lessened. It was in this state of mind that Reynolds Cahoon and Hiram Kimball found her. She listened to them, then wrote to Joseph. She asked her nephew, Lorenzo Wasson, to go with the 2 men to find Porter Rockwell, who would take them across the river. The 4 men reached Joseph at 1 o'clock that same afternoon on June 23. Joseph read Emma's letter, then handed it to Hiram. "I know my own business," he said, indicating that his course would be to leave. Reynolds Cahoon snapped, "You always said if the church would stick to you, you would stick to the church. Now trouble comes, and you are the first to run." Hiram Kimball chimed in and the 2 men called Joseph a coward, reminding him that if mobs destroyed their property they would all be homeless. These were cutting words. "If my life is of no value to my friends, it is of none to myself," Joseph replied. He turned to Rockwell, but Porter replied, "You are the oldest and ought to know best. As you make your bed, I will lie with you." Joseph looked at Hiram. "What shall we do? Let's go back and give ourselves up, and see the thing out." Hiram's daughter was to be married that night, and he wanted to be there. Joseph stood silent for a few minutes, then looked at his older brother. "If you go back I will go with you. But we shall be butchered." Most historians have assumed that Emma's letter caused Joseph to return to Nauvoo, but only Joseph and Hiram seem to have read it. It has never been quoted, even in part. William Clayton's diary gives the only clue to the content. Emma sent messengers over the river to Joseph and informed him what they intended to do and urged him to give himself up inasmuch as the gift had offered him protection. But Emma's letter alone did not change his course. Hiram Smith's desire to be at home and Cahoon's and Kimball's name-calling tipped the balance. But Joseph himself must also accept responsibility for his own decision. Obviously, Emma had not expected his return, for she later told a friend, "When he came back, I felt the worst I ever did in my life, and from that time I looked for him to be killed." Others in the city saw it differently. Valeen Kimball wrote to Heber, "Joseph went over the river out of the United States, and composed his mind, and got the will of the Lord concerning him, and that was, that he should return and give himself up for trial. My heart said, Lord bless those dear men, and preserve them from those that thirst for their blood." Joseph stayed with Emma and the children that night. Julia at 13 would never be a beauty, but her brown eyes and thick hair were assets. She was a sensitive girl with a streak of daring and a sense of humor that endeared her to her father. At 8 years, blonde, blue-eyed Frederick looked more like his father than the others. 6-year-old Alexander resembled his mother in coloring and features, as did young Joseph. Young Joseph remembered being called into the large north room of the mansion where his father gave him a blessing similar to the one he had received in the red brick store a year earlier, and said to the assembled group, "If anything should happen to me, you will know who is to be my successor. This, my son, has been blessed and set apart, and will in time succeed me." Brigham Young lateral edged that Emma had Joseph remove his garment of the priesthood before going to Carthage to give himself up the next morning. Since these garments, worn by all the members of the Endowment Council, were seen as unspecified protection for the wearer, the insinuation is that Emma wished Joseph harm. 3 other accounts refute Young's statement. The most reliable of these took place in December 1845, in a Nauvoo temple meeting with 75 newly endowed men and women present. Significantly, Heber C. Kimball presided in the absence of Brigham Young. Until this time the priesthood garment or robe had been worn, for the most part, during participation in the endowment ordinances. After the death of Joseph Smith, minutes kept by William Clayton in the Nauvoo temple show an increasing emphasis put on the now assumed protective power of the garment or robe, with the implication that members would be kept safe from physical harm if they wore it all the time. It was during a discussion of this nature that Elder John Taylor confirmed that Joseph and Hiram and himself were without their robes in the jail at Carthage, while Dr. Richards had his on, but corrected the idea that some had that they had taken them off through fear. W. Phelps said Joseph told him one day about that time, that he had laid aside his garments on account of the hot weather. Kimball ended the discussion by saying that word came to him and to all the 12 about that time to lay aside their garments, and take them to pieces, or cut them up so that they could not be found. Oliver Huntington lived at the mansion at the time, and in his autobiography, he states, Joseph pulled off his priesthood garments just before starting to Carthage to be slain, and he advised Hiram and John Taylor to do the same, which they did. Joseph said before taking them off, that he was going to be killed and he did not want his garments to be exposed to the sneers and jeers of his enemies. Julia Bowen Dalton, who also resided at the mansion at this time, said Joseph stated that it was to be that he should lay down his life as a martyr to the testimony he bore, but that his enemies could not take his life while he was wearing his garments. He took them off before leaving for Carthage. Joseph told members of the household, "I go as a lamb to the slaughter. But if my death will atone for any faults I have committed during my lifetime, I am willing to die." At 6:30 in the morning Joseph, Emma, and the children walked out into the fresh air. Joseph kissed each child goodbye. One witness said Joseph turned to his wife, "Emma, can you train my sons to walk in their father's footsteps?" "Oh, Joseph, you're coming back." Joseph repeated the question and Emma gave the same response, almost as though her saying it would make it so. The third time he asked, Emma's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, Joseph," she said again, "you are coming back." Emma and the children stood together as Joseph hurried through the gate to meet the men who would accompany him and Hiram to Carthage. In the party were John Taylor, Willard Richards, William W. Phelps, Dimmock B. Huntington, Stephen Markham, Dan Jones, the lawyer James W. Wood, Lorenzo Wasson, and several others. Porter Rockwell started out with the group, but Joseph insisted he return to Nauvoo for his own safety. At 2:30 Emma heard the horses return. Joseph had indeed come back, but he was not free. The men had returned to disarm the Nauvoo Legion, at the request of the governor. Leonora Taylor said Joseph tried to persuade his pregnant wife to go to Carthage with him, but she did not go because of her children and her delicate health. He again seemed resigned as he told her, "If they do not hang me, I do not know how they will kill me." A cousin of Joseph's wrote that Joseph returned a third time to bid his family farewell. It seemed that he could hardly leave them, but did it to appease the wrath of the wicked people. It was now nearly 6 p.m. In a day filled with wrenching goodbyes, Emma and Joseph said a final farewell. Emma wanted a blessing from Joseph before he left for Carthage, but there had been no time. Joseph told her to write out the best blessing she could think of and he would sign the same on his return. Perhaps in the evening quiet of June 24 she wrote what she called these desires of my heart. First of all, that I would crave as the richest of heaven's blessings would be wisdom from my heavenly Father bestowed daily, so that whatever I might do or say, I could not look back at the close of the day with regret, nor neglect the performance of any act that would bring a blessing. I desire the Spirit of God to know and understand myself, that I desire a fruitful, active mind, that I may be able to comprehend the designs of God, when revealed through His servants without doubting. I desire a spirit of discernment, which is one of the promised blessings of the Holy Ghost. I particularly desire wisdom to bring up all the children that are, or may be committed to my charge, in such a manner that they will be useful ornaments in the kingdom of God, and in a coming day rise up and call me blessed. I desire prudence that I may not through ambition abuse my body and cause it to become prematurely old and careworn, but that may wear a cheerful countenance, live to perform all the work that I covenanted to perform in the spirit world and be a blessing to all who may in any wise need aught at my hands. I desire with all my heart to honor and respect my husband as my head, ever to live in his confidence and by acting in unison with him retain the place which God has given me by his side, and I ask my heavenly Father that through humility, I may be enabled to overcome that curse which was pronounced upon the daughters of Eve. I desire to see that I may rejoice with them in the blessings which God has in store for all who are willing to be obedient to His requirements. Finally, I desire that whatever may be my lot through life may be enabled to acknowledge the hand of God in all things. This blessing, written in Emma's own hand, was a perceptive and candid self-evaluation. She probably placed the document in Joseph's desk with his other papers where he might find and sign it on his return. The next day a messenger delivered a letter to Emma from Joseph. Myself and Hiram have been again arrested for treason because we called out the Nauvoo Legion, he wrote, but when the truth comes out we have nothing to fear. We all feel calm and composed. The first writ 13 days earlier had been for destruction of the press. But Joseph explained in his June 22 letter to the governor that the Nauvoo court had already acquitted him. The governor sidestepped legal entanglements by making treason the grounds for this second arrest. I think the governor has and will succeed in enforcing the laws, he assured her. In reality, the governor introduced Joseph and Hiram with their full military titles to the Carthage Greys, who threw up hats, drew swords, and shouted obscenities at Joseph and Hiram. Governor Ford should not have been surprised at the outcry. As state attorney from 1830 to 1834 he had attended circuit court in Carthage. He described the townspeople as hard cases with some honorable exceptions. They were not horrified at the idea of taking law into their own hands, that had been done before by neighbors and friends and would be done again. Emma further learned from Joseph's letter that the governor planned to send troops to Nauvoo to protect the citizens. He told her to treat them kindly and ended the letter on a note of optimism. 3 o'clock. The governor has just agreed to march his army to Nauvoo, and I shall come along with him. The prisoners, all that can, will be admitted to bail. The news encouraged Emma, but when a military unit arrived in Nauvoo early the following morning Joseph was not with them. The commander called a public meeting at 10 o'clock. He assured the Mormons, I see no cause of having a military force stationed here unless it is for the apprehension of your fears that a mob will come against you. I was somewhat excited when I left home but am not now, for I see harmony and peace is with you, and I don't think the mob will make an attack on you. True to Joseph's request for kindness, Emma managed breakfast and a noon meal for 40 men and supper for 30. In Carthage Joseph received a report that several men had said the law could not reach them, but powder and ball would. Joseph and the others were not confined to a jail cell but rather to a room called the debtor's apartment on the second story of the gray stone building. That night Joseph and Hiram slept on the only bed while the other 5 men slept on the floor. When a single shot shattered the night stillness, Joseph joined those on the floor. Dan Jones left early to determine the cause of the gunshot and encountered Frank A. Worrell, the officer on duty for the Carthage Greys. We had too much trouble to bring old Joe here to let him escape alive, Worrell sneered. Unless you want to die with him you had better leave before sundown. You'll see that I can prophesy better than old Joe, for neither he nor his brother, nor anyone who will remain with them will see the sun set today. The guards allowed visitors and one smuggled a handgun to Joseph. In Nauvoo Emma awoke on the morning of June 27 with the clear sky promising another warm day. At noon Captain Singleton inspected the unarmed legion, then told the 3,000 men under his command that Ford would be arriving that afternoon. Emma expected Joseph to accompany the governor, but when Ford arrived about 4 o'clock Emma received a letter instead. Joseph had begun dictating it that morning. He told Emma that if the governor went to Nauvoo with his troops she would be protected. "I want you to tell Bro Jonathan Dunham, Lieutenant General of the Legion, to instruct the people to stay at home and attend to their own business, and let there be no groups or gathering together unless by permission of the GIF." He did not mention the unsettling shot the previous night or the antagonism of the Carthage militia. Instead he took the pen in his own hand and added, "I am very much resigned to my lot, knowing I am justified and have done the best that could be done. Give my love to the children and all my friends who inquire after me. As for treason, I know that I have not committed any, and they cannot prove one appearance of anything of the kind, so you need not have any fears that any harm can happen to us on that score. May God bless you all. Amen." He then added a postscript, 20 minutes to 10, "I just learned that the governor is about to disband his troops, all but a guard to protect us and the peace, and come himself to Nauvoo and deliver a speech to the people." This is right, as I suppose. This was ominous news, for in disbanding the Carthage Greys the governor left that anti-Mormon unit without any legal military supervision. Ford later insisted he released the troops for fear they would destroy Nauvoo, but Thomas Gregg, a non-Mormon author of an early Hancock County history, related a conversation between Ford and Colonel Geddes of the Carthage Greys. "Oh, it's all nonsense. You will have to drive these Mormons out yet," Ford said. "If we undertake that, Governor, when the proper time comes, will you interfere?" Geddes asked. "No, I will not," came the reply, "until you are through." With most of the Greys at liberty, Ford marched to Nauvoo with one small unit. When he arrived in Nauvoo, he went directly to the mansion where Emma received him with dignity and courtesy. Joseph's letter suggested giving him a room for a conference. Several members of the High Council and Legion staff has met a short time earlier in that same room. By mistake, Porter Rockwell had left his hat and returned to retrieve it. Inadvertently, he walked in on a conversation between the governor and several of his aides. One man said, "The deed is done before this time." Rockwell's abrupt entry terminated the conversation and the men stood in awkward silence. He lifted his hat from the rack and left. Only later that night would he realize the significance of the comment. When Ford emerged from the room, he ordered the Mormons to gather outside the mansion where he would address them. From the same platform Joseph had used 9 days earlier, the governor told the people, "You ought to be praying saints, not military saints. Depend upon it, a little more misbehavior on the part of the citizens, and the torch which is now already lighted, will be applied, the city may be reduced to ashes, and extermination would inevitably follow." Emma listened with increasing apprehension to the man who had taken the responsibility of safeguarding the Mormon prisoners. Governor Ford ended his speech, then immediately prepared to leave, declining an invitation to stay the night. At 6:30 he and his entourage rode out of Nauvoo, leaving a small unit behind. Emma returned to her work in the mansion house. She fed members of her household and 10 military men as well as several other paying guests who occupied rooms. Lucy Mack Smith and Emma's children prepared for the evening. Porter Rockwell could not sleep that night. With an uneasy feeling, he remembered the statement he had overheard in the governor's conversation at the mansion. Drawn to Carthage strongly enough to disobey Joseph's order to stay home, Rockwell saddled his horse and rode through the darkness. Part way to Carthage he met Lorenzo Wasson and George D. Grant coming toward him. After a brief exchange, Porter wheeled his horse and raced back to Nauvoo. The sound of pounding hooves shattered Nauvoo's pre-dawn silence and echoed from the closed house fronts. The steady, staccato beat and the sound of raspy voice alerted the guard at the temple. As Rockwell drew closer, Anson Call heard his frantic voice screaming, "Joseph is killed. They have killed him. Goddamn them. They have killed him." Moments later Lorenzo Wasson, breathless and covered with dust, told Emma that Joseph was dead. She reeled in horror. The disturbance woke young Joseph, who came through the house to find his cousin Lorenzo with his stunned mother. Emma turned to the boy. Her first difficult task as a widow was to tell the child his father was dead. Room to room, childish face to childish face, grandmother to hired girl, the news spread through the house. Mary Fielding Smith answered a knock at her door at dawn. George Grant told her that Hiram and Joseph had been killed. Mary stepped back and said simply, "It cannot be possible, can it?" "Yes, it is true," Grant answered gently. Mary felt her legs buckle and steadied herself against a bureau. Grant then helped her to a chair. A daughter remembered. The news flew like wildfire through the house. The crying and agony and the anguish and sorrow that were felt can be easier felt than described, but will never be forgotten by those who were called to pass through it. It would be some time before the details were known, but in Carthage witnesses to the scene told their stories. Sometime between 4 and 5 o'clock on June 27, Eudocia Baldwin, a girl with 2 brothers serving in the Greys, heard her brother-in-law exclaim, "A party of men are coming to take Joe Smith from jail, and hang him in the square." The news that something momentous was happening spread quickly through the town. One man told Eudocia, "A party of Mormons are coming to rescue the Smiths and take them to Nauvoo. We fear the guard will all be killed." Eudocia's elder brother was on duty at the jail. Someone shouted, "The Danites are coming for the Smiths." The girl noticed that the men did not move toward the jail but only succeeded in adding to the confusion. In the square an officer attempted unsuccessfully to organize the men into a line. Eudocia's other brother, Tom, suddenly bolted with a shout, "Come on, you cowards, damn you, come on, those boys will be killed." The girl and her mother followed. When Eudocia neared the jail, a mob of men, their faces blackened with gunpowder and water, surged between the 2 women. Mrs. Baldwin believed the men were Mormons and rushed forward to save her sons, but the disguised men trapped her in place as an eyewitness. The guards on the front steps fired toward the attackers, who were less than 20 feet away, yet no one was hit. With no further resistance, the intruders threw the guards to the ground and started up the stairs. Only Joseph, Hiram, John Taylor, and Willard Richards remained in the upper room of the jail. Joseph and Hiram grabbed for hidden guns, then the 4 bolted the door and held it. Unable to gain entry, the mob fired through the wood. A ball hit Hiram on the left side of his nose, shattering bone and flesh and knocking him backward to the floor. "I'm a dead man," he cried as another bullet entered his head from under his chin. Joseph opened the door a crack and fired until the gun chamber clicked empty. Bullets from outside the window sprayed the room. Taylor fell against the windowsill, wounded in the thigh. A shot from outside slammed into his vest pocket watch, stopping the hands at 5:15. Spared by his own timepiece, John Taylor rolled under the bed just as a final bullet opened his hip. He lay half-conscious while blood pooled under him. Joseph leapt for the window as a mob burst through the door, pinning Richards behind it. 2 bullets penetrated Joseph's back as a third entered his chest. With a cry of "Oh Lord, my God!" he lurched through the window, hung on the sill for a moment, then plummeted to the ground below. Only when Eudocia Baldwin's mother saw Joseph's body fall did she realize the attackers were not Mormons, and she turned away, heartsick and terrified. A witness said Joseph raised himself partly up against the side of a well, then slumped over dead. Richards, with only a nick in one earlobe, had carried Taylor to the adjoining cell and covered him with straw. "This is a hard case to lay you on the floor," he explained, "but if your wounds are not fatal, I want you to live to tell the story." He could hear men on the stairs and expected to be killed any moment. Then from outside came the shout, "The Mormons are coming! The Mormons are coming!" The mob fled from the jail, and the streets emptied in the panic that followed. Richards and Taylor were alone in the eerie stillness. Joseph's brother Samuel was one of the first to arrive at the scene of death. Joseph's body still rested against the well. Hiram's lay upstairs. Samuel helped Richards carry the lifeless bodies to the Hamilton Hotel and helped John Taylor. Although virtually every Mormon who kept a journal or wrote letters at the time of Joseph's and Hiram's deaths mentions the murders, all felt their loss so deeply that they were unable to describe their grief. Only a stranger could write of the reactions of the dead men's families in detail. B. W. Richmond, a guest in the mansion, went to comfort the family. When he entered Lucy Smith's room, she approached him shedding no tears. Wrapping her stiff arthritic hands around his, she asked, "Why did they shoot my dear children?" Then turned and gazed out the window. Richmond found the children in another room. Julia and Joseph were on the floor with Alexander and Frederick, leaning over them, mingling their grief in one wild scream of childish despair. He then peered into the room where Emma sat in a chair, her face covered by her hands as she sobbed uncontrollably. A friend, John P. Green, tried to comfort her. "Oh, Sister Emma, God bless you," he said, then laid his hands on her head and blessed her with peace, protection, and resignation. When Emma asked the unanswerable why was Joseph dead, why were her children fatherless, and she a widow, G. Green assured her that the sorrow she bore would be the crown of her life. Emma lifted her head, My husband was my crown. Official word of the tragedy reached Emma soon after daybreak on June 28. Carthage Jail, 8:05 p.m., June 27, 1844. Joseph and Hiram are dead. Taylor wounded, not very badly. I am well. Our guard was forced, as we believe, by a band of Missourians from 100 to 200. The job was done in an instant, and the party fled towards Nauvoo instantly. This is as I believe it. The citizens here are afraid of the Mormons attacking them. I promise them no. W. Richards. John Taylor. John Taylor had requested that the seriousness of his wounds be minimized so as not to alarm his family. The governor had returned to Carthage shortly before midnight. He told the curious few who still milled in the square to disperse, as the Mormons would be so angry they would burn the town. Ford feared the county would erupt in civil war. Expecting Emma to be the intermediary, he had Richards write to the citizens of Nauvoo, "Don't rush out of the city, don't rush to Carthage." Richards told them he had pledged his word that the Mormons would stay at home and no violence will be on their part in the name of the Lord. Be still, be patient. When Emma received the letter from the men in Carthage, she issued a proclamation to the people to remain quiet and peaceable. On Friday, June 28, 2 wagons carrying the bodies of the martyred brothers rolled into Nauvoo. In each wagon box lay a rough pine casket covered with boughs and leaves to shade it from the hot sun. The Nauvoo brass band led the cortege, and an honor guard of 12 men accompanied the wagons. 8,000 people lined the streets as the procession wound through the city. Men and women wept openly. Alan Stout, a former Danite, ached for revenge as he stood with the crowd. I there and then resolved in my mind that I would never let an opportunity slip unimproved of avenging their blood. I knew not how to contain myself, and when I see one of the men who persuaded them to give up to be tried, I feel like cutting their throats. Yet, through strange twists in the writing of history, it would be Emma, not Reynolds Cahoon and Hiram Kimball, who would bear the blame for bringing Joseph back. Emma waited at home. In the distance the faint sound of music from the brass band ushered Joseph home for the last time. Then willing hands carried the bodies inside and the doors were shut. The people would view the martyrs. The next day, William Marks and William and Dimmock Huntington prepared the bodies for burial in a final act of devotion. They dressed the lifeless forms in fine clothes with white neckerchiefs and shrouds. Then the families came in. B.W. Richmond said Emma tried several times to walk across the room, but each time she fainted. Finally, a friend helped her from the room. Then Mary Fielding Smith entered with her 4 children. She trembled at every step, and nearly fell, but reached her husband's body, and kneeled down by him, clasped her arm round his head, turned his pale face upon her heaving bosom, and then a gushing, plaintive wail burst from her lips. "Oh, Hiram, Hiram! Have they shot you, my dear Hiram? Are you dead? Oh! Speak to me, my dear husband." "I cannot think you are dead, my dear Hiram," Richmond said. Her grief seemed to consume her, and she lost all power of utterance. Her 2 daughters, and the 2 young children, clung some to her body, falling prostrate upon the corpse and shrieking in the wildness of their wordless grief. A few minutes later Dimmock Huntington and another man assisted Emma back into the room. Dimmock held his hat up to shield her view of Joseph. The 2 led her over to where Hiram lay and Richmond took her hand and placed it on Hiram's forehead. Emma stood for a minute, then said, "Now I can see him, I am strong now." Unassisted, she walked to Joseph where she kneeled down, clasped him around his face, and sank upon his body. Suddenly her grief found vent, and sighs and groans and words and lamentations filled the room. "Joseph, Joseph," she said, "are you dead? Have the assassins shot you?" Her children, 4 in number, gathered around their weeping mother, and the dead body of a murdered father, and grief that words cannot embody seemed to overwhelm the whole group. Richmond said Emma spoke softly to Joseph and the only words he heard were the ones he recorded. Young Joseph remembered her saying, "Oh, Joseph, Joseph, my husband, have they taken you from me at last?" 24 years later Dimmock Huntington claimed he heard Emma ask Joseph to forgive her. Lucy Smith entered then, sank back, and cried, my God, why hast thou forsaken this family?" She positioned herself between her dead sons, resting a hand on each body. Early the next morning the bodies were placed on the soft white cambric lining of coffins covered in black velvet and studded with brass nails. Squares of glass in the lids protected the faces. At 8 o'clock the doors to the mansion opened, and throughout the entire day an estimated 10,000 mourners filed in the west entrance, through the dining room where the bodies lay, and out through the north door. Scattered among them were some of the brothers' plural wives. Eliza Snow wrote in her life sketch, "To look upon the noble, lifeless forms was a sight that might well appeal the heart of a true American citizen, but what it was for loving wives and children, the loyal heart may feel." B.W. Richmond noticed a lady standing at the head of Joseph Smith's body, her face covered, and her whole frame convulsing with weeping. He identified her as Lucinda Morgan Harris. Ironically, young Joseph stated in his memoirs, "It is a source of gratification to me now to remember that no other woman bowed beside the bodies of these brothers, as wives to mourn and exhibit their grief, save my mother at my father's side and Aunt Mary at the side of my Uncle Hiram. The scene was sacred to their grief and theirs alone." The day seemed endless. When Emma was not occupied with the children she paced the floor and went downstairs occasionally. "I saw Emma walking back and forth in another part of the mansion," one woman wrote to another. "She spoke to me, and I answered her, and then continued on my way." At 5 o'clock the doors swung shut. Emma and Mary with their children and other family members came in for one final look at Joseph's and Hiram's remains. When the family could be ushered out, the cadence suddenly changed. Someone locked the mansion doors. Joseph's head still carried a price in Missouri, and rumors had already reached Nauvoo that enemies might try to mutilate his body to collect the bounty. Men lifted the coffins from outer pine boxes and placed them in a small bedroom to the northeast. Bags of sand quickly replaced the bodies, and Emma Huntington drove sand-filled coffins to a public funeral. At midnight the men carried the inner coffins containing the bodies of Hiram and Joseph to graves in the open basement of the unfinished Nauvoo house. They replaced stones and debris, and a heavy rain drenched the soil that night. By morning nothing remained to indicate the burying place to the bounty-hunting mobs. The Lady and the Lion, Fall 1844. Most widows follow rather predictable behavior as they work through their grief. While their actions are often out of character and may be misunderstood, they are not abnormal. Widows traditionally become extremely concerned about their financial well-being. Indecisive and compulsive, they are sometimes generous about giving away belongings of the deceased, and on other occasions possessive of the most trivial items. Emma would exhibit all these traits, and in doing so would fit the profile of the classic widow, but would not suffer a mental breakdown or become an empty shell, as some writers have suggested. The next 2 years were emotionally taxing and difficult for Emma and Mary Fielding Smith, but no one has suggested that Mary went into deep depression or had a mental breakdown. Yet, at the death of the brothers, the two women reacted similarly. 3 crucial differences set Emma apart from Mary as a widow. First, she had been the wife of the prophet. Second, her personal and financial affairs were intertwined with those of the church. Third, Emma unalterably opposed plural marriage. Mary approved when Hiram married other wives, and she would soon become a plural wife of Heber C. Kimball. These factors determined the separate paths the two women would follow. While Emma and Mary began the adjustment to widowhood, an uneasy calm settled over Hancock County. Both sides remained cautious. The Nauvoo Legion paraded each afternoon at 5. Then stood guard around the city through the night, but no attack came. With John Taylor incapacitated by his wounds, Willard Richards as one of the 12 and William Marks as stake president represented the church leadership. On the last day of June, Willard Richards wrote to Brigham Young in Boston requesting the balance of the 12 to return immediately and urging them to be cautious. William Smith's life, he warned, is threatened with all the Smiths. William Marks, on the other hand, wrote to Sidney Rigdon in Pittsburgh and asked him to come to Nauvoo and take control of the church. Marks may have seen Rigdon as his best hope to rid the church of plural marriage. Whether Marks informed Emma of his plan to bring Rigdon back is not known. Apparently, Lucy Smith worried about Joseph's estate, telling Emma that Joseph's creditors will come forward and use up all the property there is. On July 2, William Clayton found Emma distressed that Lucy was making disturbance over property. Clayton warned Emma of considerable danger if the family begin to dispute about the property. If they will keep still, there is enough to pay the debts and plenty left for other uses. Joseph had left no will. He had made little distinction between his efforts to provide for his family and his efforts to accommodate the converts who flocked to Nauvoo. In buying the original Mormon land purchases in the city, Joseph, Hiram, and Sidney Rigdon had pledged their personal credit, although they clearly intended them for church members. Joseph had also involved himself in business opportunities that ranged from operating stores to owning steamboats. Emma knew that Nauvoo lands had been purchased on long-term credit and the debts were still outstanding at her husband's death. The family's resources were so low that Joseph had borrowed $300 before his death and had given Emma 55 days after his death. Emma gathered together $300 to pay off the debt, probably leaving her with very little money to operate her house. On July 4, Clayton and the lawyer James W. Wood met at Emma's home and examined Joseph's finances. Afterward, Clayton acknowledged that Emma's situation was indeed bleak. Most of the assets were in Joseph's name as trustee in trust for the church. The liabilities were in Joseph's name as private citizen, and Emma was now accountable. When Joseph had applied for bankruptcy in 1842, he listed his debts at $73,066.38. Although most of the 11 people who filed with him, including Hiram, received discharge from all debts, Joseph did not. The others bought back their own property for a few cents on the dollar at the bankruptcy sales. Thus, they retired their debts and still owned their property. When John C. Bennett charged in the local papers that Joseph intended to defraud his creditors, United States Attorney Justin Butterfield singled out his application. Joseph's case was still pending in March 1843 when Congress repealed the law on grounds that it allowed a misapplication of justice. By his own account, Joseph still owed approximately $70,000 over $500,000 in today's dollars when he and Hiram were murdered. Emma had inherited a debt that would plague her for years. She also realized that the financial well-being of many church members, who had settled on much of the original Commerce, Illinois, land purchases, was related to Joseph's estate. As an initial step, James Wood advised Emma to have her deeds recorded in the county records at Carthage to ensure legality. William Clayton opposed this step. When Clayton attended a meeting at William Marks's home in the afternoon of July 4, those present thought that Brother Mark's place is to be appointed president and trustee in trust, and this accords with Emma's feelings. Clayton talked again with both Taylor and Willard Richards on this subject on July 7. They reversed themselves and agreed not to appoint a permanent trustee until the 12 returned, and suggested Clayton be temporary trustee of the church, evidently without consulting Emma. The next day Emma received a letter from New York demanding $6,000 in payment for some old debts. Her financial situation was now becoming urgent. When she saw Clayton later in the day, she told him she objected to an acting trustee and wanted a permanent appointment made that week. On July 12, William Marks and William Clayton discussed appointing a permanent trustee. After Marks left, Newell K. Whitney pointed out that Marks shared Emma's view of plural marriage. Therefore, if Marks were appointed trustee, those most important matters would be removed from the church. Unlike Emma, the men saw the office of trustee in trust as synonymous with that of church president. Emma and William Marks attended a 3 o'clock meeting upstairs in Emma's house. Parley Page Pratt, the first of the 12 to arrive back in Nauvoo, spoke for the quorum at the meeting. Emma asked the group to nominate and appoint a trustee in trust for the whole church, which was not a suggestion that they choose a successor to Joseph as church president. She argued that a delay would endanger much property of a public and private character and perhaps cause a loss of scores of thousands. Pratt protested that such an appointment was the business of the whole church, through its general authorities. He maintained that no such business could be conducted until the rest of the quorum of 12 returned. Someone reminded Pratt again of the members' precarious property situation. To this he replied, "Dollars and cents are no consideration with me. We cannot and will not suffer the authorities and principles of the church to be trampled underfoot, for the sake of pecuniary interest." Pratt could afford his principles, since none of his property came from any of Joseph's land acquirements. He would lose nothing. But he interpreted Emma's efforts to save her property as an intrusion into church affairs. The group did not have authority to choose a trustee and decided to meet again in 2 days. Emma realized the outcome of the current situation would have long-term consequences for her and her children and wanted some voice in the matter. The following day she again insisted to William Clayton that a permanent trustee, who met with her approval, be appointed. She stated that if they did not consider her wishes she would keep the lots in her name, although it seems to have been understood that she held some for the church. She voiced her displeasure at not being treated fairly and stated flatly that she was capable of looking after herself if they were going to trample on her. Eventually Clayton was named acting, but not permanent, trustee for the church. 3 weeks after Joseph's death, Emma, Lorenzo Wasson, and James Wood rode to the courthouse in Carthage, where she filed papers designating her administratrix of her husband's estate and legal guardian of their 4 children. This satisfied her legal obligation as Joseph's widow. In addition to legal matters, another concern occupied Emma. Samuel Smith was very ill. The day of his brother's funeral he had complained of an intense pain in his side that persisted until he was confined to bed. In spite of Samuel's illness and her own pregnancy, the situation of the Lawrence estate made it necessary for Emma to travel to Quincy. Because Joseph had been legal guardian for Sarah and Maria Lawrence, their estate was connected to his. William Clayton as acting trustee accompanied Emma on the riverboat Osprey. The judge said he could not act on the Lawrence case until another guardian was appointed. Unable to complete their business, Emma and Clayton left at midnight, reaching Nauvoo just before noon the next day. Emma came home to a sorrowful household. Samuel Harrison Smith, 36, had died July 30, the day she left. Samuel's wife, Lee Vera, became a widow on her 29th birthday. Pregnant with her 3rd child, whom she lost 3 weeks later, she also cared for Samuel's 3 children. The oldest, Mary B., went to live with Emma and cared for her grandmother until shortly before Lucy died 7 years later. Lucy Mack Smith had reared 6 sons to manhood. Only William still lived, but because his wife was too ill to travel he remained in the East until the following May. In spite of her compounded losses, Lucy comforted her daughters-in-law. "I am convinced that no one but a widow can imagine the feelings of the widows," she told them. When Brigham Young arrived in Nauvoo on August 6, he found Sidney Rigdon already claiming authority to act as guardian of the church because he was Joseph's remaining counselor. That afternoon Rigdon reminded church leaders of his long service and association with Joseph. Brigham told the group that Joseph conferred upon our heads all the keys and powers belonging to the apostleship which he himself held before he was taken away. This, he felt, gave him the keys and the means of obtaining the mind of the Lord about the presidency. The next day Rigdon preached a sermon to a large crowd. He claimed to be the identical man that the ancient prophets had sung about, wrote and rejoiced over that the time was near at hand when he would see 100 tons of metal per second thrown at the enemies of God, and that the blood would be as deep as the horses' bridles, and that he expected to walk into the palace of Queen Victoria and lead her out by the nose. The beleaguered Mormons had experienced enough violence. Rigdon's speech undermined his already questionable credibility. William Marks, at Rigdon's request, called a special meeting to choose a guardian for the church, to be held in the Grove on August 8. Rigdon spoke for 90 minutes in the morning. In the afternoon Brigham Young aligned the opposing factions when he stated, "Now if you want Sidney Rigdon or William Law to lead you, or anybody else, you are welcome to them, but I tell you, in the name of the Lord, that no man can put another between the 12 and the prophet Joseph. If the 12 be the men to counsel you to finish the great work laid out by our departed prophet, say so, and do not break your covenants by murmuring hereafter." As Brigham spoke, many in the audience believed they witnessed a miracle taking place. One said, "I saw in Brigham Young the tall, straight, and portly form of the prophet Joseph Smith clothed in a sheen of light covering him to his feet, and I heard the real and perfect voice of the prophet." This incident satisfied many people in the church that the mantle of Joseph was on Brigham. Not all of those gathered in the Grove witnessed the transfiguration, but most of them voted to accept the quorum of the 12 apostles with Brigham Young at its head as the presiding authority. Emma did not attend this meeting. Brigham's arrival in Nauvoo did not include a graceful re-establishment of ties with Emma. A letter he wrote to his 14-year-old daughter Violet, who was attending school in Salem, Massachusetts, stated, "I cannot say much about the families of brothers Joseph and Hiram Smiths for I have not had time to call on them yet." Brigham Young had gained control of the leadership of the church and appointed Newell K. Whitney and George Miller as trustees in trust, but he had neither visited nor consulted with Emma. 5 weeks passed before he met with her to discuss the affairs of the church and Joseph's estate. No doubt he had talked with Clayton, Richards, and Pratt immediately upon his return, but Brigham was probably angered by their reports of Emma's activities in behalf of Joseph's estate. On September 13, Brigham paid his respects to Lucy Mack Smith. If Lucy was still living at the mansion, one can assume that Brigham saw Emma on that occasion. James Wood asked to see Joseph's bills and accounts along with a list of all lands and their titles both in Joseph's own name and as trustee in trust on August 12. This incensed Clayton, who believed Wood was probing into private church business, forgetting that Wood had been Joseph's trusted counsel. After conferring with Newell K. Whitney, Clayton and Brigham Young decided that Wood was inappropriately interfering with church matters. Clayton went to Emma and told her that church business would remain secret. He said Emma's response was warm, but she told him there was no need for secrets. She agreed with Wood that everything should be made public. A modern-day legal assessment of the accounts Wood wished to see reveals that Joseph's business transactions were legal. Emma was correct in her assessment that they could stand investigation. She chided Clayton for neglecting her business and meeting in secret with the 12. It was secret things which cost Joseph and Hiram their lives, and it will cost you and the 12 your lives as it has done them, she argued. I would rather die than do anything to ruin the church, Clayton replied, still maintaining that transactions should be kept confidential. He suggested that Emma would not want all of her own actions made public. He neglected to detail in his diary what Emma would want kept secret but said only that she responded with anger and called him a liar. Clayton went directly to Brigham Young to make sure the church leader understood the position he had taken. 2 days after the argument, Emma discovered some money missing and blamed Clayton. Stung by the accusation, he concluded that Emma had invented the story to discredit him. Emma did not know he had used the money to pay one of Joseph's creditors. The incident destroyed any vestige of trust remaining between them. When Clayton insisted that Joseph's desk belonged to the church, Emma would not let him have it at first. He finally got it a week later, but Emma had kept the papers that were in it. Brigham and the 12 had Joseph's history, private records, manuscripts, and library. Emma assumed that Joseph's papers and other items belonged to her. When she pressed for their return, she was told that as her husband had been president of the church, all his correspondence and public documents were the property of the organization. Brigham apparently kept Joseph's papers in his home and, suspecting that Emma might come for them, he told members of his household that she was not to have them. Emma did go to his house for the papers. Just as the person with whom she was talking was ready to let her have them, Harriet Cook, one of Brigham's plural wives with a reputation for being cantankerous, appeared at the top of the stairs and said, "I know these are church records, not private records, and that they belong to the church. I will see to it personally that they are kept in the possession of Brigham Young." Emma remarked, "I guess I might as well give it up. I'm more afraid of Harriet than I am of the sheriff." Eventually Brigham returned a number of books to Emma. By mid-September, newspapers published stories about a rift between Emma and the church leaders. The Burlington, Iowa Hawker reported that Emma has given much dissatisfaction in consequence of her refusing to transfer some of the church property which was in the prophet's name. It is said she is weak in the faith. Yet Heber C. Kimball noted, met in council at Sister Emma Smith, and expressed our feelings to her and what our intentions were. She seemed pleased with our course. It seemed like old times. Apparently when the leaders of the church met with Emma and informed her of their plans, both sides reacted positively and without animosity. Enmity between Brigham Young and Emma was not present the 12 years they had known each other. If Emma had any reservations about Brigham, she neither commented about him in a derogatory way nor influenced her young children to dislike him. By the time her son Joseph III wrote his memoirs, the temptation to discredit Young may have been very strong, but he remembered, "I often saw him upon the stand, in the streets, and in his home, and thought him a pleasant man to meet, neither liking nor disliking him particularly as I now recall, until a short time after my father's death." Brigham had offered support to Emma and Joseph on several occasions during the 1837 flight from Kirtland, when he prevailed on a church member to give Joseph $200 from the sale of a tavern stand. He had approved when Joseph deeded land to Emma and the children to provide them with an inheritance in Nauvoo, and he had requested supplies for Joseph from church members in the outlying communities of Ramis and Lahab. Brigham's friendship had gone beyond his official capacity. A daughter born 10 days before Brigham departed for the English mission was named Roxy Emma Alice after Emma. He wrote plaintively of his 16-month-old daughter as he expressed his homesickness to Marianne on January 15, 1841. "My little daughter Emma, she does not know anything about me." After 1847, when the relationship between Emma and Brigham had disintegrated, Roxy Emma Alice was known only as Alice. Both Brigham and Emma had a great affection for Joseph, although they differed about some of his actions. Emma recognized Joseph's prophetic calling, but the closeness of the marriage relationship forced her to deal more candidly with his failings. Brigham Young, in an 1857 speech, said, "Though I admitted in my feelings and knew all the time that Joseph was a human being and subject to err, still it was none of my business to look after his faults." Reflecting on the years in Kirtland, he confessed to only one uncertainty about Joseph, and he quickly put the thought down. "A feeling came over me that Joseph was not right in his financial management, though I presume the feeling did not last 60 seconds. The first open conflict between Brigham and Emma probably came when Brigham's loyalty to Joseph led him to accept polygamy. Until Joseph complained about Emma's efforts to stop plural marriage, Brigham held his tongue and kept his feelings in check. After Joseph's death, both Emma and Brigham contributed to the misunderstandings between them. Brigham believed that his new role was to carry forth all that Joseph had taught him pertaining to the kingdom. His own journal and the writings of those who were closely associated with him indicate that he did so through frequent prayer. Brigham, often called the Lion of the Lord, would become known in history as a great organizer and a highly competent administrator who usually had sound judgment and common sense. By September the 12 were aware that Sidney Rigdon had been secretly ordaining prophets, priests, and kings, and claimed visions and revelations at variance with those given President Joseph Smith. On September 8 the 12 excommunicated Rigdon, although William Marks spoke in his defense. In doing so, Marks sealed his own fate. For 2 days later he was dropped as a member of the High Council, although he retained his position as stake president. Sidney Rigdon left for Pittsburgh. There he formed a Church of Christ and attacked polygamy, though he eventually instigated it within his own group. Only a few adherents remained after Rigdon's death in 1876. Emma stayed aloof from public debate over the question of leadership in Nauvoo. Only one fourth-hand account linked her to Rigdon's cause. On September 12, 1844, Orson Hyde wrote to the 12 from St. Louis that Rigdon had told a church member that he had talked with Emma the morning he left Nauvoo and she intended to go with him and give him Joseph's new translation of the Bible and other important and sacred things. Hyde's letter was full of gossip and hyperbole, and the story probably had been embellished. A letter Emma wrote to a friend on October 18, 1844, indicated that she was attending to her own responsibilities. "I'll send by the stage 23 bags, wishing Brother Hollingshead to send some oats by the steamboat Osprey as soon as is convenient. The brick store will be empty next week, and I would like well if you could find it advantageous to your interest to fill it with goods and groceries this fall. The rent will be low. I think it a good time to commence an establishment of that kind here now, as there is a number of the merchants about to leave here soon." Expressing no hostility toward Brigham or the Quorum, she wrote, "My family are all in good health at present, and the 12 are generally well with the exception of a Master Lyman who has been very sick but is better now. My best respects to your family and all our friends. Tell Sister Hayward I shall keep those shoes she gave to Mr. Smith, as a memento both of her and my husband too, for I can never see them without remembering them both." James Monroe, a young school teacher who lived with the Smith family, recorded the only known account of Emma's feelings about the succession to the presidency. His diary entry of April 24, 1845, reads, "My time has been occupied chiefly in conversing with Aunt Emma, from whom I have obtained several new and interesting ideas concerning the organization and government of the Church." Using an 1835 revelation as the basis of her argument, Emma explained to Monroe, "Now as the 12 have no power with regard to the government of the Church in the stakes of Zion, but the High Council have all power, so it follows that on removal of the first president, the office would devolve upon the president of the High Council in Zion. Mr. Rigdon is not the proper successor of President Smith, being only his counselor, but Elder Marks should be the individual. The 12 were aware of these facts but acted differently. Joseph had recommended in a conference of the church on August 16, 1841, that the time had come when the 12 should be called upon to stand in their place next to the first presidency, and attend to the settling of emigrants and the business of the church at the stakes. Emma did not consider that announcement to be tantamount to authority to become president of the church. Both Emma and Marks believed that Joseph had abandoned plural marriage and meant to remove it from the church at the time of his death, knowing Brigham would continue it. Emma supported William Marks. Polygamy was personally abhorrent to her, and she believed its abolition was necessary for the continuation of the church. Unfortunately, the church leadership would not come to that same conclusion until 1890. Meanwhile, an anonymous letter of August 19, 1844, to Emma brought her into the effort to bring Joseph's and Hiram's murderers to justice. "I have been a strong anti-Mormon, but things has gone beyond humanity," the writer told Emma. He said that Joseph H. Jackson had written a pamphlet of the most slanderous nature against the Mormons. "If you wish this man exposed to the world as a notorious villain, you can have it done. He has divulged things to me that would sink him beneath the notice of every lowest man." It may have been this letter that prompted Emma and Mary to travel to Quincy a few days later to see what could be done to arrest the rascals who had killed their husbands. One newspaper reporter did not believe the women would be successful, and any attempt to bring them to justice will be forcibly opposed by the Warsaw people. The prediction was correct. Governor Ford had made a special trip to Hancock County to examine the slow-moving wheels of justice. One item of business on Ford's Nauvoo agenda was to commission Brigham Young Lieutenant General of the Nauvoo Legion. Anticipating the event, it was probably on this day, September 27, that Brigham sent a polite note to Emma requesting the use of one of Joseph's horses, Joe Duncan, for the Legion parade. Emma asked her son Joseph to prepare the horse. He rebelled at the request and reminded his mother that the last time someone borrowed Joe Duncan he had overridden the animal. Emma assured her son that Brigham Young would be careful with the horse and only needed it for the 2 hours of the parade. Joseph saddled Joe Duncan without further question and turned him over to the messenger. Before long the same man came back and tersely informed the lad that Mr. Young also wanted the animal in full military housing, including the saddle, holsters and bridle. Resentment mounting, Joseph complied. 4 hours after the time Brigham had promised to return the horse, Joseph caught sight of it racing along the river road, with Brigham's clerk, George Q. Cannon, in the saddle. When the boy reported the scene to his mother, Emma sent word that the horse had not been returned and she wanted it immediately. Another hour passed before Brigham's aide located the errant clerk and brought the horse home. Joe Duncan stood with legs splayed out, head drooping, and hair matted with heavy sweat. Tears streaked Joseph's face as he pulled the festive gear from the horse and sponged his coat with warm water. "I made a vow then and there that never again would I put a saddle or bridle upon him for Elder Young. Going to the house, I told Mother so, adding that if ever in the future she wished to lend one of our horses to that man she would have to get someone else to saddle it, for I would not do it." Meanwhile, dispute over the disposal of Joseph's real property and the payment of his debts continued. Emma wanted to preserve for herself and her family the inheritance that was rightfully theirs. Brigham wanted to preserve what rightfully belonged to the church. They were caught in the classic struggle over the disposal of a loved one's properties. Emma as widow and Brigham as successor each asserted dominion the other was unwilling to concede. The court replaced Emma as administratrix of Joseph's estate when she failed to post the bond required by law. Joseph W. Coolidge, who was also a creditor, inventoried the estate and started to process small claims. He sold various personal items in the estate, totaling about $1,000, and paid funeral expenses and administrative costs. His settlement on behalf of Emma and her children was less than generous. She got her household goods, 2 horses, 2 cows, her spinning wheels and $124 a year. Young Joseph said the family believed that while Coolidge was, under ordinary circumstances, an honest man, in this matter was under the domination of others, and Emma was subjected to a series of injustices at his hands and disagreeable experiences which became almost unbearable. But Coolidge was actually dishonest. When he finally left Illinois after serving 4 years as a less than effective administrator, He apparently took with him some of the estate assets. It became clear to Emma that no one else would look out for her interests. Emma used the letter Joseph had written to her from the Iowa side of the river on June 23 to pursue her claims against the 12. Joseph had told her that Heber Kimball owed him $1,000 and named 2 others who owed him money as well. Kimball returned home after Joseph's death with $1,300 in gold he had collected to pay Joseph's debts. The 12 held a council to decide whether Emma should have the money. Kimball spoke up. "I want to pay Emma this money, and let her do as she pleases with it." William Clayton reported that when Kimball told her of the good feelings of the 12 toward her, Emma seemed humble and kind. Brigham Young seemed to consider the money some sort of a gift. In the same letter Joseph also told Emma, "You may sell the Quincy property, or any property that belongs to me for your support and children and mother." But Brigham had the deed to the Quincy property, also known as the Cleveland Farm. Brigham said she offered to trade the Bible containing Joseph's new translation for it. She got the deed for the farm, he said, but she was not ready yet to give up the Bible. She complained about her poor, little, fatherless children, and she kept up this whine until she got the farms she wanted. "We gave her the farm on the prairie by the burning ground." The Quincy farm was Emma's to sell, and it must have rankled her to have to bargain with the 12 for it, and nowhere did Brigham mention his refusal to let Emma's lawyer examine the papers concerning Joseph's estate only 3 days before Richards asked for the new translation. Surely that is why she refused to make the trade. She also felt a special guardianship over the Bible, for it had been placed in her charge. Brigham said Emma owned city property worth $50,000. Joseph had deeded the Hugh White purchase to her before his death, but Brigham inflated its real value even at 1844 to 1845 prices. Joseph bought the 123-acre plot in 1839 for $5,000 and divided it into 30 city blocks of 4 lots each. By the time he deeded it to Emma in July 1843, only 12 lots, the equivalent of 3 blocks, remained. Other property in her name at the time of her husband's death amounted to about 16 city blocks. She also owned $650 worth of personal property and 5 wells valued together at $200. When she paid her taxes in 1847, her land was worth slightly over $8,000. By 1849 it was worth half of that. Brigham looked at Emma's holdings in terms of the equity the church so desperately needed and made his private judgments about her wealth. But Emma was still responsible for approximately $70,000 of Joseph's debts. Neither Brigham nor Emma understood where the riches had gone, but Nauvoo had been built in a speculative economy. 5 months before Joseph Smith's death, Jacob Scott in Nauvoo wrote, "We confidently expect before long to witness the arrival of saints from every country in Europe, and the time is not far distant when the Arabians will arrive with their tents and their camels and dromedaries, and Ethiopia will soon stretch out her hands to God." Such enthusiasm obscured the shaky financial base upon which Nauvoo's economy rested. Emma could not bring herself to leave the dream. Brigham believed he could take it with him. They both erred in assuming that Nauvoo could finance it. Inherit the legacy, October 1844 to October 1845. While the ties between Emma and Brigham weakened, conflict between Brigham Young and William Marks sharpened. Marks had not endorsed the leadership of the 12. Emma had leased the mansion house to Marks in August, retaining several rooms for her family. When the new proprietor announced that he would give a ball on October 2, Brigham argued that such festivities were inappropriate when the floors were still stained with the blood which flowed from Joseph and Hiram, as their bodies lay in the dining room preparatory to burial. At the October conference, the church members sustained Brigham Young as president of the Quorum of the 12, as one of the 12 in the first presidency of the church. The remaining church officers were approved, until John Smith moved that William Marks be sustained as president of the Nauvoo stake. W. Phelps objected, arguing that Marks had acknowledged the authority of Rigdon over the 12. Brigham Young commented that Marks could be removed from office and still retain his membership. With 2 dissenting votes, William Marks was dismissed as Nauvoo stake president, an office he had held since 1839. Twice William Marks and his wife Rosanna appeared before the High Council to answer charges concerning their faith and lack of support of the 12, but, contrary to popular belief, they were never excommunicated from the church. Emma's own circumstances removed her from the incident with Marks. With her pregnancy approaching term, She decided to move her family back into the old homestead house the week of November 4 to gain some measure of privacy. At 9 o'clock on the morning of November 17, 1844, Fore wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and stepped outside. As she walked toward the river, she recognized Emma, who stood supervising two men with shovels. Dimmick and William Huntington, Jonathan Holmes, and Gilbert Gould Smith proceeded with the reburial. Mary stayed to oversee the rest of the process with Emma. Joseph III remembered seeing the grave opened and watched as one of the men cut a lock of hair from his father's head and gave it to Emma. For the rest of her life, she wore it in a locket. About 25 paces from the southwest corner of the homestead stood a small shed called the Spring House. The men moved the structure, buried the two brothers side by side without disturbing the surrounding landscape, then placed the shed back over the graves. Whether Emma's decision to move the bodies without including Mary was calculated or impulsive, Mary felt betrayed at not being told, and the incident became a wedge between the two women. About this time newspapers published stories that several Mormon leaders had been ejected from the church and Emma Smith was soon to be among them. Accounts that she was weak in the faith were echoed in print across the country, along with a rumor that Joseph Smith's widow would soon publish an expose of Mormonism and its new leaders. In response to that rumor, the 12 defended Emma in the Times and Seasons. Emma honored her husband while living, and she will never knowingly dishonor his good name while his martyred blood mingles with Mother Earth. Mrs. Smith is an honorable woman. The very idea that so valuable and beloved a lady could be coaxed into a fame of disgrace like the above is as cruel and bloody as the assassination of her husband at Carthage. The fact is the story must have been put in circulation to injure the Latter-day Saints, and as Mrs. Smith was one of them, to destroy or murder her reputation and create a division in the church. During the winter the legislators in Springfield attempted to repeal the Nauvoo Charter. Armand W. Babbitt, an abrasive, impulsive man with some legal training, argued in vain before the legislature and on January 24 they voted 2-1 to repeal the charter. The action left Nauvoo without a city government, a judicial system, a militia, or legal protection. As Thomas Sharp began fanning old sparks of antagonism with his Warsaw Signal, Brigham Young organized the Nauvoo citizens for self-protection. The threat of mob violence increased and armed guards protected the church leaders' homes. Sometime that spring of 1845 the guard was expanded to include Emma and her family in the homestead. Later reports by Joseph Hill and Samuel Smith's daughter Mary reveal that the Smiths regarded this action as hostile house arrest. Communication had disintegrated to the point that Brigham and Emma regarded one another with suspicion. Group designed to rid the city of undesirables called themselves the Whistling and Whittling Brigade. When an outsider became bothersome, he suddenly found himself surrounded by members of the brigade, whistling as they whittled, their jackknives and bowie knives passing precariously close to the victim's ears. Local people who were considered troublemakers received the same treatment. On March 12 William Marks said goodbye to a few friends and left Nauvoo. Brigham noted that he left without being whittled out. Marks recalled his reasons for leaving. He claimed Joseph had asked for his help in ridding the church of polygamy. I mentioned the circumstances of these conversations with Joseph, to many of the brethren, immediately after his death. But my statement was pronounced false by the 12 and disbelieved. When I found that there was no chance to rid the church of that abominable sin, as I viewed it, I made my arrangements to leave Nauvoo. Marks took his family to northern Illinois, but his life would again affect Emma's. A month later the Nauvoo City Police entertained at an evening party with a parody called Further Marks' Return to Mormonism. Although Marks was gone from Nauvoo, he retained an unshakable faith in Joseph Smith and Mormonism, and contrary to later reports, he had never been a party to William Law's publication of the Expositor and other attempts to overthrow Joseph's leadership of the church. A little over 2 weeks after Marks left, Brigham Young, the 12, and their families held a party at the Mansion House. The guests numbered 140. But no reference places Emma there. One of Emma's concerns was the education of her children. In April she hired James Monroe as a private teacher for 50 cents a week. The class soon expanded to include John Taylor's children. Later in the spring Brigham Young also employed Monroe to teach, but at a different time of day. James Monroe was a conscientious and well-respected instructor with considerable experience. Yet he approached his new assignment with some apprehension. After his first day in the classroom he wrote, I think I never felt my inability and incapacity of instructing children so much as I did today. I sincerely pray that the Lord will enable me to do justice to the children of our lamented prophet." He then added, "I must own I have a selfish motive in view. I think I shall not lose my reward for it in eternity." Emma followed the scholastic progress of her children with interest, but some incidents took place that were not recounted to Emma. Although Julia was bright and learned easily, she had a streak of rebellion. When she and several other girls played during study time, James kept them after school and told them they would have to stay in the classroom until they made up all the time they had lost from their studies. At that, Julia stomped off into the next room and James overheard her complaining to someone, calling him hard-hearted and saying he had no more heart than a hog. The day ended with Julia in tears and James missing a scheduled practice with his Legion unit, for which he was fined. When he returned to the mansion that evening, feeling somewhat disgruntled, Julia sent word that she was sorry for the way she had acted. James sent for her and explained that if she would behave herself and study in the future, he would let her come back into class. Furthermore, he would not report the incident to her mother. The school teacher did not record further trouble from his female scholar and her only absence occurred when she suffered from sunstroke. James reported that Julia grasped math quickly, but Alexander don't seem to have any ambition at all, he said. Elle must continue some way to excite it. Of young Joseph, James wrote, he seems to be some different from most other boys, with more judgment, more manly and intellectual. Have great encouragements that he will make a very useful and highly talented man. Oliver Huntington thought Joseph to be very quick of understanding, and penetrating in discerning the feelings and thoughts of others. He had a tender heart and uncommonly fine feeling. Knew how and when to grant a favor, and also how to receive one. Was very devout in all his actions and at all times and places, had the fear of God before his eyes. Oliver also noticed that he was perfectly obedient to his mother and tutor and put great confidence in no one until he had well proven them. In short, he was the son of a prophet, and justly inherited his standing, and his birthright. After William Smith arrived in Nauvoo on May 4, 1845, the subject of Joseph Smith the 3Rd's birthright became another point of contention. William had been detained in the East for 10 months after the death of his brothers because of his wife's heart ailment, dropsy. Caroline had recovered enough to make the long journey but arrived at Emma's house dangerously ill. While Emma nursed Caroline, William tried to retain his prominence in the church government. He had written to Brigham Young in August of 1844, petitioning the new leader for the office of presiding patriarch of the church. Young had acknowledged William's right to that office at the October 1844 conference. On May 24, 1845, the apostles ordained him presiding patriarch. Caroline died in Emma's home 2 days before her husband received his desired calling. William could not attend his wife's funeral or burial for the threats on his life became so intense that he had to stay hidden. For Emma, Caroline's death came at an already difficult time. The trial of Joseph's assassins were in progress in Carthage. 9 men including Levi Williams, a minister, Jacob C. Davis, a state senator and attorney, William N. Grover, also an attorney, Mark Aldrich, captain of a Hancock County militia company, and Thomas C. Sharp, editor of the Warsaw Signal, faced murder charges, but when the trial ended all 9 were acquitted. Emma's husband and his brother lay in an unmarked grave, while the men who killed them celebrated their freedom in the streets of Carthage. Brigham Young commented dryly that it was just what he had expected, even though the court, attorneys, jury and bystanders were all fully satisfied of their guilt. Thomas Ford sensed that his own name would long be linked to the death of the Mormon prophet and noted in his History of Illinois, the author of this history feels degraded by the reflection that the humble governor of an obscure state, who would otherwise be forgotten in a few years, stands a fair chance, like Pilate and Herod, by their official connection with the true religion, of being dragged down to posterity with an immortal name, hitched on the memory of a miserable impostor. James Monroe, the schoolteacher for Emma's children, sometimes talked with William Smith about church issues when he recorded patriarchal blessings. William had decided that he should be president of the church. On the day the murder trial ended in Carthage, Monroe talked with Emma after he had dismissed the Smith children from school. He asked her opinion of William's new claims. Emma said William talked well upon the subject and seemed to have correct principles. Monroe reminded her that William's character had been questionable. "It is rather difficult to expect a man to change his nature." "It has been done," Emma replied, "and if a man wishes to change his course of conduct he should be encouraged." She apparently had not heard the rumors that William had taken plural wives in Boston the previous year and had sanctioned others to follow suit. Brigham would disfellowship two of the men involved and tell William that there were ordinances that could not be administered by any person outside of Nauvoo. Joseph said that the sealing power is always vested in one man and that man is the president of the church. Lucy Smith dreamed 3 times that her surviving son was already president of the church. As soon as a report of these visions reached Brigham Young, he dispatched Uncle John Smith and cousin George A. Smith to persuade William to drop his claims, but to no avail. 2 days later Brigham, the 12, and 2 bishops visited Lucy, who had previously supported the 12. They requested that William be there. He refused. Before leaving Mother Smith, Brigham composed a letter to William, explaining to him the bounds of his patriarchal responsibilities. The letter was cordial and to the point, and ended on a note of reconciliation. "We hope and trust there will be no feelings. If you want peace, so do we, and let us walk together in peace and help to build up the kingdom. If this does not meet with your feeling, Brother William, write me again, or come and see me, and we will make all things right." The letter was then read aloud. Brigham added a postscript saying that Mother Smith, her 2 daughters, and her son-in-law approved. Emma was not present at the discussion. The June 30th visit with Lucy began a flutter of activity on the part of the church leaders to placate the Smiths and win their support. The Mormon people loved and revered the Smith family. William's bid for leadership probably made Brigham realize he could no longer ignore their concerns. Early in July 1845 Bishops Whitney and Miller gave a dinner in the mansion for 50 of the Smith family, including 7 widows, who were probably Emma, Mary, Levera, Agnes, Mother Smith, Mercy Thompson, and perhaps the widow of an uncle of the martyrs. The 12 waited on the tables, serving the family members both food and kindness. Later that month the 12 proposed to lease the mansion house for 3 to 5 years and inquired as to the terms Emma might accept. Willard Richards reported that Emma vacillated about a decision, saying she might stay in Nauvoo and run the mansion or might lease it out and move to Quincy. She did not lease the building to the 12 at this time, but she did sell 2 blocks of land for $550 to the trustees on August 2. They invited Lucy Smith to inspect the recently purchased property and choose 1 block for herself and daughters. After careful inspection Lucy made her choice and requested the church build her a house like Brother Kimball's fine one. Owing to circumstances that developed in the next few months, Lucy never got her large, comfortable home, but Brigham did the best he could. He temporarily provided her with the spacious home of gunsmith Jonathan Browning. In April 1846 the church bought the small Joseph B. Noble residence and deeded it to Lucy. Lucy had lived with or near Emma most of the 17 years of Emma's and Joseph's marriage. She had seen her daughter-in-law respond to a variety of situations and had admired her. In her history, which she had dictated to Martha Corey the previous year, Lucy paid tribute to Emma. "I have never seen a woman in my life who would endure every species of fatigue and hardship, from month to month, and from year to year, with that unflinching courage, zeal, and patience, which she has ever done, for I know that which she has had to endure. She has been tossed upon the ocean of uncertainty, she has breasted the storms of persecution, and buffeted the rage of men and devils, which would have borne down almost any other women." Lucy felt welcome in Emma's home but was, herself, independent by nature. Feeble as she was, she still desired a home of her own. With Samuel's daughter Mary as a companion, the two managed well. Emma's and Lucy's families would live in the vicinity. Lawlessness had raged in and around Nauvoo since the time of the acquittal of Joseph's murderers and the repeal of the Nauvoo Charter. The town became prey for petty criminals and fugitives. On the evening of September 9 a group of anti-Mormons were meeting in a home south of Warsaw to plan their strategy when a sudden gunshot shattered a window. No one was injured, but they blamed the incident on Mormons. Soon men with blackened faces howled in nightly wolf hunts, then descended on Mormon farms. Homes and crops went up in flames while mobs whipped the owners, tied to trees and fences. Before the week was out, marauders had burned 44 Mormon buildings, barns, homes, and sheds. Brigham ordered all church members in outlying areas to gather into the city. Hancock County Sheriff Jacob Backenstoes, described as an active, energetic man, rather warlike in aspect, with a moustache on his upper lip. A man of courage, called for volunteers in Warsaw to halt the burning raids but could not find a single man willing to stop the plunder. When the citizens of Carthage learned of his attempt to raise a posse, they expelled him from town. He left in such haste that his family stayed behind and were harassed and abused by the house burners. The sheriff had asked Brigham for a posse earlier, but Brigham's policy was to let the mobs burn the houses until the surrounding counties should be convinced that we were not the aggressors. Now, with his life threatened, Sheriff Backenstoes requested a posse of 2,000 Nauvoo legionnaires. Brigham finally responded. Although the number of men is in question, Backenstoes had a small army. The Mormons retaliated with force. This time when houses went up in flames, they belonged to Gentiles, and Mormons applied the torch. Napoleon Backenstoes, the Warsaw Signal, called the sheriff, and then in a frenzied tirade cried for the anti-Mormons to drive the Mormons out. An exchange of letters between Brigham Young and Jacob Backenstoes confirms Brigham's efforts to rein the sheriff in and defend the Mormons rather than attack. He did not want to corner the mob, for he knew they would fight to the death. He preferred to take the area as peacefully as possible, but he still warned his people that if the mob come, give them the cold lead or obey the sheriff's counsel. Western Illinois teetered on the edge of civil war. For months church leaders had talked of leaving Illinois. The two most likely places seemed the Great Basin in the Rocky Mountains and Vancouver Island in the Oregon Territory. On September 9, Brigham Young and the 12 had decided that their only choice for survival as a church was to go west, and soon. On October 1, 1845, church leaders met with Stephen Douglas and General J.J. Hardin at the home of John Taylor and informed them of the plan. Relieved that the Mormons would go without being ordered out, Hardin wholeheartedly offered his help. Brigham promised that if they could harvest their crops and have time to sell their property, the Mormons would leave in the spring. The governor's committee warned, should you not do so, the end will be your expulsion from the state. Prior to the meeting with Douglas and Hardin, William Smith had renewed his demand for leadership of the church. He had written letters arguing that young Joseph was the successor contemplated by his father, and maintaining that the 12 held their position of leadership only until the lad became of sufficient age to take his proper place. Lucy Smith remembered a patriarchal blessing that her husband had given Joseph III when he was a small child in Kirtland. Not recorded until Martha Corey wrote it down for Lucy that summer of 1845, it said in part, "You shall have power to carry out all that your father shall leave undone when you become of age." In August, William Smith published a pamphlet declaring that he should be guardian of the church and hold the presidency in trust for the young heir. At the fall conference on October 6, William Smith was dropped from the Quorum of the 12 on the grounds that he was an aspiring man who planned to uproot and undermine the legal presidency of the church, and his doctrine and conduct had been unsavory. From a number of sources, it is clear that Joseph III's future role in the church was not at issue. Brigham would acknowledge that the sons of Joseph should one day have leadership positions in the church. Brigham feared for the safety of young Joseph and the Smith family. He told one church member not to talk of the possibility of young Joseph leading the church, for if the people in Illinois thought that the saints expected that young Joseph Smith would be the head of the church, talk of such a thing would be like taking a knife and cutting the throats of the family. 2 days after William's removal from the Quorum of the 12, Lucy Smith publicly supported Brigham Young. Almost 5,000 people attended conference in the nearly completed temple. Brigham announced that the church would move west and the members should prepare for a migration. In response, Lucy said, "If so be the rest of my children go with you, and would to God they may all go, they will not go without me." Brigham responded with enthusiasm to Lucy's decision, then shifted to another topic. Joseph had built a family tomb near the temple. Brigham vowed to petition Sister Emma in the name of Israel's God, to let us deposit the remains of Joseph according as he commanded us. And if she will not consent to it, our garments are clear when he awakes in the morning of the resurrection. The sin shall be upon her head, not ours. His words suggest that Emma was not present, but the statement would have been repeated to her, awakening her fears that Joseph's grave might be robbed. Sometime during the next week, Brigham Young called William Smith to appear before the High Council. On his way to the meeting, William took his 2 daughters, Mary Jane and Carolyn, to his mother. Many years after that night, Mary Bailey Smith recalled the experience. Uncle William wore a large circular cloak and a broad-brimmed slouch hat, drawn well down over his face, so as to conceal as much as possible his features, as he suspected that he might be assassinated before he reached the hall. He told his mother to look after the children until he came back, and if he never came back, to care for them the best she could. My grandmother remained by the door to wait his return, and I nestled beside her and laid my head upon her knee and went to sleep. William returned sometime after midnight. The following Sunday, October 19th, William Smith was excommunicated by unanimous vote. William had been living in the mansion, and now he moved his mother, Mary Bailey, and two of his sisters, with their husbands Lucy and Arthur Milligan and Catherine and Jenkins Salisbury, into the vacated William Marks home with him. Mary remembered that he was discouraged from public speaking when he went to the Grove one morning and found the benches smeared with outhouse refuse. His house was guarded closely, according to Mary. I can distinctly remember when the door was opened, the lights would shine on the pistols and knives in the belts of the men standing each side of the door and under the trees in the yard. A friend, William Hickman, helped William get out of the house unseen and accompanied him to the northern border of Iowa. From the William made his way back down river to St. Louis. He had expected Emma to support his claims against the 12 and was affronted when she would not. From St. Louis he wrote, "Judge my surprise, Emma, when you now refuse to help me to reform the church after the many times I have talked with you in this subject and asked what I should do to save my father's family and all my friends, and the answer was for me to come out and proclaim against the spiritual wife doctrine and the usurpation of the 12. Now, Emma, I have done it, and all hell is enraged, and every lie that can be set on foot is on hand, and you believe them." Emma's hope that William would change had evaporated since his public speech favoring plural marriage 3 months earlier. Area newspapers accused him of practicing the doctrine with an English girl in his family. Emma had opposed brigham over polygamy and would not now encourage William Smith. She refused to let her son be used as a pawn to forward someone else's personal ambitions. William's letter concluded with a defense of his own purity, and he swore he would never look at another woman again. His statement did not move Emma. At this time James Arlington Bennett visited Emma. This was their first meeting, but Emma greeted him as Joseph's friend, not knowing he would use her name in a scheme that would adversely affect her reputation. The Sun Casts a Shadow, Winter 1845 to 1846, 2 years before his death. Joseph had been impressed with James Arlington Bennett's friendly writings about the Mormons. In June 1842 he had sent Willard Richards to request his help in stemming the unfavorable publicity directed toward the church. Sight unseen, the prophet conferred upon Bennett the title of Inspector General of the Nauvoo Legion and awarded him an LL.D. degree from the University of Nauvoo, a dubious honor since the university never existed. When Joseph wrote to Bennett in September 1842 he explained that the honors had come solely on the recommendation of John C. Bennett. In August of the next year Brigham Young visited Bennett in New York and baptized him in the Atlantic Ocean, but Bennett downplayed the occasion in a subsequent letter to Joseph. "You are no doubt already aware that I have had a most interesting visit from B. Young, with whom I have had a glorious frolic in the clear blue ocean." Bennett did not want his church membership made public. It can be shown that a commission in the Legion was a herald hoax, coined for the fun of it by me. In short, I expect to be yet, through your influence, Governor of the state of Illinois. Confident of Bennett's political prowess, Joseph had asked him to be his vice-presidential candidate, but the wily Easterner saw the futility of that campaign and claimed to be constitutionally ineligible by reason of foreign birth. Believing that no one would buy books by an American author, Bennett had posed as Irish-born to further sales of his manual on bookkeeping. Even though his parents immigrated to America before his birth, he kept up a correspondence with Joseph until the prophet's death, and Emma wrote at least once to his wife. 2 months after Joseph's death Bennett decided to seek a position of leadership in the church. On August 20 he wrote to Willard Richards that Joseph and Hiram had appeared to him in a vision. He described a grandiose spectacle of star-studded crowns, mitres, seals, and an angel who came forward and said to me, "Kneel," which I did in great fear, which is contrary to any standard of mine. He placed on my head the crown of 30 stars. These dreams have troubled me much and have almost moved me to go to Nauvoo. Young and the 12 sent no invitation. By the next June Bennett was more explicit. He wrote to Willard Richards, "I feel very confident that if I were at Nauvoo I could reorganize the Legion and put it into such a state of defense as would bid defiance to any mob that might be brought against it." He wanted to use the Legion to reenact Napoleon's battles. His frolic in the ocean with Brigham Young took on new meaning as he saw a way for it to serve his purpose. He wrote, "Brother Young's blessing when naked in the Atlantic Ocean is now coming over me like a spell." Brigham said, "You shall conquer to your heart's desire, Doctor. It is neither ambition nor worldly glory that now moves me. It is inspiration in the cause of the saints. I will receive commission from no civil power. It must come from heaven." Not understanding Brigham Young's propensity for handling his own affairs, Bennett reported that he had already written to President Sam Houston of the Texas Territory and asked for asylum for the saints. Houston replied that he would receive the Mormon Legion as armed emigrants, with open arms. "I am no bigot." Brigham Young's patience with Bennett was wearing thin. "This wild spirit of ambition," he commented, "had repeatedly manifested itself to us by many communications received from various sources, suggesting schemes of blood and empire, as if the work of the Lord was intended for personal aggrandizement." Unaware of Brigham's displeasure, Bennett wrote that he had offered the Nauvoo Legion services to the President of the United States as volunteers to defend Texas against the Mexicans. Then he arrived in Nauvoo unexpectedly on October 20th. He toured the temple, met with the 12, and discussed the Western plans, but made an untimely departure from Nauvoo. In a letter to President Young he explained, "If you could appreciate the state of my health, you would not censure me for leaving, as I was puking all around the city every hour I remained in it." Just before his abrupt exit, Bennett had visited Emma. 6 weeks later, on December 9, 1845, an acid letter, allegedly signed by Emma Smith, appeared in the New York Sunday. Editorial comment preceding the letter announced that it came by private conveyance from Mrs. Smith, widow of the Mormon prophet. Nauvoo, Illinois, November 20, 1845, to the editor of the New York Sun. "Sir, I hope to be excused for addressing, for the first time in my life, a letter to the editor of a newspaper, and this I have been induced to do, from seeing the letter of Gen. Arlington Bennett, published in the newspapers, urging the Mormon people to remove to the Pacific Ocean, and advocating the cause of the tyrants, who have seized on the government of the Mormon Church. This church, such as it is, was formed by my lamented husband who was martyred for its sake, and whether true or false, has laid down his life for its belief. I am left here, sir, with a family of children to attend to, without any means of giving them an education, for there is not a school in the city, nor is it intended there shall be any here, or at any other place, where the men who now govern this infatuated, simple-minded people, have sway. I have not the least objection that these petty tyrants remove to California, or at any other remote place, out of the world if they wish, for they will never be of any service to the Mormons, or the human family, no matter where they go. Their object is to keep the people over whom they rule in the greatest ignorance, and most abject religious bondage, and if these poor, confiding creatures remove with them, they will die in the wilderness. The laws of the United States are quite good enough for me and my children, and my settled intention is to remain where I am, take care of my property, and if I cannot educate my children here, send them to New York or New England for that purpose. Many of the Mormons will, no doubt, remove in the spring, and many more will remain here, and nothing would give me greater pleasure than to have a mixed society in Nauvoo, as in other cities, and all exclusive religious distinctions abolished. I must now say, that I have never for a moment believed in what my husband called his apparitions and revelations, as I thought him laboring under a diseased mind, yet they may all be true, as a prophet is seldom without credence or honor, excepting in his own family or country, but as my conviction is to the contrary, I shall educate my children in a different faith, and teach them to obey and reverence the laws and institutions of their country. Shall I not, sir, be protected in these resolutions against the annoyance of the men I now oppose, for they will no doubt seek my life? What object Gen. Arlington Bennett has in advocating the cause of these petty tyrants, I am not able to understand, for he assured me, when at my house, that he had not the smallest intention of connecting himself in any manner with them, much less removing with them to the Pacific Ocean. But this is a strange world, and I would not be surprised if they had offered to anoint and crown him king or emperor in the West. As I have something more to say, I will take the liberty to write you another letter. With great respect, I am, sir, your humble servant, Emma Smith. The editor commented briefly on the letter and added that General James Arlington Bennett of New York pronounces it genuine. Emma's reaction was immediate. 11 days after this issue of The Sun was off the press, Emma fired a letter to Bennett at Long Island. General Bennett, Sir. The apology I have to offer for addressing you at this time is the unexpected appearance of a letter published in the New York Sun of Tuesday morning, December 9th. I never was more confounded with a misrepresentation than I am with that letter, and I am greatly perplexed that you should entertain the impression that the document should be a genuine production of mine. How could you believe me capable of so much treachery, as to violate the confidence reposed in me, and bring your name before the public in the manner that letter represents? If you thought I had committed such a breach of trust, you certainly valued my integrity much less than I did yours. Should you be now satisfied that I am not unworthy of your confidence, you will please give me your opinion, if any you have formed, as to what quarter I am to look for the author of that forgery. By so doing you will greatly increase my obligations. Yours with great respect, Emma Smith. Apparently, John Bernheisel thought a private letter was not sufficient, for on December 27 he borrowed a copy of The Sun from Heber C. Kimball's office and presumably went to Emma with it. 3 days later Emma wrote, to the editor of the New York Sun, Sir, I wish to inform you, and the public through your paper, that the letter published Tuesday morning, December 9th, is a forgery, the whole of it, and I hope that this notice will put a stop to all such communications. Curiously, this denial never appeared in The Sun but was printed in the next issue of the Times and Seasons, dated January 15, 1846. Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, Orson Hyde, Parley Page Pratt, and Joseph Young discussed the whole matter in a council meeting and concluded Bennett was the true author of the letter. Why would Bennett use Emma in such a way? On the 18th of November 1845 he wrote to Young and Richards from New York. Since I have been here I have endeavored to place the Nauvoo affairs on the best foundation I could. He said his efforts had been met with indignation from the entities and priests and their adherents. He reported that he had met with Emma before leaving Nauvoo and had pretended to be against the 12 so she would confide in him. He believed that she had lost all favor with the 12 and would eventually be cut off from the church, yet the Eastern press had been quite favorable to her and would consider her a reliable source of information. In Bennett's view, a public exchange of letters with Emma would establish a forum enabling him to put the Nauvoo affairs on the best foundation possible. He clearly intended to continue until he exhausted Emma as a tool, for the last line of the letter in question states, As I have something more to say, I will take the liberty to write you another letter. Perhaps pressure from his friends in New York was beginning to wear on Bennett and he sought a way to salvage his reputation. In that light, the more crucial paragraph in the letter is the last one, for coming from the respected Emma Smith was the statement, What object Gen. Arlington Bennett has in advocating the cause of these petty tyrants, I am not able to understand, for he assured me, when at my house, that he had not the smallest intention of connecting himself in any manner with them, much less removing with them to the Pacific Ocean. With a stroke of the pen, Bennett publicly disassociated himself from the Mormons. At the same time he had a base for future dialogue with the Sun and a reason to speak out in favor of the church and its leaders as he countered Emma's letter. Because the Sun editors were familiar with Bennett's handwriting and style, he most likely had an accomplice write the Emma letter. On December 19 the Sun carried his reply to the Emma letter. He stated that the letter either came from Emma or some person in her confidence, then argued impressively for the church, praised Orson Pratt, defended the previous state of education in the community, and lauded Joseph Smith and the truthfulness of his revelations. Word of Brigham Young's displeasure must finally have reached Bennett, and he felt obligated to publish in the Sun the private letter Emma had written to him nearly 2 months earlier. With it, he offered this explanation. The following letter is offered for publication in strict justice to Mrs. Emma Smith of Nauvoo, who appears to have no knowledge of the author of the letter published by you in her name. From this letter I am fully persuaded that the lady is incapable of betraying any confidence reposed in her. She must look for its author among some of the seceders from the Mormon Church. Brigham Young and the 12 had had enough of James Arlington Bennett and his schemes, but Bennett tried at least twice more to re-establish a relationship with Brigham. In 1851 Bennett wrote to him, Your people did wrong to abuse me some years ago, for what I wrote went to the praise of the saints. I never wrote the paper purporting to have come from Mrs. Smith, that it was written among the Methodist priests at the book establishment of the Harper who are no better than they ought to be. Interestingly, It was Harper's who had printed Bennett's bookkeeping manual. If any truth supported his allegation, the Methodist priests most certainly got the information directly from their client. Emma, too, saw through Bennett and seemed to be aware of his treachery toward her. When a letter of doubtful authorship arrived at the Mansion House in January 1870, Emma forwarded it to Joseph III, with this comment: "If I knew old General James Arlington Bennett was yet living, and I never heard of his dying, I should believe the letter came direct from him." Well, now do not take it for granted that it is from the arch-hypocrite, for it is only some of my disagreeable impressions, that will come sometimes unbidden, when I see such a gaudy cloak over anything as the letter was over it. One of the prime efforts of the church leaders since Joseph's death had been to complete both the temple and the Nauvoo house. Emma listened to the workers across the street as the walls inched up to their full height. Then, with the announcement of the Western move, the temple became the building priority in the city and the Nauvoo house was left a roofless shell. To the restless anti-Mormons, the work on the temple meant duplicity on the part of the Mormons. If they promised to leave in the spring, why would they continue to build the temple? Government troops, aided by willing Hancock County locals, stepped up harassment of citizens in and around Nauvoo. For Mormons, the completion of the temple meant they could receive the long-awaited endowment to which so few had had access previously. Emma's children surveyed the work with interest. "I was over every foot of the building while it was being formed," Joseph remembered. "I stood by the workmen when with hammers and chisels they fashioned and polished the massive pieces which formed the outer wall from cellar to roof. I watched the pillars grow from their moon-shaped pedestals to their star and sun-crowned capitals, and the roof from its eaves to the gilded angel that swung at the top of the spire. By the 10th of December the upper rooms of the temple had been dedicated and temple ordinances were begun. Among the first 40 were the 12 and their wives and John Bernheisel, Reynolds Cahoon, William Clayton, Lucy Smith, Agnes Coolbrith Smith, Mary Fielding Smith, and her sister, Mercy Thompson. Hundreds of church members donned sacred robes, received their endowments, and had marriages solemnized for eternity. The sessions went on day and night. According to church records, Emma was never present in the temple. She had driven to the temple grounds with Joseph on many occasions and had appraised tithing that helped finance the building. The Relief Society over which she had presided began because women wanted to contribute to the effort. To many, the temple represented the final star in the crown of Joseph's prophetic reign. Perhaps Brigham Young and the 12 had not invited Emma to participate in the ceremonies, or she may have avoided the temple knowing that Brigham intended to recolonize and expand all the sealing ordinances to include polygamous unions since 1841. This he began in January 1846. On January 29, 1846, Brigham received a disturbing letter from a church member in the East, Samuel Brannan, who told him of government plans to send troops to intercept the Mormons on their move west and confiscate firearms on the pretense that church members were going to join another nation. James Arlington Bennett's inflammatory letters to various government leaders and newspapers had caused the reaction. This news came immediately after Brigham learned that some of Governor Ford's troops were searching the city for the leaders of the church with plans to arrest them. On February 4, 1846, the 12 trustees and a few others agreed that it was imperative to leave as soon as possible before government officials in the East were aware of their movements. Brigham counseled the people to have everything ready to leave on 4 hours' notice. Those who could leave early were to do so. The city swarmed with people making preparations, selling, buying, and trading, and building wagons. Nauvoo became a vast mechanic shop. On February 6, 1846, the first wagons crossed the ice-choked Mississippi on skiffs under the supervision of the Nauvoo police. One flatboat nearly met disaster when a filthy wicked man squirted some tobacco juice into the eyes of one of the oxen attached to Thomas Grover's wagon. The oxen plunged into the river. No one lost his life in the cold, swift current, but both oxen drowned and some of the wagon contents floated away. The rest were drenched and damaged. It would take a miracle to get the thousands of Mormons out of Nauvoo under such conditions. The miracle came. A few days later the temperature plunged and the river froze solid. Wagons rolled over the bridge of ice by the hundreds and their occupants set up camp along Sugar Creek, 9 miles into Iowa. But, in the rush to get across, many families left with inadequate provisions and the few who were prepared found their own families suffered as they shared food and shelter. Before Heber C. Kimball left, he paid a visit to Emma. He had been appointed to persuade her to go with the church. For Joseph's other wives, a similar offer meant help and security through marriage. Brigham Young had married 8 of Joseph's wives and Heber Kimball married at least 5. Other wives wed various church leaders. These marriages were performed for time only as the women were sealed to Joseph for eternity. The only source that suggests anyone in the church proposed to Emma comes through the recollections of her family. A certain red-haired elder came to Emma to plead with her to take her family and go west. He proposed marriage and finally even used threats and said Emma would come to the time when she would kneel to him, and she said, "Well, if I do it will be the first red-headed Brighamite I ever bowed to." Neither Brigham nor Heber C. Kimball had red hair, but whoever the red-haired elder may have been, he didn't record the rebuff. In this light, Heber C. Kimball's mission may have been to offer Emma assistance if she would move with the church. Benjamin F. Johnson, who accompanied Kimball, remembered, "Nearly all night we labored with her, and all we could learn was that she was willing to go with the church on condition she could be the leading spirit. So we left her, and she did lead all who would follow her so long as she lived." Benjamin Johnson's choice of words is misleading. If she had wanted to head the church, surely Johnson would have plainly said so. Emma most likely said that she would go with the church only if they abandoned plural marriage. In the eyes of Benjamin Johnson, for her to suggest doctrinal influence would have seemed an outrageous attempt to lead the brethren. Brigham Young would comment, "In Joseph's day she tried to throw me, Brother Heber, Brother Willard Richards and the 12 apostles out of the church, and tried to destroy the whole church, and I know it." Brigham made this remark in 1863, and it reflects his anger at her opposition to plural marriage. Emma had not used her position as Relief Society president as a springboard to full church leadership. Besides, Brigham Young had effectively removed the Relief Society organization from the church a year earlier. One church member who went west contemplated Emma's circumstances. Rowett L. Hale wrote in his journal, "If Emma had the right course taken with her she would have come to these valleys." Wilford Woodruff would also call on Emma before he left in the spring. They talked freely and cordially. His concern for her well-being and safety touched Emma. She had had the rough oak from the box that carried Joseph's body from Carthage to the mansion cut into cane-size strips and made a present of one of them to Woodruff, along with a pair of white cotton gloves. To his wife, Phoebe, she gave a handkerchief. Before Brigham crossed the river, he sent for young Joseph to come to his house. When the lad arrived, Brigham presented him with a small dueling pistol. Joseph said of the gesture, "There were those who suggested that the weapon was given me with the idea in mind that I might possibly shoot myself with it by accident, and thus rid the group of a possible annoyance in after years. However, I never credited Elder Young with contemplating any such exigency. I accepted the gift as an exhibition of goodwill." But the gun proved to be dangerous. Because of its hair trigger, Joseph nearly wounded himself with it twice. Emma finally forbade him to use it, so he traded it to his uncle Arthur Milliken, who threw it away after he barely missed shooting one of his children. When the gun went off accidentally, Emma was further frustrated when George A. Smith gave her son a Bowie knife with an 8 or 9-inch blade. The Arkansas toothpick, as Joseph called it, was razor-sharp and came with a belt scabbard. His first thought was that it was heavy enough to cut kindling for his mother. When he showed the gift to Emma she made no attempt to conceal her disgust. "Sure, why couldn't he have given you something useful?" "Well, Mother, you can use this for cutting bread or for other things about the kitchen, can't you?" "Joseph, it is too big and clumsy for such work," she told him. Not especially enamored with the gift himself, Joseph replied, "I'll try to trade it to John Huntington for something we can use." The boy returned from John Huntington's workshop with an extra-large cherry rolling pin and presented it to his mother. Emma remarked, "Now that is something useful." Newell K. Whitney also called Joseph to his home to give him a beautiful writing desk. "Elder Young and George A. have given you weapons of war," he told Joseph, "but the pen is mightier than the sword." Brigham Young and his family left Nauvoo on February 16. His wife Mary Ann stopped by to say a final farewell to Emma and to give her some dishes and housewares she was unable to take along. Other women did the same. Emma offered to buy other household goods and traded or sold some of her own belongings that she knew would be useful to departing friends. But when Emma tried to do business with church leaders the transaction turned into conflict. The saints in England had sent Emma and Joseph each a fine black wool cloak. When Heber C. Kimball wanted to buy the cloaks for himself and Violet, a misunderstanding developed. He got Emma's cloak, But when he sent Joseph Hayward back across the river for Joseph's, Emma said she would not give up the cloak, and an argument developed. Kimball had apparently traded a bed, some chairs, and some cash for the cloaks. Hayward reported to Kimball that Emma said she had been badly treated and intimated that she would see you all damned before she would give up his Joseph's cloak to an apostle. She said it would be settled at the day of judgment. She knew where she stood. Although Hayward usually tried to describe his dealings with Emma in fair and unbiased terms, he let his own frustrations color this encounter. For instance, he said Emma intimated that she would see you all damned. The phrase, therefore, was Hayward's own interpretation of Emma's words. Brigham Young had assigned Joseph L. Hayward, Armand W. Babbitt, John S. Fulmer, and John Bernheisel to stay in Nauvoo as agents for the church. Their assignment was to sell land left by church members, to oversee the sale of church property and transact church business within the city. All the men were qualified for their task professionally but differed markedly in their ability to deal with people, particularly with Emma. John S. Fulmer had little contact with Emma in his new role, but Bernheisel continued to board at the mansion and maintained his cordial friendship with her. Hayward was an intelligent, educated man with a tall, rather slender frame, a kind manner, and a sense of humor. He was usually considerate to Emma. Armand Babbitt's heir, on the other hand, bordered on the pompous. Early in the Kirtland period, Joseph had brought charges against him in the High Council for not keeping the word of wisdom. Babbitt's defense was that he was only following Joseph's example. He later accused Joseph of extravagance for buying clothes for Emma and himself in Washington shortly after his escape from the Liberty Jail. The following year Joseph disfellowshipped him after learning he was discouraging church members from gathering in Nauvoo. Babbitt had earned a law degree from the State University at Cincinnati and eventually qualified for licenses to practice in 6 states. In 1843 Joseph's need for lawyers forced a reconciliation. Babbitt provided Joseph with legal advice that resulted in the destruction of the expositor. Then he refused to help when Joseph was jailed in Carthage, saying, "You are too late. I am already engaged on the other side." Either Brigham Young was not aware of Babbitt's propensity for alienating those around him or, like Joseph before him, he overlooked his faults because he needed his legal knowledge. In the future Brigham would have his own falling out with Babbitt and the rift would become so widely known that, when Indians killed Babbitt on the Western Plains in 1856, Eastern newspapers erroneously reported that Brigham had ordered him killed. In the meantime, Emma assumed that because these men represented the 12 they acted on direct orders from Brigham. And Brigham, his relationship with them strained at best, did not bother to separate the inflammatory rhetoric of Babbitt's letters from the less dramatic probabilities. Babbitt would make Brigham's requests to Emma sound abrupt and thoughtless, and her responses to him selfish and defensive. War in Nauvoo, February to December 1846. Publication of the New York Sun letter prompted further insinuations that Emma Smith opposed the 12 or had lost faith. Other newspapers used the story against the church, as did men who challenged Brigham Young's leadership. Sidney Rigdon, William Smith, and 15 others had led their followers into nearby states. Lyman White believed Joseph III to be the eventual leader and set up a colony in Texas. Emma dismissed White as a disgrace to the community, and the rest she ignored. James J. Strang decided not to ignore Emma and used the New York Sun letter to strengthen his position. Strang had been in the church little more than 4 months when Joseph died. He had traveled to Wisconsin, at Joseph's request, to scout the area for a possible location for a stake. After Joseph's death he produced a letter appointing him successor. He claimed Joseph had written it on June 18, 1844. Less than a week before the martyrdom. It has been judged a forgery by those familiar with Joseph's handwriting and style, but Strang would eventually attract some 2,000 followers. On February 11, 1846, he wrote to Emma, "I was not a little sorry to see the letter by you in the NY Sun. The many evil deeds done by those who usurp authority in the church have shaken the faith of thousands. And it is not singular that your heart should be steeled against men who not only teach the abominable things now taught and practiced in Nauvoo but are also ready to rob and plunder the widows and orphans of their benefactors." Strang offered to help Emma and assured her that he would never teach such doctrines that it will be necessary to abolish schools in order to keep up the church. Finally he got to his main point. "Now sister, if you intend to remain Nauvoo, You cannot well imagine how much I should rejoice in your full and hearty cooperation in my efforts for the regulation and salvation of the city." Emma answered Strang through John Bemizel, who merely sent him a copy of her denial of authorship of the Sun letter. The matter would probably have ended there had William Smith not returned to Nauvoo. Strang had also written Mother Smith. William pored over both letters, discussed them with Emma and his mother, then investigated Strang's claims. On the 1st of March, he sent separate petitions to the 12 and to Strang. Of the 12 he demanded that they publish a statement recognizing his right as patriarch, return the Smith family to proper standing in the church, and provide them with an inheritance. He also wanted the 12 to return to their place and repent fourfold. With a wave of the olive branch, he closed, "If they will grant me the above request, all warfare shall cease from this hour on my part, hatchet handle and all buried forever, and my influence shall be with all my energies to sustain the organization." To Strang he reported that he had talked with Emma, and asked her what she knew of Strang's appointment by Joseph. He said that Emma remembered Joseph receiving a letter from him. Hiram was present. At first Joseph thought all was not right, but Hiram thought otherwise. They talked over matters a while and came to the conclusion that Joseph would write a letter. William did not say that Emma knew the content or that she supported Strang, but he claimed the whole Smith family of the Joseph stock join in sustaining J.J. Strang. He then added a postscript to that effect signed by William, his mother, his 3 sisters, and 2 brothers-in-law. Catherine Salisbury, William's sister, later denied that she signed the letter, suggesting William manipulated his family members. Emma's name is conspicuous by its absence. William would later tell Strang that Emma would not give her name and testimony to your appointment, and advised him that to pressure her would most assuredly drive them further from the church. One of Strang's missionaries reported to a Cincinnati newspaper that Emma and her son, Joseph, acknowledged Strang as the Lord's anointed. Perhaps the persistent rumor that all the Smith family supported Strang was the claim that attracted William Marks to that fold. By April he had attended conference in Voorhees, Wisconsin, and become bishop of that church. Although Marks would have problems with Strang, he would become an apostle and counselor to him in August 1847. In the meantime, Strang baited William Smith by offering him a coveted position as patriarch if William brought with him his mother, with the mummies and papyrus, together with the bodies of Joseph and Hiram. William realized he could not move his brothers' bodies without alienating Emma, but he tried to manage the rest. In June Strang's Voorhees Herald declared, "Our beloved brother William Smith, one of the 12 and only surviving brother of the martyred prophet, arrived in Voorhees with Bishop William Marks a few days since. He is in good health and spirits and is making arrangements to erect a house for his mother on a lot which a gentleman in the place has donated for that purpose." The article asks the members to send $1, so some of the brethren could go and fetch her up from Nauvoo without charge. Lucy Smith never followed her son to Voorhees. Instead, she settled into the small Joseph B. Noble house that the trustees of the church had finally deeded to her. But obtaining that house have not been easy for Lucy. Joseph Hayward and Armand Babbitt were aware that William would inherit his mother's property, and they told Lucy they would not deed her a home unless William either gave his support to the 12 or she refused to let him live with her. Indignant, Lucy Smith responded immediately, "I am wronged out of a home, long promised to me by my son. You put limits to my affections, threaten me with poverty, if I do not drive my children from my door." Lucy demanded that they deed her the house and advanced to her the quarterly sum Brigham had promised her. By the middle of May approximately 12,000 saints had crossed the river into Iowa. Some 600 still remained in Illinois, most of them in Nauvoo. Of those who waited to leave, some could not finance the needed equipment and supplies or were determined to wait until they were fully outfitted. Emma said goodbye to many who had been her friends for years. Later, as tales of hardships trickled back to her, she found it hard to pity them. "They might have known better than to have gone," she remarked to an acquaintance, "and many of them did know better, for I told them better." That spring a man from Ohio had offered to buy the unfinished Nauvoo house from the trustees. When John Bernheisel discovered that Emma held title to the lot on which it stood, he wrote to Brigham Young in Iowa, "I'll have had a conversation with Emma this morning in relation to it, but she would not give me a decisive answer, what she would do, or what she would take for her interest in it, in case it was concluded to sell it. She stated however that she had been offered $1,000 for it. She is not very well pleased that she did not receive the stock which she understood was purchased for her a little more than a year ago. The stock incident was further evidence to Emma that church agents did not have her interests in mind. Decisive answers were not easy for Emma now. She told Bernheisel that she planned to sell or lease her own property as soon as possible and move with her children to Quincy. Brigham answered Bernheisel's letter. You can ascertain what terms to present, he told him, and how Sister Emma Smith's claim can be managed. But in the interim Emma had acted on her own. She informed me, to my great surprise and deep regret, Bernheisel wrote to Brigham, that she had sold the lot for $5,000 to a speculator in real estate named Furness, from Quincy, who has since taken possession of one or two of the basement rooms of the building. With ownership of much of the property unclear, such transactions were inevitable, as were the ill feelings. The previous spring Emma had voiced some of these frustrations in a letter to Thomas Gregg, who had asked for historical documents. I have no documents or papers in my possession of a historical character whatever. All the records of Mr. Smith's of that nature were left with Willard Richards and William Clayton, and they have carried them oft with them. I do not know that I am acquainted with any event of importance that is not already before the public. Indeed, sir, I do not know where or how I should begin, even if I should undertake to give any information concerning events which have transpired in this community, as I am convinced that there is no confidence to be placed in the word of those who have acted conspicuously in this place. For this reason, everything that has not come within my immediate observation remains doubtful in my mind until some circumstance occurs to prove report either true or false. Throughout the spring and summer of 1846 Nauvoo attracted a variety of new citizens, fugitives, and a few anti-Mormons who came to harass and spy. Tensions between Mormon and anti-Mormon forces in Hancock County sometimes erupted into violence. Mobs attacked Mormons who ventured beyond the city to plant crops or to retrieve their personal property. Officials from Carthage then arrested a number of men from Nauvoo and charged them with larceny and perjury. The prisoners were released when they proved they had been held under false arrest. Imprisoned with the Mormons were two new citizens of Nauvoo, Lewis and John Biderman. Emma would eventually marry Lewis C. Biderman. Unquestionably, Emma was acquainted with the Biderman brothers before Joseph's death. About 1843 they filled an order from Joseph and Hiram for 4 carriages. Lewis Biderman delivered 2 of the carriages to the Smith home before the martyrdom. When Joseph saw how well John Biderman ran the carriage business, he hired him to go to Nauvoo and attempt to make a profit from the red brick store. Soon John was in Joseph's store. Saints walked in empty-handed and left with their arms full of merchandise. The only nod in the direction of the cash drawer was the statement, "My credit has always been good with Joseph." John Biderman later had his own crockery shop in Nauvoo, and Emma bought dishes for the mansion from him. Another brother, Christian, rented rooms in the mansion house. Emma knew of some of Lewis's and John's activities in Nauvoo that summer of 1846, for when the diminished population banded together for protection, John Biderman became a special constable. By June Lewis was on the 9-member New Citizens Committee and negotiated with the anti-Mormon delegation from Carthage who proposed marching into the city to make sure the Mormons were actually leaving. Lewis and his committee objected, but, in spite of their efforts, on July 14 the anti-Mormons gathered in force at Golden Point 6 or 7 miles from Nauvoo. One witness wrote, "It seemed to be supposed that by threatening the reluctant and working upon the fears of all they could clear the city in 2 or 3 days. 50 of the new citizens, including Lewis and John Biderman, published a statement that the Mormons were departing as fast as they can be ferried over the river and faster than is consistent with their means of subsistence, or their safety. We can assure our fellow citizens, throughout the state, that there exists no cause for apprehension that Mormon emigration will be suspended." Raids on Mormon farms forced Governor Ford to attempt control measures. Lewis Biderman represented the governor when he delivered instructions to the commander of the state militia to control the mobs. One man in Quincy wrote to his brother in Nauvoo, "Major, Biderman succeeded in reaching this place on Tuesday, not without having been met by Brigadier Gen Stivers who intercepted them at Churchville and threatened to take them to the anti-Mormon camp." Major Biderman left that evening for Springfield with dispatches for the GIF. From this time until his death Lewis Biderman was known as the Major. On September 2 he wrote his brother Christian and referred to himself as a new citizen. He said the mob appeared to respect neither person or property. By September anti-Mormon forces, determined to drive the few remaining Mormons out, moved closer to the city. The troops, consisting largely of Carthage Greys commanded by John Carlin, indignantly rejected any more delays. One of their officers protested, "It is my opinion that men who rush into a situation of this kind hastily, and without due consideration, are damn fools. It is my opinion that men who deliberate too long and negotiate too much are damn cowards," snapped Carlin. The group cheered loudly. Refusing to be a part of the bloodshed now inevitable, the officer resigned his command on the spot. The force of 800 men marched toward Nauvoo. In a matter of days the number of men capable of defending the city dropped from 300 to barely 100 as families fled. Armin Babbitt, who had decided to run for political office in the upcoming election, quickly called a meeting in the temple to harangue the people into staying until after the election. To underscore his determination, Babbitt took possession of the ferry boat, refusing passage to families camped on the riverbank in tents and wagons. Wandle Mace raised and repaired an old skiff that had sunk along the river edge. Once he had his wife and 4 children safely across, he returned to help plan and execute the city's defense. On September 8 Mary Fielding Smith, now a plural wife of Heber C. Kimball, supervised the loading of her family belongings and provisions on skiffs. Her daughter Martha Ann remembered, "We left our home just as it was, our furniture, and the fruit trees hanging full of rosy-cheeked peaches. We bid goodbye to the loved home that reminded us of our beloved father everywhere we turned. We bid goodbye to our dear old feeble grandmother Lucy Mack Smith." No description remains of Emma's and Mary's parting. Mary Fielding began her journey in a party of 10 males and 9 females, including her 4 children, her brother Joseph and sister Mercy. Her stepson, John Smith, heard his family had started west and rode back across Iowa to assist them. If Emma ever corresponded with Mary or any of the other Smith widows, there is no record. Samuel Smith's widow, Lee Vera, followed Brigham Young west, taking her own children and one of Mary Bailey's sons, Samuel H. B. Smith, with her. Don Carlos's widow, Agnes, married William Pickett and later moved to California. The children of these women had played together, and memories would compel some of them to seek out and correspond with each other as adults, though they would differ markedly in their religious attitudes. Lucy Mack Smith had hinged her desire to go west on the condition if the rest of my children go. Feeble and crippled by arthritis, the matriarch of the Smith family was dependent on Emma and Catherine, Sophronia, and Lucy. She had participated in the endowment ceremonies with Sophronia and her second husband, but both Lucy and Catherine accepted William's claim to the presidency. Whether it was this belief, or poverty, or other circumstances, the sisters and their families did not go west. Lucy Mack traveled about 70 miles north to Lucy and Arthur Milliken's home. Emma's immediate concern now became her own safety and that of her children. She received an anonymous threat, probably during this time, if she did not move out of the house in 3 days it would be burned over her head. At the close of the 3rd day Emma put her children to bed on the ground floor where they could get out quickly and propped the south door open. "I want you to be quiet," she cautioned the children. "If anything unusual occurs be sure and let me know. I'll just be overhead, upstairs." A bit frightened, the children said their evening prayers and asked God to keep them safe. The next morning the household awoke safely but, on inspection, Emma found a pile of charred sticks and leaves against the north side of the house. Flames had scorched the siding but had gone out before doing extensive damage. Obviously, she had to leave Nauvoo. The anti-Mormon factions did not want supplies or reinforcements shipped into the city and warned riverboat captains up and down the Mississippi to avoid Nauvoo. None made their regular stops. Emma discussed her situation with John Bernheisel, explaining that once she left she did not plan to return. Although she had disposed of some property, she had not sold it all. Bernheisel's suggestion she left the mansion in the care of Abram Van Tuyl, recently arrived from New York State, who had leased it from her in April. Emma had earlier thought she would go to Quincy and live on property she owned there. Why she did not is a subject for speculation. Perhaps it was too close to Nauvoo to be safe. Perhaps she discovered that her friend and former counselor in the Relief Society, Sarah Cleveland, who had moved there, had secretly married Joseph as a plural wife. Emma's brother, Jesse Hale, had written to her more than a year earlier, expressing his personal grief at Joseph's death and saying he evinced a friendship unexpected and his memory will long be cherished. with the concern of an elder brother, he counseled Emma, "It has been my opinion for some time that you would enjoy yourself far better out of Nauvoo than you can in it, and if you can make it convenient to locate yourself and family in this part of the country, it would be highly gratifying to all of your friends and relatives in this part of the country." By this time Rosanna and William Marks had settled in the river village of Fulton, to the west of Lee County, and had encouraged Emma to move there. If she went to Fulton she would be with friends and close to relatives. Emma, always an early riser, had her household organized and was well into her day's task of packing by 7 a.m. on Friday, September 11, 1846, when the clang of the temple bell signaled an attack on the city. Anti-Mormons led by Colonel Thomas L. Brockman outnumbered Mormon forces almost 8-1, but 2 cannons Wandle Mace had helped restore in the basement of the temple, plus 2 more fashioned out of old steamboat parts, almost equalized the heavy artillery. 50 Nauvoo sharpshooters, led by William Anderson, lay hidden in a cornfield along Parley Street, fingering the triggers of their guns, but they were discovered and fired upon. Curtis Edwin Bolton, a new citizen, described the skirmish. "We retreated into town as a last forlorn hope, threw ourselves into some log houses, determined to do or die." Brockman ordered his horses and men to move down and take possession of this valuable point. The men numbered 120. They charged gallantly down the gentle slope and then charged ungallantly back again, for we were there with our repeating rifles, which would be fired 7 and 8 times without reloading. Emma heard the gunfire throughout the day and undoubtedly spent an anxious night. The following morning one crusty riverboat captain by the name of Grimes defied the mob's threats and announced he was going into port at Nauvoo and would take anyone aboard who wanted to go. When the Uncle Toby docked on September 12, Emma was ready. The Lauren Walker and Wesley Knight families traveled with her on the boat while the men rode overland with the horses, carriage, and a wagon loaded with household goods. Wesley Knight left Nauvoo embittered over his own loss of property and disillusioned with his Mormon experience. "I do not pretend to any religion and do not think I shall again very soon. I have got enough of it to see the actions of the 12th party that went west. It is enough to make one shudder and stand aghast at the actions and proceedings." He derided the practice of plural marriage and the new endowment and further criticized the Mormons who retaliated against the mobs by plundering and stealing. "I left Nauvoo in company with Mrs. Smith, the wife of the prophet," he continued. "Her feelings in relation to Mormonism is the same as mine." Emma boarded the boat with her 5 children and her housekeeper, Savilla Durfee. David was not yet 2, Julia had turned 15 the previous spring, and Joseph would be 14 in 2 more months. 10-year-old Frederick and Alexander, age 8, considered the trip an adventure. 2 young girls, Jane and Nancy Carter, and William C. Clapp also traveled with Emma. The tall and dark William Clapp had been courting Nancy Carter with only limited success. The Uncle Toby filled with other refugees as well. While passengers shouted last-minute goodbyes and instructions to those who remained on shore, Captain Grimes eased the boat out into the Mississippi River. The craft chugged upstream at 8 miles an hour. Emma watched the temple disappear as they rounded the bend out of sight of Nauvoo. Emma did not leave any too soon. Before 11 a.m. Brockman's men marched into town, but William Anderson and his Nauvoo troops were ready. The men positioned the cannon ready to greet the approaching anti-Mormons, holding fire until the expected target was almost upon them. "Ready, fire!" came the command. The ball cutter rode through the approaching ranks, causing a scattered retreat, while some stood firm. Anderson ordered the charge. Suddenly a bullet tripped into him and he sprawled to the ground, dead. Almost at the same instant the enemy fired their cannon through the corner of the house where Anderson's only son had been hiding, killing the boy. By the time the Brockman forces retreated with their own casualties, 8 or 9 more were wounded. John Bernheisel cared for the injured. The 2 sides skirmished for several days and finally, on September 16, negotiated a treaty. The terms were, first, the city of Nauvoo would surrender and Colonel Brockman's forces would take possession. Second, Mormon arms would be delivered to the Quincy Committee, who pledged to protect persons and property. Third, Mormons were to cross the river as soon as possible. Fourth, the sick and helpless would be treated with humanity. Fifth, 5 men, including the trustees of the church, and 5 clerks with their families would be permitted to remain safely in the city to dispose of property. And, sixth, All hostilities were to cease immediately and 10 men of the Quincy Committee would enter the city to perform their duties. Wendell Mace described events in the desolate city. The mob led by Brockman immediately entered the city. They defiled the temple in an outrageous manner, with drunkenness, gambling and ribald song. They paid no attention to the stipulations of the treaty. They ransacked wagons for arms, drove men across the river at the point of the bayonet. Father John Stiles, an old man, and others, were forced to the river to the point of the bayonet, and baptized face downward in the name of Tom Sharp, the leader of the mob, and the editor of the Warsaw Signal. Eudocia Baldwin Marsh, who had stood in the streets of Carthage with her mother and witnessed Joseph's murder, recalled, "Many a house and lot were exchanged for a horse or a yoke of oxen. Sometimes a cow drew the wagon on which the family's all was loaded, while the family itself trudged along beside it on foot." It was not hard to realize that such an out would never reach the western border of Iowa, though its goal, with the rest of the caravan, was the far-distant Salt Lake Valley. Abram Van Taal, in possession of the mansion he had leased from Emma, took note of those new citizens who aided the Mormons. When the occupation came, he pointed out to Brockman which ones should be expelled. One of those was William Pickett, Agnes Coolbrith's husband. He had fought alongside the Mormons and left town in disguise, taking shelter in Iowa with Wendell Mace, who remembered, all through the night he rolled and tossed upon the bed, he would curse the mob, and everyone who had brought about the surrender of Nauvoo. He moaned and swore, "God damn their souls to hell, they have done with pen, ink and paper what they couldn't do with gunpowder." Years later, workmen in Nauvoo were tearing up the attic floor of an abandoned house and discovered a tintype of a little girl. Tucked away with the picture they found this note: "It is night almost and tomorrow we have to leave, for somewhere. I will hide the two little things I love, my kitten's plate and my little dog. I shall come back one day and find you again. Annie." Annie, probably numbered among the 600 souls bivouacked along the Iowa bank of the Mississippi River, part of the tattered remnants of a city that had once numbered nearly 12,000. Some Illinois citizens were outraged at such inhumane treatment and reported, "The Mormons are in need of all kinds of clothing, materials for tents, shoes and company. It is believed that half-worn or old clothing, if not too much worn, would be acceptable to them. Some goods are to be sent them from this place by the first boat." Food became scarcer than either clothing or shelter. Relief came when flocks of quail suddenly descended on the camp. They perched everywhere and even children could catch them with their hands. The beleaguered refugees considered it a miracle. Throughout the next month these people dispersed west across Iowa, south towards St. Louis, and north to small communities along the river. Those who looked back for a final glimpse of their homes, their temple, their city, perhaps had thoughts similar to Wendell Mace's. Farewell Nauvoo, the beautiful, the city of Joseph, the home of so much joy and happy contentment, and also of the most exquisite sorrow and anguish. Farewell to the temple upon which I have labored with so much pleasure. The cost was so great, yet this was built by the energy, tithes and offerings of an honest although a poor persecuted people. Farewell, Nauvoo. Meanwhile, Captain Grimes piloted the Uncle Toby slowly up the river. Emma and her family spent 6 days on the boat. One of the Biderman brothers, probably Christian, and his family were among those with whom Emma passed the long hours in pleasant conversation. The Uncle Toby stopped at every port to discharge cargo, passengers, and some of the fugitives from Nauvoo. On Friday, September 18th, Emma and her group stepped onto the docks at the end of Cherry Street in Fulton, Illinois, about 150 miles upstream from Nauvoo. Situated on the east bank of the Mississippi River, Fulton was a fractional township or precinct that was not to gain full township status for 6 more years. A nearby quarry provided stone for many of the buildings in the community. Emma and those in her party found temporary lodging among the townspeople. They had been in Fulton 3 days when 2 of the local women, Abby Rice and Sarah Johnson, called on Emma to welcome her. Abby Rice commented, "I like her appearance very well." 2 weeks later, as Abby packed for an extended trip to Chicago, she noted that Mrs. Emma Smith has rented this house and so I shall board out when I return. The apartment was in the large white, 2-story frame house of Dr. Daniel Reed, located at the corner of Base and Wall Streets, 4 blocks from the river. Emma and her children shared rooms with the Knights, the Walkers, William Clapp, and the two Carter girls as well as Mrs. Durfee. Emma again lived in crowded conditions. That the residents accepted the Mormons as casually as any other settlers is evidenced by the local histories, for no mention is made of Emma or the others in either Fulton or Whiteside's county histories. But one of Emma's friends wrote, she won respect and esteem for herself despite the prejudice many felt against the name Mormon. I had more than a casual acquaintance with her, and knew her to be a rare good woman, a devoted mother. It seems to me that the Rocky Hills of Pennsylvania had developed in her a character of uprightness and integrity that carried her bravely through trials that would have overwhelmed women of more common mold. Emma's children found friends, attended school, and were included in social occasions. Before long Jane Carter married, and William Clapp finally won Nancy Carter. Their departure into their own homes is the crowding in Emma's house. That fall and winter Emma contacted her brothers and sisters, who lived about 40 miles east, in and around Amboy. She also kept abreast of the events in Nauvoo through her correspondence with John Bernheisel, who, with other men, had remained in the city to represent the church's interests. In turn, Bernheisel kept Brigham Young informed about the well-being of various church members, including Emma and Lucy Mack Smith. Bernheisel's colleague, Joseph Hayward, also wrote to Brigham from Helltown, formerly Nauvoo. We wish to say a few words in relation to the bodies of the Smith family interred on Emma's place. It is known to some through Emma where they lie. We have thought if it was wisdom to remove them that it would be effected now, especially as Emma is out of the way. Hayward stated that Emma's renter Van Taal had conspired with the anti-Mormons, and he accused Emma of telling Van Taal the location of Joseph's and Hiram's graves. Emma would not have knowingly harbored a spy, nor would she have betrayed the secret burial to someone she thought would rob or molest graves. To Brigham Young's credit, he did not move on Hayward's request. The Major 1846 to 1849, Emma received a letter in January 1847 that signaled a new era. Lewis C. Biderman, who had retreated to his former home in Canton, Illinois, after the fall of Nauvoo, wrote to Emma with a business request. Dear Madam, I write to you from this place where I have been ever since our defeat at Nauvoo. I was taken sick shortly after I arrived here with a bilious fever almost disappeared of recovery by my physician and friends. I am only now able to walk about the house. My brother John and family have moved back and I shall return as soon as my health will admit for traveling. They tell me there is nothing but peace and tranquility existing there. Brother John and myself are desirous to rent the mansion house of you if you intend letting it, and if so, please inform me what will be your terms per annum. We wish to rent a house barn and furniture, in fine everything that pertains to the tavern. Please excuse this billet. I'm very nervous. Your sincere friend and well-wisher Lewis Biderman. Emma penned her answer on the back of Biderman's letter. Her reply suggests that she did not intend to return to Nauvoo soon, if at all. Mr. Biderman, yours of the 1847, 11th January to me was received yesterday, in answer to which I have to say, that I suppose I shall have to get possession of the mansion before I can rent it again, as I do not expect you would like to rent it and run the risk of getting possession, as Dr. Valeen T. may not be willing to give up the property. Indeed, I do expect some trouble with him yet, though if your brother is in Nauvoo perhaps he can find out on what conditions he will give up possession of the premises. I want to rent the farm that is near Nauvoo. If you know someone that wants to rent it, you would do me a favor to let me know of it. Upland, I have another farm between the Quincy Road and Warren near Marshes that I wish to rent or sell. I also have a number of city lots in Nauvoo I would like to sell. I am anxiously waiting to know what our new Guff is going to do with regard to the affairs of Hancock. I formed a very agreeable acquaintance with your brother, his family, while on the boat with them, and would be pleased to see them again, and that too under more pleasant circumstances. You will please give them my best respects. Yours truly, Emma Smith. Van Taal had not forwarded his rent money to Emma, and in February Bernheisel sent word confirming her suspicions of the renter. Van Taal had been building a houseboat which he intended to furnish with the contents of the mansion. The rest of Emma's goods he planned to sell downriver on his way to Texas, hoping to get away before she learned of his plan. Perhaps with the aid of John Biderman, Emma confirmed what Bernheisel had written, then packed her few belongings. Lauren Walker hitched old Charlie to the carriage and drove her and the 5 children back to Nauvoo. At first they moved rapidly over the frozen roads, but by the time they reached La Harpe the weather had warmed enough to turn the roads into thick mud. When the carriage entered the north end of town, Emma saw that many houses stood stark and empty against the sky, some boarded shut, others with doors and windows open to the harsh weather. Lauren Walker pulled Charlie to a halt in front of the mansion, much to the astonishment and discomfort of the dishonest landlord. Joseph III recalled, for Emma caught Van Tael carrying furniture from the house. She was unable to collect any back rent from her tenant before he made his speedy exit from the city, and she failed to recover all her household furnishings. But in some ways she was fortunate. Van Tael had been collaborating with the anti-Mormon element, therefore the occupying troops did not pillage the house. Again mistress of the mansion, Emma commented, "I have no friend but God, and no place to go but home." Like many river towns, Nauvoo was now rough and dangerous. John Bernheisel continued to live at the mansion, but many of Emma's boarders were coarse river travelers and land speculators. Emma's son recorded one apparently typical incident when a Dr. Stark tried to leave for New York without paying his bill. Joseph went to see him, but Stark ordered the boy out. The young man refused to budge until he got the money. Stark paid, leveled a series of crude insults about Emma, and concluded, "I will see that I never owe her anything again." "Thanks, we will take care of that ourselves," Joseph retorted, then calmly shut the door behind him. With few overnight travelers and fewer who paid, Emma often had no cash with which to run the mansion and supplied the table. Once when she had only 25 cents left, she sent it with Joseph to the store for flour. The storekeeper offered to send a whole sack home and let Emma pay when she could. "No sir," he replied. "Mother told me to get only 25 cents worth. For that is all the money she has, and she does not want to go into debt." In the absence of a police force, homes became frequent targets for burglary, and many citizens kept guns loaded and close at hand. One night a woman friend of Emma's had been out after dark. When she entered her home, her husband mistook her for an intruder and shot her, wounding her fatally. Emma spent long hours caring for the mother until she died. Several years later, when the father also died, Emma took the two orphaned boys into her home as part of the family until they were old enough to be on their own. During the 6 months that Emma had spent in Fulton, the main body of Mormons established camps along the Missouri River near present-day Omaha, Nebraska. They named the encampment Winter Quarters, and it grew to a population of several thousand people. In the early spring of 1847, at about the time Emma returned to Nauvoo, a vanguard wagon train of 148 people, including Brigham Young, other members of the 12, and William Clayton, left winter quarters for the trek westward. On July 22 an advance party entered the Great Basin of the Rocky Mountains, and 2 days later Brigham Young, sick and feverish, reportedly gazed over the Great Salt Lake Valley and said, "This is the right place, drive on." From this time the church would be centered in Salt Lake City, but missionaries and travelers going to and from Utah would pass through Nauvoo out of nostalgia and curiosity. Some would visit Emma. Emma turned 43 the same month the Mormons entered the Salt Lake Valley. A traveler through Nauvoo described her as an intelligent woman, rather large and good-looking, with a bright sparkling eye, but a countenance of sadness when she is not talking. She must have been a handsome woman when some years younger. She answered all our questions as we sat at dinner, although perhaps some of them might have been rather impertinent under a strict construction of the rules of etiquette, with a great readiness and great willingness. According to Emma's son, an Irishman named James Mulholland found her still a handsome woman and began courting her. He may have been a relative of the James Mulholland who had died in Emma's home during that first year in Nauvoo. Although he frequently called on Emma, either he was not persistent enough or he did not interest her, for little more is known of him. John Bernheisel, who had boarded in the mansion since 1844, have now completed his work as a church agent and was ready to join his family in the West. He had observed Emma in a variety of circumstances and respected her strong will and tenacity even when he came in conflict with them. He loved her children and admired Emma for her care of them. His farewell letter read, "Dear Sister Emma, I cannot take my departure from this place without acknowledging the debt of gratitude that I am under to you. And in making this acknowledgement, I especially desire to be understood that I am observing no mere form or idle custom, nor empty ceremony. During the 3 years that I was a member of your family, I found every necessary provided for my comfort, with much order and neatness, and from yourself and family I experienced not only kindness and respect, but such affectionate regard, tenderness and delicacy as to make me feel more than your grateful friend. I may never be permitted to pay you all, but the bond of obligation shall ever remain binding on my heart and life, and I beg you to accept my profound and grateful acknowledgments for your uniform kindness and attention to me, and for your trouble of me during so long a period, and I fervently pray that God may reward you in this world 1,000-fold and in the world to come with life everlasting. J. M. Bernheisel would visit Emma again as he traveled back and forth as a delegate to the United States Congress from the Utah Territory. He maintained a lifelong interest in her children, particularly Joseph and David. Joseph recalled his kindness. He had frequently written me, and had greatly increased the value of my library by gifts of the various documents published by order of Congress, such as those on the exploration of the United States territory, reports of our dealings with foreign governments, the opening of commerce with China. Indeed, there was little of importance that he failed to send me. In contrast to Bernheisel's thoughtful diplomacy, Armand Babbitt's heavy-handed tactlessness offended Emma. Once as he left Nauvoo for winter quarters, he stopped his carriage in front of the mansion. He had come to tell Emma that she should move to the Salt Lake Valley with her children. As Joseph tells the story, she refused, saying she could not live with the false doctrines preached there. It has been determined to make you so poor that you will be willing and glad to go out there for protection, Babbitt threatened. I have been appointed to accomplish that purpose and I propose to do so. Armand Babbitt, she retorted, it may be possible for you to make me poor, but you could never make me poor enough to induce me to follow Brigham Young. In the spring of 1847, Lewis C. Biderman had returned to Nauvoo from his refuge in Canton, Illinois. The major was 45. Joseph said he was a fine-looking man, 6 feet tall, with a high forehead and splendid bearing. He usually dressed very well. He was debonair and polished compared to many in Nauvoo, and had a quick sense of humor, the ability to laugh at himself, and a charm that made him attractive to women. Lewis once said that he first became attracted to Emma Smith when he saw the beautiful darns in her stockings. However, she damned them, and whatever he observed along with the darns, it was enough to keep him interested in Emma as he settled down to storekeeping in the nearly deserted town. Their middle-aged courtship, however, was not without its problems. Joseph recalled that Lewis, wearing a high hat, came to call one evening. Catching sight of Mother sewing at an upper window, he made her a very polite and wily sweeping bow. Regaining his erect posture after this elaborate ceremony, he replaced his hat upon his head and stepped forward briskly, when suddenly a clothesline he had failed to observe caught him across the forehead, just under the brim of his hat. Off flew the hat, but alas, along with it flew a very fine toupee. Both Emma and her son had seen the display and laughed uncontrollably. Biderman punctuated the recovery of both wig and hat with, "Damn that wig." The embarrassing situation proved no handicap to the gallant gentleman, Joseph remembered, for he was made of sterner stuff. Throughout the summer and fall of 1847 Emma continued to see Lewis Biderman, who eventually proposed marriage. As his grandchildren later heard the story, he stated simply, "You are alone and I am alone. Let us live our lives out together." Who would perform the ceremony? The only Mormons left in the city were agents of Brigham Young with neither ecclesiastic nor legal authority. Lewis's and Emma's only choices were the Methodist circuit rider or a justice of the peace at the courthouse in Carthage. They chose the Methodist preacher. No record is available to tell how often the Methodist minister, Reverend William Haney, came to Nauvoo, but Emma and Lewis set their wedding date to coincide with his regular visit, Thursday, December 23, 1847, the date of Joseph Smith, Jr.'s birth. Many Mormons were aghast that Emma would not remain a mourning monument dedicated to the memory of their dead prophet, but her remarriage argues that her association with Joseph was fulfilling enough to marry again. Curiosity about the wedding and speculation about Lewis Biderman enlivened the otherwise dull social climate of Nauvoo during the 1847 Christmas season. Sarah M. Kimball, still in Nauvoo, gossiped in a letter to Nancy Marinda Hyde at Council Bluffs, "The marriage of Mrs. Smith is the all-absorbing topic of conversation. She was married last Thursday Eve. The groom, Mr. Biderman is, I believe, looked upon with universal contempt. He was a widower, wears a wig, has 2 daughters, young ladies. A Mrs. Kinney, who credits him with 1 child, says he still loves her, but married Emmy for her property. Mrs. Smith manifested the confidence she has in her intended husband by employing attorneys to execute a marriage contract and secure her all the property. The ceremony was performed by the Reverend Methodist Mr. Haney. The bride was dressed in plum-colored satin, a lace tuck handkerchief, gold watch and chain, no cap, hair plain. Part of the sting in Sarah's report may be explained by her concluding remark, "We were not honored guests, but were told that things passed off very genteelly." Louis Biderman was attracted to women, but any link between him and Sarah's Mrs. Kinney remains unproven. Nauvoo land and population records failed to confirm the presence of any Kinneys in the city at that time, but Sarah's report that Emma had executed a marriage contract may have been correct. If so, she misunderstood the purpose. Marriage contracts could be made to relieve the spouse from responsibility for debt, and Louis Biderman had made such an agreement with his previous wife, Mary Ann Douglas. Emma may have suggested such a contract to protect Biderman from the debts she inherited from Joseph, rather than to constrain her new husband. 2 days before her marriage she deeded the mansion house to Mary Fielding's son-in-law, Lauren Walker, who deeded it back on the same day, an obvious attempt to clear the title. News of Emma's and Louis's marriage was reported to Brigham Young. John Fulmer wrote this disparaging account on January 26, 1848. "I suppose you know by this time that there was a certain widow in this place, who was lately given, and as the orthodoxy would say, in holy matrimony to one of his satanic majesty's high priests, to wit, one Louis Biderman." Now these twain being one flesh concocted a grand scheme by which they would effectually block our wheels and enrich themselves. They hit upon the idea that the church, according to a limited construction of one of our state laws, could only hold 10 acres of land, and that consequently, the deed from Emma and Joseph to Joseph as a trustee was illegal. Armand Babbitt told Heber C. Kimball and Brigham Young less than a week later that Emma had made a quit-claim deed of all the lands to the church, and added that it served as a perfect estoppel to the sale of any more city property until the matter is tested in the courts of law. Emma had relinquished her claims and would settle for the widow's dowry that was hers by law. Unfortunately, the issue was not so simple, and Emma would have to deal with it later. Probably because a Methodist minister performed the marriage ceremony, Babbitt reported that Emma had joined the Methodist Church. She was taken in on trial. Of course, let them try her. When he retold the same story to Heber C. Kimball, he added, "It is to be hoped that she will suit them." The Methodists, he claimed, had their own interests and were trying to get possession of the temple and other church property through Emma, but he told Brigham that the temple has been sold since and bidden by Emma's husband on an execution in favor of William Backensters. John Bernheisel returned to Nauvoo the following year and stated emphatically to Brigham Young that Emma has not united with the Methodist Church. Still, the rumor would persist unfounded. Emma had been a member of the Methodist faith as a child and would have felt comfortable there, but Nauvoo Methodist records did not list her as a member. But Emma did give her family religious training. For example, a poem that David would write as an adult described how she had taught her 5 children to pray with faith and to read the Bible. "You know," he wrote, "how righteous she has been, through all her weary years." Emma's union with Louis Biderman ended speculation that she might someday accept the 12's offer of assistance to go west, and although her name was never removed from the membership records, in their eyes it affirmed her separation from the church. It also united her for the second time in her life to a man she loved, in spite of statements claiming the marriage was one of convenience. A typical example is this third-hand account written 30 years after the event. Sister Jemison said that Emma Smith told her mother that the reason she married Biderman was that she promised the mob if they would let her stay in Nauvoo and not molest her, she would hide the Mormon books from her children and do all she could do to turn them against the church and the works of their father. She thought that marrying Biderman would help the matter. Much of the gossip may have been prompted by the need to explain how Emma could marry anyone after Joseph. An awareness of Louis Biderman's personality is important in understanding the remaining 32 years of Emma's life. Louis was 14 when the Biderman family moved from his birthplace in Smithfield, Virginia, to Highland County, Ohio. Little is known of him until his marriage at age 25 to Nancy Sebree in 1827. Their first child was a boy, born in 1828. Louis's second child was a girl, born in 1829, not to his wife but to one of Jeremiah Smith's daughters, no relation to the Joseph Smith family. This woman, probably Nancy Smith, left their illegitimate child, Amira, with her own parents to be raised. Amira knew who her father was, and when she was 24 began a remarkable correspondence with Louis Biderman that spanned at least 25 years. Louis and his wife, Nancy Sabri, moved to Canton, Illinois, where 2 more children were born. There, Nancy and the son died, leaving Louis a widower with 2 daughters, Emma Zerelda and Mary Elizabeth. In 1842 Louis married a widow named Mary Ann Douglas. Disillusioned with this marriage after 2 months, he composed a letter to Mary Ann's 3 brothers, a duty he found painful in the extreme. He told them that his ardent affections were not returned by his cold heartless tyrannical wife. I had my children under such command that if I had company at the table they would wait without a murmur, but as a general thing children should eat with the family in order that they could be taught. He wrote. My dear companion made the quick reply with considerable animosity that my children should not eat at her table. She would as lief sit down with a parcel of cats. I told her my children had always eat at the table when I eat, and I further desired that her children and mine should sit at the same board. Mary Ann also made long recitals of his imaginary faults almost as regular as the earth made her diurnal revolution. She would reproach me on account of my not being wealthy and remark what a fool she was a woman like her to marry me in poverty. I will not boast of my wealth, but them that has more than me is not in a suffering situation. The marriage ended 4 months later. Mary Ann may have thought Louis was wealthy because he owned an iron foundry in Canton, Illinois, and had converted a steam mill into a carriage factory which he later sold to the McCormick Company. Joseph, who was 15, found his stepfather a man of strong likes and dislikes, passionate, easily moved to anger. Biderman had a taste for liquor, and his absence of religious commitment bothered Joseph and would disturb his brothers as they became older. Although he had helped establish the first Congregational Church in Canton, Illinois, in 1842, Louis called himself a deist by the time he married Emma. He thought that Joseph Smith was an honest man, although perhaps deceived. I believe in one God who has neither partner nor clerks, Louis proclaimed. A portrait of Joseph Smith always hung in the home, however, and Louis would not allow anyone to speak against the dead prophet. Joseph III recalled of his stepfather, while his moral character might not be considered to be of the highest quality, he did possess a certain pride of manhood, a deeply rooted dislike of being in debt or under obligation to anyone, and, so far as the ordinary transactions of life are concerned, a desire to deal honorably with his fellow men. Joseph continued with a remarkable analysis of Pa Biderman that could easily have described his own father, and suggests why Emma and her children seemed to adjust so readily to the presence of this colorful man in their lives. There was much in the character of the man that called forth admiration. His house was open to all his friends, and they came and went without reproach and at their own convenience. There was always room at the table for any who might be present when the meal was ready, and his uniform sociability made everybody welcome. In some ways he made an excellent landlord, but it was unfortunate in always having a number of human sponges harboring about the place, feeding of his hospitality and rendering little in exchange therefor. Joseph wrote, he was not a good judge of human character and was easily imposed upon. He had grown up with but little schooling and had been a hard and conscientious worker. Emma accepted Louis's daughters, Zerelda, 13, and Mary Elizabeth, 11, as easily as she had accepted other motherless children. In return, Louis would be the only father David, now 3, would ever know. At the time of Emma's marriage, Louis and a partner ran a store. When they dissolved the partnership, Louis suggested to Emma that they each put $1,000 worth of goods in the red brick store and let Joseph run it. Emma agreed, thus giving her eldest son his first business opportunity. He converted one of the upstairs rooms, perhaps the same room his father had used as an office, into sleeping quarters, and also acted as night watchman. Unfortunately, he was no more successful at storekeeping than his father before him. He refused to dicker with the customers. Biderman could easily mark down a bolt of fabric to move it off the shelf. Joseph hung on for the original price, and the cautious housewives never could feel they had struck a bargain. The store did not make much money, but Joseph found some independence there until he became an adult. Meanwhile, a second business district had grown up on the north side of town near the temple, changing the face of the community. A New York company had agreed to lease the vacant temple for use as a school, and a representative expected to start for Nauvoo on October 10, 1848. Shortly after 3 a.m. on October 9, the cry of fire, Fire broke into Emma's sleep. From her window she could see the northern sky aglow with flames leaping from the roof of the temple. Lewis dashed toward the building nearly a mile away. The same alarm woke Joseph in his room above the store. He could see people running along the streets toward the center of town. One man called up to him that the temple was burning. Joseph ran to the mansion and found that the major had already gone. Afraid that an arsonist would strike next at the mansion, Joseph stayed there with Emma and the younger children. The fire had started in the cupola, a news report later stated, and as the flames shot up to the sky, they threw a lurid glare into the surrounding darkness. Great volumes of smoke and flame burst from the windows, and the crash of falling timbers was distinctly heard on the opposite side of the river. The interior of the building was like a furnace. The walls of solid masonry were heated throughout and cracked by the intense heat. The melted zinc and lead was dropping from its huge block. Before daybreak the once beautiful landmark stood smoldering with walls too hot to touch. Louis Biderman returned to Emma sometime after dawn, his face and hands black with smoke. As he washed away the grime he recalled a biblical passage, something about a father's bowels yearning over his son. "I never understood that passage before," said the major. "But now I seem to feel this loss, this terrible calamity, throughout my whole body. I believe I begin to sense the meaning of that phrase in the Bible. I shall not make light of it again." Area newspapers echoed the feeling of loss. The Nauvoo Patriot lamented, "To destroy a work of art, at once the most elegant and the most renowned in its celebrity in the whole West, would require a mind of more than ordinary depravity." 2 weeks after the fire the Kokuk Register called on every good citizen to condemn this act of the grossest barbarism. Situated on the bluff of the river, it commanded a prospect as far as the eye could reach and as lovely as the eye ever rested upon. The citizens on both sides of the river reprobate the act as wanton and malicious in the extreme. But others saw the burning of the temple as a final triumph over the Mormons, for its destruction assured that they would not return. In Carthage some lauded those who had set the fire as upright, honorable men, not vandals, and the Warsaw Signal called it a benevolent act. Within a month the citizens of Nauvoo banded together to raise funds to locate the arsonist. Lewis signed first on the subscription list and offered $25. Eventually the blame centered on a man Joseph described as a river rat, a drunken lout named Joseph Agnew. Lewis later told Mormon visitors from the West that some citizens of Carthage, Warsaw, and other nearby towns had contributed $500 which they paid to Agnew to burn the temple. 47 years later, after the arsonist's death, a confidant published Agnew's confession. He and 2 accomplices, posing as traveling strangers, asked the temple guard to show them through the building. Agnew noticed a key in the door and, unobserved, slipped it into his pocket. When the guard left for his evening meal Agnew unlocked the heavy door and made his way to the attic floor, then lit his tinder where it would get a good start before it would shed any light to be seen from the outside. I began to retrace my steps with joy and a light heart for I was sure that the temple was as good as burned. Agnew made a wrong turn and became lost in the burning building. His only way out lay through the fire. Wrapping his coat around his head, he dived into the inferno and rolled out the other side. Badly burned and bruised, could barely make it back to his horse with the others. Agnew related, "After going about 1/2 mile I looked toward Nauvoo, and I saw flickering light and the next minute flames burst through the roof." Louis Biderman believed that the loss of the temple was related to the drop in business at the mansion house, for after the landmark burned, paying guests were not 1/4 the number they had been before. With Emma's and Lewis's financial situation precarious at best, the news that gold had been discovered in California pricked the major's interest. He and his brother John decided to join the rush to riches by the overland route that took 6,000 gold seekers across the plains and western mountains in 1849. The major and his brother crossed the Mississippi the last part of April to join a wagon train of 49ers. By May 4 they had traveled well into Iowa. Lewis, still not distant enough from Nauvoo to be homesick, happily wrote to Emma, "Our journey so far is very pleasant. I have nothing to regret in determining the undertaking, this gentleman only being separated from her, that I love and the society of the children. I have nothing of note to record except my wagon is not made by gentlemen and my horses got loose the first day's traveling." Lewis then related an experience for Emma's amusement. One evening the travelers had apparently been late setting up their camp. By the time they had cooked some fine browned squirrel for their evening meal it was dark. Someone accidentally knocked over the table along with the meat. John Biderman groped in the grass for the squirrel with only the moon to light his search, thinking he had found a piece and applying it to his tasters. To his great astonishment found it to be not buffalo chip but cow chip. Didn't he spit? Goodbye for the present, your dear husband L. C. Biderman. Emma and Lewis had been married about 18 months when he left for California. He would be gone slightly over a year and their correspondence details events that happened to both of them during that time. Not all of their letters survive, although they apparently wrote monthly. Only one long letter from Emma, dated January 7, 1850, is extant. The letters reveal much about Emma's and Lewis's relationship. From the Indian Territory Lewis wrote, "Dear Emma, oftentimes my mind hovers around thee, and in imagination press thee tenderly to my bosom. Oh my love, if I could only hear from you and know that you was well and the family and you was enjoying yourselves, it would ease this aching heart. It would overcompare with the brilliant prospects of my success in California. Be cheerful, dear. If we live, the day will arrive where we will again meet and press each other to our congenial breasts." In spite of his apparent homesickness for Emma, Lewis Biderman found the trip to California to be the great adventure he had anticipated. He noticed the emigrants were kind and peaceable towards each other. One man gave him a pair of gum elastic boots which Lewis said reaches to my butt. "The account from the gold regions is good and I think we will do well if we should be so lucky as to get there," he wrote to Emma. In the late summer Lewis and John Biderman arrived at the goldfields safely. In one letter to Emma, Lewis mentioned that he has not seen Emma's nephew, Lorenzo Wasson, who apparently left for California soon after Lewis. Whether Lewis met him in California is not known, but Lorenzo died en route home in February 1851. As Lewis traveled west it took up to 6 months for his correspondence to reach Emma. She described her loneliness as a reign of gloomy solitude. She was concerned about 18-year-old Julia. A slender, fair-skinned, blue-eyed man of 36 named Elisha Dixon came to Nauvoo as an entertainer soon after Lewis's departure. Sometime in the summer of 1849 he and Julia married, despite Emma's disapproval of his occupation, or lack of one. He soon went to St. Louis where he became involved in some sort of business for $40 a month. Whether or not Julia went with him is not known, but, when cholera hit St. Louis, Dixon retreated back to Nauvoo. Emma, relieved that the cholera epidemic did not reach Nauvoo, speculated in a letter to Lewis that it was because the landings and a wharf were now gone and the riverboats no longer stopped there. That summer had been one of the most disease-free in her memory, and she prayed it would last. "I earnestly hope that the all-wise ruler of heaven will remember," she wrote, "that those beings that are in this place who would be humane if they had half a chance, have enough to contend with, without having the scourge of nations sent among them." Emma's boarders had dwindled to one. Paying her bills left her without cash, and she turned the operation over to Elisha Dixon. He invested about $100 and over the next few months did better than I expected, Emma would reassure Lewis. She was also concerned about Lewis's 14-year-old daughter Mary Elizabeth, who married a Mr. Gibson on July 30. Shortly after their marriage the newlyweds left Nauvoo, taking Zerelda with them. 6 months later Emma commented to Lewis with mingled worry and irritation, "I have not heard one word from them since." With Zerelda and Mary Elizabeth gone, Julia and her husband running the mansion, and her children getting old enough that their care was not so demanding, Emma's life pace slowed and she began to gain weight. Although photographs of her during this time reveal that she was not obese, when John Bernheisel visited her in September he wrote to Brigham Young that the 45-year-old Emma had become quite corpulent. Bernheisel also described Emma's reaction to his arrival, "Though Emma received me in the kindest, and entertained me in the most hospitable manner, yet she did not make a single inquiry in relation to the valley, the church, or any of its members." Perhaps Emma's reticence can be traced to a letter her eldest son had received the previous spring. Joseph had maintained a cordial correspondence with at least 2 of his cousins in the West, George A. Smith and John A. Smith. On March 13, 1849, George A. had written Joseph from Iowa, "It is my present calculation to move, with my family, to the mountains this summer. I should be happy if you could find it convenient to accompany me. One great work accomplished by your father was the building up of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. About 5,000 of that body are already congregated in the mountains, who would be much pleased to see you in their midst. Conscious of how Emma might feel, he told Joseph to consult your mother on this subject, and do as wisdom shall direct. Emma would not have been pleased. She knew the 32-year-old George A. had plural wives, and she would have been reluctant to allow her 17-year-old son to observe polygamy at close range. Bernheisel wrote news of others in the family as well. Joseph has grown surprisingly, indeed so much so that I did not recognize him. His little brothers have also grown rapidly. Emma has employed a teacher, who is residing in the house and is instructing the children. Joseph is studying English, French, and Latin. Julia has been joined in the silken bands of wedlock to a reformed gambler who keeps the mansion. He reported that Mother Smith's health is very feeble and in all human probability she will not survive another winter. Lucy, he said, had asked about Brigham Young and others. To John Bernheisel the city seemed gloomy and desolate. He wrote, "The lots and trees with few exceptions are overgrown with weeds and grass. Few of the houses are inhabited, the remainder are in a state of desolation and utter ruin. Though the walls of the temple are standing, yet they are much cracked. There has been nothing done to rebuild it except clearing away some rubbish. It is enclosed with a rude fence and is used as a sheepfold and cowpen." Bernheisel did not mention Louis Biderman. Emma may have avoided talking about him. Louis was already in California, but she did not know that and feared that he might travel through the Salt Lake Valley. Aware that some people there regarded him with suspicion, Emma felt apprehensive about his safety. When she did learn of his arrival in the goldfields, she would write, "My dear Louis, you cannot realize how thankful I was when I learned that you had got from the bluffs safe and did not go by the valley." Change in Nauvoo, 1850 to 1860. A letter from Louis arrived on December 29, 1849. Emma went to her room to read it in privacy before sharing it with her children. On January 7, 1850, she answered, "The satisfaction I enjoyed in pursuing that letter none ever knew, or ever will know, but the truly faithful heart, that had waited in anxious suspense as long as I had." Emma had always expressed her feelings best in times of concern, and now her writing was almost poetic. "My dear Louis, I have scarcely enjoyed any good thing since you left home, in consequence of the terrifying apprehension that you might be suffering for the most common comforts of life. I have never been weary without thinking that you might be much more so. I never have felt the want of food without fear that you might be almost, or quite starving, and I have never been thirsty without feeling my heart sicken with the reflection that perhaps you were sinking, faint, and famished for want of that reviving draught that I could obtain so easily and use so freely, and I have much feared that the heat of the sun on those burning plains might seriously affect you. But now these anxieties are over, and some may think that might be content, but I am not, neither can I be until you are within my grasp. Then, and not till then shall I be free from fears for your safety, and anxieties for your welfare." Emma included news of various family members and told Louis of Julia and Elisha Dixon's attempt to run the Mansion Hotel. Then she added, "But the business and climate did not agree with his broken constitution, and his physicians told him he must go south or not live till spring." Accordingly, he started about the 10th of December for Cuba, but only got to St. Louis where he had been confined to his bed for 3 weeks. "This is the last news we have had yet of him. Julia is with me and is almost as lonely as I am." Emma assured Louis that her children wanted him to know they remembered him. "It would have done your soul good if you could have seen how anxious they would know if you were well." And then Joseph and Frederick and Alexander was not satisfied till they had all read your letter, and Joseph copied it immediately for Mary Elizabeth. David, who had turned 5 in November, stood for a moment at his mother's side while she wrote, reminding Emma that he loved his pa because he promised to bring him some gold in a little box and he is going to love him till he gets home. Travelers through Nauvoo had been infrequent for over a year, and Emma commented to Louis that only 1 or 2 boarders came through in a week. "If business is no better here in the spring than it was last," she commented, "I think I shall take the sign down and do all we can on the farm." Emma expressed concern over property matters, and although she did not mention names, she spoke of the treacherous designing knaves of a pack of cutthroat swindlers that seemed to find their way to Nauvoo. My chance of saving property is just as good as a woman's chance would be in the fifth-story window of a burning building in Broadway, NY, holding her most precious goods, hesitating whether to throw them back into the flames, or throw them into the streets among the thieves. She told Lewis that since she could not always know the outcome of a situation beforehand, he should not be surprised if she threw some in the fire and some into the hands of the thieves. In spite of lazy lawyers and treacherous hypocrites, she vowed she would save enough land to raise their potatoes and corn. I do believe that you, in the goodness of your generous soul, will say that I have not done as bad as I might. You may rest assured that I shall do the best I can. Emma's earlier dealings with Armand Babbitt and the other church representatives caused her to fear that Lewis might be in some danger from the Mormons in the West. She asked him to be cautious in dealing with them and wrote, "It may seem strange and ungrateful to you that they should even wish you harmed, and so it is. But I can tell you they are capable of an infamous ingratitude as any other beings." Because of Lewis's assistance in the Mormon War in Nauvoo, he might have expected gratitude, but Emma feared that their marriage had changed that. "All that I can find that they have against you is they think that you occupy a situation here that you have no business to." This is what Babbitt told me himself the day before he left here. "Babbitt said that you had no right to marry me, and of course on the same principle, I had no right to marry you." Babbitt, the last of the church trustees to leave Nauvoo, had taken his family to the valley the previous summer. "I believe they intend that I shall not enjoy anything without trial," Emma concluded. She had learned that some Mormon had met Lewis en route and asked him to return to Nauvoo, collect Emma and the children, and take them to the valley. Lewis declined, and Emma told him, "I think you managed very prudently." At the close of her letter, Emma asked, When can I begin to think about your coming home?" "No more at present, only that I am as ever yours wholly." A messenger handed Emma's January 7, 1850, letter to Lewis while he was living in a tent 100 miles southeast of Sacramento. "Oh, the ecstasy of joy in the perusal thereof, finding you alive and well and the family enjoying good health," he wrote back to her. "I had almost concluded that you existed not, and my friends, if I had any, had forgotten such a being as I lived. But thank heaven there is one dear solitary angel still bears me in mind. Oh my dear Emma, that I could press you to my lonesome heart and converse with you. The anticipation or participation of immense wealth shall not keep me from your dear embrace. Until then, my love, try to be content and happy. Grieve not if the infamous demons should filch all of your property. They cannot destroy our love, and if we are blessed with health and strength we can live happy. God will protect the noble in heart." Lewis also had sobering news. Gold is not as easy obtained nor in such abundance in California as was and is anticipated by the people of the states. "It is obtained by the hardest of labor, harder than my constitution is able to bear." While some had found riches in a short time without working hard, he and John had managed to dig only $30 worth on their best day. Some days as little as 5, and many days not anything. "The amount of gold that John and I have on hand now and not in debt is something near 8 pounds pure gold." Emma figured in Lewis's decision not to remain in the goldfields. "I do not like California. It affords no charms for me, and especially in the absence of her, and only her that can make me happy," he wrote. "Dear Emma, for the present, give my warmest affections to the children and all inquiring friends, and curses to my enemies." Emma saw the population of Nauvoo change considerably in that year. Ishai and Cabet had led 260 émigrés from France, and their arrival in Nauvoo coincided with Lewis's departure. They called themselves Icarians and believed in equality, brotherhood, and communal property. In 1855 they would be a majority in Nauvoo with 5,000 members, but their population dwindled and most had left in disillusionment or built other colonies. By 1856, the Icarian era brought French customs into Emma's life, and for several years she and her children annually watched a miniature Mardi Gras parade. German immigrants soon joined the French and other new settlers. Before long Nauvoo became the largest German-speaking settlement in Illinois. Emma found friends among the new people. One day she sent her 3 youngest boys to tell a German friend that she and her family planned to spend the day with her. 6-year-old David piped up, "Mama sent us early so you'd have time to make a good ready." Early in 1850, Shinkabat and his men started to rebuild the interior of the gutted temple. 11 men were working in the building on June 11 when a tornado struck. 7 were inside as the wind caught the north wall, knocking it inward. The sound of the crashing wall carried for 3 miles, but no one was killed. The temple was so weakened that the stones fell bit by bit until only the southwest corner was left standing. Finally, the city council declared it a safety hazard and had it torn down. The citizens of Nauvoo used the temple stone to build workshops, a schoolhouse, and other buildings. Emma welcomed Louis Biderman home that same summer. Her boys liked Louis and acknowledged his affection for them. Joseph would later tell a friend, "Our stepfather is as good as a stepfather can be. He loves us all as well as he does his own children." Louis had a tale of adventure to tell Emma and the boys. In California he had manufactured picks and shovels for the miners. John Biderman became the sheriff of Hangtown, and Louis served as his deputy for a while. In the spring Louis left California and took a boat south to Panama, then hiked across the isthmus to the Gulf of Mexico where he secured passage to Havana, Cuba. There he took another boat to New Orleans, then came up the Mississippi River to Nauvoo. He managed to lose whatever funds he had been able to glean either from the goldfields or from merchandising products to the miners. While Louis was gone, Emma had written to him about saving some of her property from cutthroat swindlers. Louis hardly had time to tell of his adventures in the West before court action threatened what Emma had salvaged. On August 9, 1850, the new United States Attorney in Illinois filed a complaint to recover the debt Joseph Smith had owed from the 1840 purchase of the steamship Nauvoo. He demanded that payment be made by selling all the land that Joseph Smith had owned at his death. The court finally upheld the Illinois law that no church could legally hold more than 10 acres of property. Judge Pope went a step further than the United States Attorney's complaint and ruled that all the property that exceeded the allotted 10 acres that Joseph held either personally or as trustee in trust after 1842 must be sold to pay the creditors. This included the Hugh White purchase and all the other property Joseph had conveyed to Emma or the children since that time. By December 1850 the defendants in the case were Emma and her children, plus 99 other people owning 312 lots plus 29 tracts of land totaling more than 4,000 acres. As surviving spouse, Emma was entitled to a 1/3 dower interest in what her husband owned, and this took precedence over other claims. But because of Emma's age the court valued her widow's rights at only 1/6 of Joseph's estate. The court did exempt from the sales the mansion house, the homestead, the Joseph Smith farm, and the Nauvoo house, which Emma had repurchased in 1848 from Louis's brother Christian Biderman and his wife Sarah for $805. On April 8, 1851, the first of 3 public auctions took place on the front steps of the mansion, to sell all but 5 lots that Joseph had conveyed to Emma and the children in 1843. A second sale was held at the Hancock County Courthouse on November 8. And a third one at the Adams County Courthouse in Quincy on May 3, 1852. Emma and Louis repurchased 20 of the lots and 1 tract of land at the April 1851 and May 1852 sales. The sale proceeds totaled $11,148. The United States government received $7,870, which was full payment for the steamship debt plus court costs and interest. An additional $1,468 apparently went to pay legal fees and other court costs. Emma's widow's share of Joseph's estate was a mere $1,809. The rest of the creditors, with one exception, got nothing. Phineas Kimball, land speculator and brother to Hiram Kimball, had previously filed a claim for about $2,800. In March 1852 he refiled, asking for $5,000. On June 5 he received $3,000 from a judicial sale of the same property the court had earlier exempted. Emma had to use the dower money plus more than $1,000 to buy back the mansion house, the homestead, the Nauvoo house, and the farm. Acting in her behalf at the federal sale, her lawyer, George Edmonds, Jr., had purchased another farm for $255. Kimball got the state court to agree to resell that property and Edmonds purchased it a second time for Emma, paying $700. Joseph III would remember the kindness, the honesty, the courage, and the friendship Edmonds exhibited in behalf of Emma and her family. He interfered and saved certain pieces of property for Mother which would otherwise have been taken from her. He voluntarily took it upon himself to defend our rights as a family and saved for us children the properties intended for us by Father. Mr. Edmonds simply said to our oppressors, "You shall not do this thing. I will not submit to such an outrage being performed here." The circuit court ruled that Emma should be paid an additional $197 by the proper department at Washington. John M. Bernheisel would pursue Emma's claim for the next 4 years. On May 3, 1856, he informed her that the bill granting her the amount has been this day considered in Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union, and was afterward passed by the House of Representatives. Now it goes to the Senate. Before the year had ended, Emma received her money through Bernheisel's persistence. If Brigham Young realized Emma's financial plight, or if he knew the outcome of Joseph's estate and its effect on her, he never acknowledged it. Instead, he referred to Emma's wealth in public discourses, giving the impression that she had usurped it from the church. The church got nothing from the final settlement of the estate, but even the property Brigham thought he and the trustees had given Emma had to be repurchased by her with the money she received from the court. In 1847 Emma sold approximately $2,600 worth of property. The trustees for the church sold considerably more. When much of this same property fell under the jurisdiction of the court sales, no church trustee witnessed the frustration of people who had bought land in good faith but no longer had title to it. But Emma was there. From the beginning she had warned that innocent people would lose their property. In the end she was right. During this same time Morrison Pratt in Utah announced on August 29, 1852, that polygamy was a doctrine of the Mormon Church. Members had practiced it quietly since leaving Nauvoo, but the pressure of national rumors finally forced a public statement. With the news still fresh in Emma's household, William Holmes Walker came to see his brother Lorin, arriving on November 16. On his way to England as a missionary, he found that Lorin had moved to a nearby town, so he spent 2 days with Emma and her family. "They all seemed glad to see me," he wrote in his journal, "and I had a good visit with them." William Walker brought up Joseph's possible future role in the Utah church, but Joseph had made up his mind about the doctrine of plural marriage and rejected Walker's invitation to go west. The public announcement of plural marriage coupled with pressures for her son to join the saints in the West probably accounted for Emma's reluctance to talk freely with some Mormons traveling through. Hannah Tapheld King visited Nauvoo in May 1853 and was surprised when she saw Emma, for she had heard much of her being a large vulgar woman. Mrs. King found Emma was not coarse, but power is the principle that seems to be stamped on her, but it is like the lion when couchant. Her mind seemed to me to be absorbed in the past and lost almost to the present. Neither does she seem to desire to form any intimacy. She did not even seem to respond to kindness, but she looked as if she had suffered and as if a deep vein of bitterness ran through her system. Felt sorry for her. Emma did not need Mrs. King's sympathy, but the woman continued, "She seems to have shut her eyes to the light and knowledge she once possessed, and how great is the darkness that envelopes her. I feel she is not worthy of the prophet Joseph Smith, but I leave her. I'm not her judge." Mrs. King's letters have been quoted extensively to prove that Emma lived a deeply unhappy life and deserved to do so. However, other visitors over the next 20 years described Emma as a serene, articulate woman. Although Nauvoo had police by the early 1850s, violence was still a way of life for many who lived in or frequented the rough river towns. Julia described the fight during the summer of 1852. 2 men got drunk, quarreled, and finally shot one another. One was brought to the mansion. Julia wrote, "Well, you can imagine how we felt. 4 bullets in the back of his head. They will take him away from here tonight, they say, and I hope they will." The family deplored the opening of a new liquor establishment. Julia commented, "We will have fights enough now. I am so sorry about it, but what can't be cured will have to be endured." Joseph described another incident that happened while Lewis was away. A man from Nauvoo appeared at the mansion house with a strange woman. Emma, suspecting them of improper conduct, ordered the couple to leave. He went away, but soon returned, and boldly said the young woman should not leave. When Mother insisted, he drew a revolver and threatened her with it. This of course angered my mother, and she firmly stated that both should go, and go at once. When Lewis returned, he went after the man with a gun. Later Joseph found the two talking to each other over a drink. While Biderman's solution to the problem puzzled Joseph, Lewis probably found the intruder less angry several days later, and both men concluded they would not perpetuate a small-town feud over Emma's refusal to rent him a room. The number of people in Emma's household seemed always in flux. In addition to the immediate family, the 1850 United States Census listed a 68-year-old woman named Elizabeth Cole, an 8-year-old girl named Margaret, and the two orphan boys aged 6 and 9 whose mother had died of a gunshot wound shortly after Emma returned to Nauvoo from Fulton. Lucy Mack Smith had been living for a time with her daughter, Lucy Milliken, in Fountain Green, near Sophronia McCleary and Catherine Salisbury, who would both be widows by the end of 1853. Julia and Elisha Dixon ran the mansion house until the spring of 1852, when they moved to Galveston, Texas, where he served as a bookkeeper on a steamboat. Julia was homesick, and David's sketches and Emma's letters only made her more so. Julia cried over one of her mother's letters, then wrote, "The last time I saw you the boys and Zerelda were in the north room and you were in the front door and Joseph was beside the gate." They imprinted the last kiss on one another's cheek before she left. A year later she wrote Emma, "I wish I could just walk into the front door at home today and take you all by surprise. Would it not be delightful? Tell grandmother I want to see her very much." She wrote of her fortunate experience of being raised in Emma's home, then commented, "In childhood we see everything through a colored glass, as it were, and it colors everything in the most brilliant light and pleases our eye, but as we grow older it is a magnifying glass and we see things as they really are." The following year the boiler exploded on the steamship on which her husband worked, throwing him into the ash pan. Badly burned, Elisha Dixon died after suffering 3 weeks. The young widow returned to Emma in 1853. In the fall of that same year leaders of the Mormon Church commissioned Frederick Piercy to illustrate the route from Liverpool, England, to the Salt Lake Valley. He made fine drawings of Emma's family in Nauvoo. He sketched Joseph on his 21st birthday and described him as a young man of a most excellent disposition and considerable intelligence, noting that Joseph held his mother in great affection and was always respectful and attentive to her needs. Young David, Piercy said, seemed to be happiest when he was drawing. Alexander and Frederick were fine, strong, healthy fellows, and the whole family had obtained a most excellent reputation for integrity and industry. Another visitor indicated that, while Emma was not young, she was still youthful in appearance and actions. Just as Emma had done, Louis Biderman made friends with the German and French people and learned from them how to grow grapes. When the wine from grapes grown on the sunny banks of the Mississippi became well known, Nauvoo had a new cash crop. Louis eventually became a member of the Wine Growers Association and would one day be elected by his neighbors to represent them at a state meeting. Creating businesses challenged Louis. Running them did not. After he sold the iron foundry in Canton to the McCormick Farm Machinery Interests, he started a match manufacturing business which would become Diamond Match Company after he sold it. By the early 1850s the Warsaw and Rockford Railroad planned a line to Nauvoo. Louis provided services to the developers, and when the line was completed, he became the local agent and bookkeeper and attended some of the meetings as a stockholder. Hiring out his horse and buggy to visiting officials brought in additional income. Louis also ran a ferry service with the packet boat Lomadown. Joseph commented, "I can but give Major Biderman credit for considerable foresight in providing comfortably for the family from the resources at hand." He described fair-sized gardens on our village home lots, and the farm out of town where farm products were raised. We had our own cows, chickens, and pigs, which helped to supply the table, and with our own horses did teaming to, from, and about the farm. In all this work, under the direction of our stepfather, my brother Frederick and I shared as our abilities and capabilities permitted. Emma's small but regular income from the hotel bolstered the family's finances. One person said Louis was easygoing, would lie late to bed, was fond of liquor, was very profane, and would let her toil very hard. But he was industrious and imaginative in devising ways to make a living. No item of correspondence from Emma implied that he was not carrying his share or that she believed he had taken advantage of her industry. Emma and Louis had settled into a routine with enough variety to make their lives interesting. In late December 1853 a letter arrived from Louis's illegitimate daughter, Amira Smith, raised by her grandparents, In 1850 she had married James M. Swiget, who died 9 months after the marriage. 4 months later Amira gave birth to a daughter. Widowed and with a child to support, she had returned to her grandparents. Now at age 24 she sought out her natural father. Her first letter began hesitantly: "I avail myself of this opportunity of writing to you for the first time and I feel at a great loss to know how to write at all." She mentioned a visit from Lewis when she was a schoolgirl in Ohio. He had tried to talk to her, but the presence of her friends had made her self-conscious and the visit was not a success. Now Amira told him, "I have oftentimes looked back with sorrow upon the time that I slighted your kind offers toward me, but I do hope sincerely that you do not hold me accountable for my misbehavior towards you." A subsequent letter mentioned her relatives' attempts to keep me blinded so as not to claim you as a father, but I was never so blind. I always believed you to be my father. I never dare mention your name till since I was of age. Dear father, I love you dear as I love my soul. That love has ever remained in my breast from my childhood to the present day, but I always kept it secreted from my relatives. Lewis responded to his daughter's plea and answered her. He also helped her financially. Their correspondence lasted for at least 27 years. In 1855 another member of Emma's family began a correspondence. Joseph began writing to Emma Knight, a young woman whose family had spent the winter with the Smiths in Fulton. The two had not seen each other for 9 years, so with some self-consciousness Joseph described himself. At age 22, he said, "I am about 5 feet 8½ inches tall, weigh 178 pounds, and am as ugly as folks generally get to be in this country." He said 19-year-old Frederick was nearly if not quite 6 feet high and very good-looking. At least the girls all think him handsome. Alexander at 17 was the same height as Joseph, but David, Joseph wrote of his 11-year-old brother, is the boy of all boys, the pet of the family, and the very personification of gentleness and goodness. Mother has grown old. She was only 51, though she bears up well. She is just the same kind mother that she always was. During the spring of that same year Joseph became bored and restless with keeping the store. Emma had bought Gibbon's History of Rome and Histories of Greece, England, the Continent, and the Reformation for her sons. The voluminous material John Bernheisel sent Joseph from Washington gave him a background in government. With his stepfather's encouragement, he prepared to go to Lewis's former home, Canton, Illinois, to study law. When he left at the end of May, Emma gave him a Bible and said, "My son, I have no charge to you as to what your religion shall be. I give you this book with this admonition: make it the man of your counsel, live every day as if it were to be the last, and you will have no need to fear what your future shall be." Joseph wrote to Emma, "Today I entered upon my duties as clerk of the City Cooperative Canton. I am studying as hard as I can, and will try to acquire the mysteries of the law. I know very well if your father had been a little acquainted with the laws of the country he might have avoided a great deal of trouble." Emma later told her son, "Yet I have a horror of one of my children being entirely dependent upon being a lawyer for a living." After Joseph left, the letters that flew between Emma's children reveal delightful aspects of their personalities. Julia, though widowed, was still young enough at 24 to be an exuberant part of the local social activities. She nicknamed herself Jute Dick and gossiped to Joseph about who was taking whom for buggy rides and commented on the orations in English, French, and German. At the picnics on the 4th of July the young people went from picnic to supper to a dancing party. We had flags a-flying and the French band headed the procession. "Oh, could you have seen our town about 7 o'clock?" Julia wrote. "Everything was in motion. I had a good deal of fun that day at the expense of some of the country people coming in to see the elephant, and you would have laughed too. Could you have seen some of them? It was fun alive." After supper was over they all wanted to come down here, and so Mother finally gave her consent for them to do so, and we went it on the light fantastic toes until daylight caused us to part. The next day Frederick and Alexander arranged for a boat ride on the river. Some young women would not go because the water was too rough, but Julia reported that we went at all hazards and had a delightful time of it. She teased her brother with news of a new girl in town. "One after my own heart," Julia said. Wild as a March hare, Emma's sons had also developed an affectionate camaraderie that becomes apparent in their correspondence. Joseph responded in breezy slang to a letter from Alexander. "Your thrice welcome epistle met my eyes this blessed morning, and says I to myself, heyday, what have I done to be brought up with a double envelope now? But bless my stars, it was a letter from my saucy brother, and I just kicked the off heel of my left boot off trying to cut the double flying shuttle on the larboard side of the post office step, when along come Jake Whistler, the marshal. He slapped me on the back and said, "Look here, are you in fun or in liquor?" I told him neither, just in sport. Joseph wrote this letter with wide spaces between the lines, then filled in the spaces with the second half of the letter, a teasing trick that made his words make no sense until the reader caught on. Julia's letters mentioned a John Middleton taking part in activities that summer. She married him soon after. Middleton was a Catholic, and Julia joined his church. Educated to become a priest, he failed to take his orders because of excessive drinking. He failed as a lawyer, and then as a farmer, before securing a position as a clerk in St. Louis. John Middleton's alcoholism eventually lost him his property, then his job, and finally his self-respect. Julia lived a sad and lonely life with him. She wrote colorless letters to her mother in an enduring attempt to make the best of an impossible situation, but did not mention her husband's drinking or his cruelty. She only referred to him as being sick and expressed a continual hope that he would recover. By the time Joseph returned to Nauvoo in the final months of 1855, he had become curious about the nationally popular practice of spiritualism. The phenomenon began in upstate New York in 1847 when the daughters of a Methodist farmer said the dead communicated with them by rapping and other noises. Interest in seances spread rapidly. People such as Mary Todd Lincoln, Horace Greeley, and Arthur Conan Doyle strongly advocated the practice. Authorities in the Mormon Church preached against it. Late in November 1855, Enoch B. Tripp visited Nauvoo and wrote in his journal, "Joseph is a very strong spiritual medium and claims that he through writing can converse with his father." Joseph wrote to Ammonite only 10 days later. After considerable experience with the use of mediums, he concluded, "I can scarcely see how we can have real tangible intercourse with departed spirits. I do not doubt their existence, I feel that it must be so, yet I feel we are cheating ourselves when we think that we are conversing with them." In 1851, Lucy Mack Smith came to live with Emma for the last 5 years of her life. Her memory and intellect seemed remarkable to many who visited her. Hannah Tapfield King had found Lucy pillowed up in bed and noted, "She made a great impression on me, for she is no ordinary woman. She is a character that Walter Scott would have loved to portray, and he would have done justice to her. She blessed us with a mother's blessing," her own words, "and my heart melted." Another visitor found her living in a lonely room in the eastern part of the house. She was in bed and very feeble. She arose in bed and placing her hands around my neck, kissed me, exclaiming, "I can now die in peace since I have beheld your face from the valleys of the mountains." When Lucy could no longer walk, Lewis made her a wheelchair. Finally her arthritic hands became so drawn out of shape that she was unable to feed herself. In spite of the difficulties, Emma moved Lucy with the family to the farm several miles east of Nauvoo. Joseph corresponded with his friend Ammonite on May 4, 1856. "Grandmother is not very well at present. We are afraid she cannot last much longer." 10 days later, on Wednesday, May 14th, Lucy Mack Smith died at age 81 and was buried the following day. No one described Emma's grief at the loss of her mother-in-law and friend of nearly 30 years. 12 days after Lucy's death, Emma, Lewis, and Joseph sold the 4 Egyptian mummies. For years they had been in Lucy's care, and she had received a small income from showing them as a curiosity. A great-granddaughter of Lucy's, Jerusha Walker, remembered, "What fun we had with Aunt Emma's boys, Joseph, Frederick, Alexander, and David. My favorite hiding place was in an old wardrobe which contained the mummies, and it was in here that I would creep while the others searched the house." The sale document indicated that Joseph Smith had paid $2,400 for them but did not record the price the collector paid on May 26, 1856. Around the time of his grandmother's death, Joseph courted an attractive young woman named Emma Griswold. Her family opposed the match because of Joseph's connection with the Mormons. Joseph discussed his beliefs with Emmeline and assured her that he had no particular interest in becoming actively engaged in church work, but should he ever choose to become an advocate and defender of Mormonism, he must be at perfect liberty to do so. He recorded in his memoirs that he solemnly promised that I would have nothing to do with either the teaching or the practicing of polygamy or plural marriage, for I regarded the doctrine as utterly false and repulsive. The couple married on October 22, 1856, becoming a second Joseph and Emma Smith. They lived at the farm where Joseph had worked cooperatively with Frederick for several years instead of practicing law. 10 days after the wedding, George A. Smith and a missionary companion stopped by Nauvoo. Lewis politely greeted the men at the mansion door. They followed him inside, where Emma spoke to them coolly, then retreated, and Frederick and Alexander treated them with stern reserve. When David tried to make conversation with the visitors, he was repeatedly called away. The two men stayed the night at the mansion and lamented that the house needed paint and fixing up. George A. commented that their room was dirty. The few boarders who came through Nauvoo did not generate enough income to hire help to keep a building as large as the mansion clean or in repair. The two Mormon elders went to the farm to see Joseph, who described George A. as a large, solidly built man with sandy hair and beard. His manners were very gentle, and he was active, good-natured, and a pleasant conversationalist. I liked him. I know nothing of him to cause me to cherish personal dislike or ill will toward him. George A. and his companion presented Joseph with a copy of the artist Frederick Piercy's finished volume. The gift pleased Joseph, for it contained sketches of various family members. The visitors expressed their desire that Joseph join with the church in the West. He politely refused. "Well, you believe in the Bible and the Book of Mormon, do you not?" one of them asked him. "Certainly I believe in the Bible and the Book of Mormon," Joseph answered, "but not as you people interpret them. I could not go out there and make my home with you while you are teaching and practicing as you are. I suppose you refer to polygamy?" "Yes, I could never accept or countenance that doctrine," Joseph answered. In spite of their differences, the men parted friends. But George A. recorded that Joseph had been diplomatic and evasive in the extreme and somewhat cool, although far ahead of his mother and brothers. He also concluded that Joseph was totally ignorant of his father's teachings. Only a month passed before two more men stood at the mansion house door asking for Joseph Smith. Lewis invited them inside, where he introduced Emma to Samuel H. Gurley and Edmund C. Briggs. Emma also greeted these men with reserve and refused to be drawn into a conversation with them. They told her only that they were on a mission preaching the gospel, but did not mention their special purpose for seeking out her son, to urge Joseph to become the prophet of a reorganized group of the Mormon Church. Emma's sons, Lewis's son, 1860 to 1870. The 1846-1848 Mormon migration to Utah had left several thousand members of the church scattered throughout the Midwest. Some had drifted away from Mormonism, and others had first followed, then rejected other leaders. Some of these unattached members began to form branches of the church in Iowa, Illinois, and Wisconsin under the leadership of Jason Briggs and Zenas Gurley. As young Joseph grew to adulthood through the decade 1850 to 1860, their belief that he was the rightful successor to the original Mormon prophet was bolstered by spiritual manifestations among members of the group. From 1851 to 1856 the church members waited with increasing anxiety until they became convinced that the Spirit of God had signified the time had come. They sent Jason Briggs's brother Edmund and Zenas Gurley's son Samuel to call Joseph Smith III to be the head of their church, and instructed the two men not to leave Nauvoo until he accepted. When Briggs and Gurley talked with Emma and Lewis Biderman at the mansion, they learned that Joseph and his new bride, Emmeline, were living on the farm. They arrived there in the afternoon on December 6, 1856, and waited restlessly until Joseph came in from the fields. Samuel Gurley, new at this kind of diplomacy, blurted out that they were missionaries from the reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and thrust into Joseph's hand a letter containing a strongly worded exhortation to accept his responsibility to be their leader. The document read, "Through fasting and prayer, hath the answer from God come unto us, saying, Communicate with my servant Joseph Smith, son of Joseph the prophet. We are assured that the same Spirit that has testified to us, has signified the same things to you. The good and the true are throughout the land waiting the true successor. Arise in the strength of the Lord." Joseph read the letter, handed it back to Samuel Gurley, and said, "Gentlemen, I will talk with you on politics or any other subject, but on religion will not allow one word spoken in my house." Gurley responded, "But we wish to tell you what we believe. I will not allow one word spoken on the subject to me in my house." Joseph emphasized. Samuel Gurley burst into tears, while Edmund Briggs pressed on. "We will not allow you to hinder us in doing our duty. as we have been sent by the command of God to tell you what we know and most surely believe in relation to your calling as the successor of your father." Joseph rose to his feet. "When men come to my house and tell me what I must do, I tell them there is the door, and they can go out." Gurley turned to Briggs in defeat. "Come, let us go." Edmund Briggs and Emmeline calmed the tempest enough that the four could eat together. Joseph agreed to meet the two men in Nauvoo the following morning. Briggs and Gurley again presented their case at the mansion house. Joseph listened with more politeness but with no more conviction. When Emma learned their purpose in coming, she explained, "I have always avoided talking to my children about having anything to do in the church, for I have suffered so much I have dreaded to have them take any part in it. But I have always believed that if God wanted them to do anything in the church, the one who called their father would make it known to them." According to Briggs, Emma then said, "I never had confidence in Brigham Young," then gave her opinion that Joseph did not for some time before his death. Samuel Gurley returned home, but Edmund Briggs stayed in Nauvoo for a year. Part of the time he worked with Joseph on his farm. Briggs had been 9 years old and living in Nauvoo at the time of the martyrdom, and was baptized into the reorganization in 1852, at age 17. His knowledge of early Mormon doctrine was lacking, but he taught Joseph what he did believe. Joseph was not yet ready to lead the Midwestern Church when Briggs left Nauvoo in 1857, but the seed had been planted. Contrary to tradition, Emma had not planted it, nor did she nurture it, although she apparently made no attempt to pluck it up. By 1857 the Mormons in Utah had been practicing plural marriage as an openly avowed doctrine for 5 years. Newspapers continually publicized polygamy, which caused people to react toward the Utah Mormons with revulsion and disgust. Many of these reports undoubtedly reached Emma and her family. For well over a century the Eastern and Western Mormon churches would dispute Emma's role in influencing and teaching her son. While her decision not to go west with Brigham Young predisposed Joseph to remain in Illinois, her refusal to join any of the other splinter groups also conditioned her son's attitudes. Joseph commented, "There was no opportunity or place for me in any of these groups imbued as I was with certain ideals and standards irreconcilable with their doctrines." His tone indicated that he had thought about his own principles and found them to be at odds with what others were teaching. He singled out plural marriage as objectionable, but he also objected to the millennialism of Alpheus Cutler. He shrank from associating himself with any of the groups and laid before the Almighty the plain question, "To which body of believers shall I unite myself?" The repetitious news about the Mormons kept the memory of Brigham Young in Emma's mind, but the leaders in Utah remembered Emma without public prompting and used her as an example. On July 12, 1857, Heber C. Kimball preached in Salt Lake City. "What, sustain a woman, a wife, in preference to sustaining the prophet Joseph, or brother Brigham?" Kimball fumed, then pronounced his final sentencing on Emma. "That was the trouble with Emma Smith," he railed. "Joseph stood for the truth and maintained it. She stuck against it, and where is she? She is where she is, and she will not escape until Joseph Smith opens the door and lets her out." Kimball's remarks sounded as if Emma were dead and consigned to hell and only Joseph could release her. In reality she was in Nauvoo happily awaiting the birth of a grandchild. But the image of Emma damned had been made public. Joseph and Emmeline moved from the farm back to Nauvoo in 1857 and began to renovate the old homestead house for their home. In July of that year Emmeline gave birth to a daughter and named her Emma Josepha. Emma's granddaughter was called Emma J. To avoid confusion with the other Emmas in the family, Joseph took several jobs in Nauvoo. For 7 years, from late 1856 until 1863, he was elected Justice of the Peace. The Major simultaneously served as the Assistant Marshal. In connection with the law firm of Morrill and Riss, Joseph established an office 2 blocks from his home. He championed the cause of many of the new German immigrants whose language barrier made them fair game for confidence men. But the financial struggle was difficult and he hired out as a day laborer when he could. Joseph and his wife had their second child in January 1859 and called her Eva. When the baby was 9 months old, she sickened and died. They buried the child in Nauvoo. About the time of his daughter's death Joseph reconsidered his earlier opposition to leadership of the reorganization. He gave as a reason for this decision that the promptings of the Spirit of the Lord had answered his question about which church to join. He contacted his mother's old friend, William Marks, at Shabbona, Illinois, to say that he was ready to reconsider. "I am soon going to take my father's place at the head of the Mormon Church," Joseph wrote Marks, "and I wish that you and some others would come and see me." William Marks had stayed with James J. Strang's church from 1846 until the summer of 1850. He left in disillusionment 2 years later to follow Charles B. Thompson, but by 1854 he had separated himself from that group and returned to Shabbona Grove, Illinois, where Zenas H. Gurley's group contacted him by 1859 and persuaded him to attend a church conference on April 10, 1859. He was standing at the pulpit with Gurley when a young woman approached with uplifted hands and said, "Thus saith the Lord, O thou man of God. In times past thou hast sat with my servant Joseph, the seer, and in times near to come thou shalt sit in council with his son." Deeply moved by the experience, Marks enthusiastically supported the reorganization. Marks and 2 other church leaders, Israel Rogers and William W. Blair, came to Nauvoo in March 1860. Emma probably had not seen William Marks since 1847 in Fulton. He told Joseph bluntly, "We have had enough of man-made prophets, and we don't want any more of that sort. If God has called you, we want to know it." Joseph promised that he would be present at the annual church conference in Amboy, Illinois, on April 6. The following month Emma accompanied Joseph to Amboy. They arrived on the evening of April 5. Although her brothers and sisters lived in the area, Emma clearly was in Amboy to be with her son. A prayer meeting was held the night they arrived. This would be Joseph's first remembered testimony meeting, and the experience left him singularly moved. "I heard the statements made by many who had received evidences concerning myself and the work God was calling me to do. I became fully aware of the fact that the same influence and power that had been at work with me, had determined my course of action, and had finally led me into their midst." The following day, on the 30th anniversary of the church's founding, Emma and Joseph joined about 150 people assembled in the Mechanics Hall at 10 o'clock for conference. Speakers at the morning session outlined general beliefs of the church and defined the differences between their doctrines and those of Brigham Young. They taught that a prophet would come to them by right of lineage and gather the scattered fragments of their group. When the afternoon session began, Joseph, 27 years old, walked to the front of the hall. Zenas Gurley announced simply, "I present to you, my brethren, Joseph Smith." Joseph addressed the group. "I come not here of myself, but by the influence of the Spirit," he said. "For some time past I have received manifestations pointing to the position which I am about to take. I have come in obedience to a power not my own, and shall be dictated by the power that sent me." He then outlined his reasons for accepting the position as head of the church and addressed the question of polygamy. "There is but one principle taught by the leaders of any fraction of this people that I hold in utter abhorrence. That is a principle taught by Brigham Young and those believing in him. I have been told that my father taught such doctrines. I have never believed it and never can believe it. If such things were done, then I believe they never were done by divine authority. I believe my father was a good man, and a good man never could have promulgated such doctrines." His position indicated that he accepted his father as a prophet, but that he was most ill-informed about his father's involvement with plural marriage. Emma had not divulged to him his father's participation in its practice. She believed her husband had been a prophet, but that his revelation on polygamy did not come from God, and therefore she broke no commandment by rejecting it. While Emma's conviction came from intimate knowledge of the practice of plural marriage, Joseph's stand was made in ignorance. Some people would tell him about his father's participation in polygamy, and others would reinforce his belief that Brigham Young was responsible for it. For those at the Amboy conference, Joseph's speech was inspiring and to the point. He concluded, "If the same spirit prompts my coming, prompts also my reception, I am with you." When the motion was made that he be received as a prophet, the vote was unanimously affirmative. Zenas Gurley, Samuel Powers, William W. Blair, and William Marks ordained Joseph president of the church and president of the high priesthood. A second motion proposed that Emma Biderman be received as a member of the reorganization. Again, the vote was unanimous in favor, and Emma, age 56, found herself united again with the Mormon Church. Both she and Joseph came into the church by virtue of their earlier original baptisms, and no subsequent ceremony was required. At the semi-annual conference of the reorganization the following October, Emma was appointed to make a selection of hymns and to work with the committee to publish the hymn book. The actual extent of Emma's involvement is unknown, but this third hymnal came off the press in Cincinnati a year later, in 1861, without her name on it. The former duplicated that of the 1841 hymnal published in Nauvoo with a reduced number of selections. After Emma and Joseph returned to Nauvoo, he decided that the church headquarters should be in the city founded by his father. Influenced by guilt and superstition, some people believed that the area would not prosper until the Mormons returned. Others angrily recalled earlier Mormon interference in politics and the storm over plural marriage. Many communities drafted resolutions opposing the settlement, and a petition in Nauvoo told Joseph to go somewhere else to preach and practice his religion. The petition promised the Mormons will not be allowed by the people of Hancock County to return. Joseph eventually convinced his neighbors that he led a more moderate Mormon group than his father had, and gradually mollified public sentiment. His father's old antagonist, Editor Thomas Sharp, wrote, "Young Joe is a different man from old Joe, and don't seek to gather all the faithful together, that he may use them politically and financially, as the Brighamites do. There is nothing objectionable in young Joe's church, that we have heard of." Joseph held the first church meeting in the Homestead House, then used the house once owned by William Marks. Finally, in an ironic circle, the Nauvoo branch of the reorganization met in the large room over the red brick store. While Emma was in Amboy in April, she probably visited members of her family. Trial Morse, who was 2 years younger than Emma, had moved from western New York to the outskirts of Amboy in 1859. Emma's visit to Amboy in 1860 was the first known meeting of the two sisters since Emma had left Harmony almost 30 years earlier. Shortly after Emma returned to Nauvoo, a tragedy struck the Morse family. On June 3, a tornado whipped through northern Illinois and touched down at Morse's farm, demolishing the house, trees, fences, and outbuildings. The black funnel flung Trial 100 feet from where the house had stood. She had lain for an hour with a splintered board through her chest until she was found, then died within a few minutes. Her 29-year-old daughter Emma had both legs broken and suffered 9 days until she, too, died from her injuries. The deaths of her younger sister and her namesake coming so soon after they were reunited must have been especially difficult for Emma. During this summer, Emma's private life was also changing. She took in Lewis's daughter, Mary Elizabeth Gibson, and Mary's 8-year-old son Charles. Another Biderman relative, 48-year-old Rosanna Biderman, also found a home with Emma. 2 nephews from Utah, Joseph F. Smith and Samuel H. B. Smith, stopped in Nauvoo to see Emma and have a reunion of cousins that summer. After dinner the first evening, Frederick brought the visitors into the room in the mansion house where Emma was working. She had not seen them for 14 years. "Mother, do you know these young men?" he inquired. Joseph F. Smith had to wait only a moment, but Emma's reply pleased him. With some pride he soon wrote to his sister, "She appeared to have forgotten Samuel, but me she said she would have known anywhere because I looked so much like father." When Joseph led the visiting cousins to their room, he urged them not to go any farther on their missions but to stop and reflect about the validity of their own church. Somewhat zealous was Joseph F.'s summation of this cousin. Samuel H. B. Smith wrote to George A. Smith about the visit and blamed Emma for Joseph's position. "It is evident that Joseph has been under the influence of his mother," he wrote home to Utah, "only he denies it." He continued, "Aunt Emma was pretty much as she used to be. She had that same way about her, which is very strange. I think we all have our ways, and especially her." Biderman is the same blasphemer. "If I were in the boy's places I would be willing to dissolve partnership with him, as he surely is a wicked man. Anyhow, what I call a wicked man." Joseph's acceptance speech at Amboy had been widely reprinted throughout the United States. In the ensuing year 2 ghosts from Emma's past rose up to haunt her son. James Arlington Bennett wrote to Joseph from New York City to announce that "Your manifesto pleased me extremely." Bennett gushed forth, dropping names and assuming that Joseph now would accept his profusion of advice about how to set up his new Mormon kingdom. Bennett had the effrontery to ask Joseph to extend his respects to his excellent mother. Joseph received another letter that raised difficult questions. William E. McClellan wrote, "I do not wish to say hard things to you of your father, but Joseph, if you will only go to your own dear mother, she can tell you that he believed in polygamy and practiced it long before his violent death, that he delivered a revelation sanctioning, regulating, and establishing it, and that he finally burned the awful document before her eyes. When I read your speech, taking it to be honest, I felt a pang wring my old heart. Joseph, you are but a youth, Do be admonished by one who has grown old. Take not your own dear father for a pattern in your religious career. Do carve out your own course. Thus, from the commencement of his position as president of the church, Joseph was urged to go to his mother for a full and accurate account of his father's polygamous activities. Evidence indicates that he did not. The question was an impossibly difficult one for a devoted and affectionate son to ask. It was far easier now to turn his full attention to solving the problems of the new church and immersing himself in concern for his family. His brother Frederick had become very ill. Frederick had married Annie Maria Jones in September 1857, when he was 21 and she 16. They moved to the Smith farm outside Nauvoo. But the marriage went sour sometime after the birth of Alice Frederick. A year later, Emma became anxious about Frederick's health in the fall and winter of 1861. In late December, Joseph stopped to see him and found the house cold, the fire out, no wood chopped, and Frederick in bed too ill to care for himself. His wife had taken the child and gone to her mother's 2 days previously and had left no food or water near the bed. Angry at the obvious neglect, Joseph made his brother as warm and comfortable as he could. On Christmas Day, Emma and Joseph moved Frederick into the mansion. His wife and child did not return. Less than a month later, Alexander's wife Elizabeth, whom he had married on June 23, 1861, gave birth to a son. For several months after the birth, Elizabeth was ill. Emma cared for the new baby, nursed her 16-year-old daughter-in-law, and tried to halt Frederick's steady decline. In an April letter from St. Louis, Julia wished spring would bring health and healing on its wings to her poor invalid brother. With affection she encouraged, "Fred, I am truly sorry to hear of your continued ill health, but I do still hope when I hear from you again you will be much improved." Frederick died in the mansion April 13, 1862. The church bells in Nauvoo announced his death to the community with 26 mournful peals, one for every year of Frederick Granger William Smith's life. From 1861 to 1865 the Civil War attracted many men and boys from Nauvoo, and Joseph made a rallying speech that drew 17 names to the enlistment rolls within 20 minutes. But service in the forces posed a problem for the Smith brothers. As ordained ministers of a church whose doctrine prohibited the shedding of human blood except in the defense of their families or themselves, enlistment would make them accountable for bloodshed while in the service. But their spirits were also stirred by a call to serve their country. They solved the dilemma by deciding not to enlist but to go if they were drafted. Alexander was drafted and had spent 2 weeks in Quincy when General Robert E. Lee surrendered, and the war was ended. Before the Civil War started, Louis Biderman had enthusiastically tried to introduce a new crop to the Nauvoo farmers to supplement their income from the grapes. He brought equipment into Nauvoo to process sugar cane, but with the advent of the war the project died. In 1864, 62-year-old Louis Biderman was still a handsome man. His attraction to women would soon bring changes to the family. A widow 24 years younger than Emma lived on a farm near Nauvoo. Nancy Abercrombie was born in Kentucky on November 16, 1828. She was 7 years old when she was apprenticed to Matthew Baker. The terms of her indenture directed her to serve until she attained the age of 18, during which time she shall faithfully serve in all things demanded and behave herself to her said master. And the said Baker binds himself, that he will teach and cause to be taught said Nancy the art of seamster and allow said apprentice sufficient meat and drink and apparel of every description, that she be of no charge to the county and at the end of her said service pay her £3 10 shillings and a new suit of clothes. The Baker family moved from Kentucky to Illinois sometime prior to 1840, taking Nancy with them. At age 17, in 1845, she broke the terms of her indenture and married William Brooks. They had one son. Either the marriage failed or Brooks died, but Nancy married again. Her second husband, William Abercrombie, died in 1852 and left Nancy with a daughter. Nancy Abercrombie had boarded with her children at the Thomas Luce Tavern in Sonora Township adjacent to Nauvoo since sometime before 1859. Members of the Luce family had joined the Mormon Church and immigrated to Nauvoo in the 1840s. Several Luce women were members of the Relief Society, but the family apparently dropped their connection with the church in the ensuing years. During Nancy's stay with the Luce family, she gave birth on September 9, 1859, to an illegitimate daughter named Mary whose father is unknown. In years to come her grandchildren would remember her as petite with dark hair and eyes, a soft voice, and a self-effacing manner. She was a sweet woman, Although a little shy, in the fall of 1863, she became pregnant again and a son, Charles Edwin, was born March 16, 1864. Lewis Biderman was the child's father. Emma was 59 years old and would turn 60 in July. While she left no record of her personal feelings, her subsequent actions indicate that with personal courage she accepted the facts as they existed and apparently did not dwell on them with rancor. That she opposed plural marriage, but accepted Lewis's infidelity seems puzzling. But an important difference existed. Joseph insisted that Emma set the example for other women to follow, while Lewis expected no such action. Nancy Abercrombie struggled to raise her young family alone for 4 years. In 1868 she asked Emma to take 4-year-old Charles. Emma accepted and raised the child, treating the little boy with such love and affection that as an adult Charles Biderman recalled, "I was raised in her home and knew what kind of a woman she was. She was a person of very even temper. I never heard her say an unkind word or raise her voice in anger or contention. She had a queenly bearing, without the arrogance of a queen. A noble woman, living and showing charity for all, loving and beloved." One neighbor said of Emma, "Mrs. Smith Biderman was awfully nice. There wasn't a better woman in Nauvoo. She was a good soul, a good Christian woman. She was good to everyone. Everyone thought well of her. She was always busy, a great woman to work. She did a good job raising her children. Her boys, Joseph, Alexander, and David were good boys. She was good to Mr. Biderman's son, Charles." The reaction of Emma's boys to Lewis's unfaithfulness seemed to follow their mother's example. 3 years after Charles came to live with Emma, David Smith wrote to Lewis, who was away on business. Teasing gently about the new city magistrate position, David called his stepfather illustrious juror and recounted events at the farm. In the same letter Emma addressed "Ever dear husband," signing it, "Affectionately yours always in a hurry." When Joseph was 41 he closed an 1873 letter to his mother, "With my kind love to all, Pa Biderman, the first, I remain, your son." Joseph wrote to his stepfather 2 years later, "So far as the $5 already received by you for rent is concerned, please do me the favor to lay the same out in the purchase of a hat to replace the one the wind and the waves stole from you last winter. It will give me pleasure to think that I have been instrumental in replacing your loss." And Alexander Smith remembered, "Give my kind regards to Pa Biderman." Emma and Lewis continued to live together in a general atmosphere of kindness and consideration. When Emma expressed her love for blue damson plums, Lewis ordered plum trees from Massachusetts. A relative remembered that Emma regularly served Lewis his favorite cornbread. Emma's forthright personality was not diminished by her years with Lewis. However, she kept the milk cool in a low stone cellar with rickety stairs that Lewis kept promising to fix. He put off the repairs until Emma delivered an ultimatum: fix the steps or she would not carry any more milk down. He still delayed and in exasperation she threw the milk into the cellar, then quietly proceeded with the kitchen duties. The Major mended the steps. Emma's compassion was the moderating force in almost all of her relationships. In a surprising but characteristic manner, she extended it to Nancy Abercrombie, who ultimately benefited most from Emma's strength of character. As Charlie grew older, Emma employed Nancy, enabling her to be closer to her son. The headquarters of the reorganization had been in Nauvoo, Illinois, for 5 years when Joseph Smith III prepared to move his family to Plano, Illinois, in 1865. The move would enable him to supervise the church periodical, the True Latter-day Saints Herald. In preparation for his editorial duties, Joseph learned shorthand. In his journal he commented that his mother saw in phonography shorthand a multiplication of schools, and she wonders where she would find so much time as an excuse for the bad use we make of our time and talent. And in writing down her criticism Joseph slyly wrote in the newfangled shorthand at which Emma sniffed. By January 1866 Joseph, Emmeline, and their 4 children, 3 daughters and a baby son, had found a home in Plano, Kendall County, about 175 miles from Nauvoo. Not long after their move Emmeline became homesick for Nauvoo and returned with the children for a visit. The baby boy, Joseph Arthur, fell ill. Joseph arrived in Nauvoo on March 13, 1866, only to find that his son had died the day before. They held the funeral in Emma's dining room. 3 years later, March 25, 1869, Emmeline followed her son to the grave. During Emmeline's last illness Joseph hired a young woman to help with the house and care for his 3 young daughters, Emma J., Carrie, and Zaid. Bertha Madison agreed to stay on as housekeeper after Emmeline died, but Joseph became disturbed with the gossip of neighbors and church members who hinted at impropriety. After making the issue a matter of prayer, he proposed to Bertha Madison and married her on November 12, 1869, only to be criticized again for not letting the customary year of mourning pass. When one acquaintance chided him for marrying too soon, Joseph remembered, "I had the extreme satisfaction of reminding him that the gossipers had not waited the conventional year before using malicious and too busy tongues upon my affairs." Bertha Madison Smith bore 9 children, among them Frederick Madison, who would become the eldest living son and, as Joseph commented, entitled to inherit the birthright. Emma's letters to Joseph after he left Nauvoo provide a record of her philosophy and her activities. In February she wrote that she had never lived a winter with so little hard work to do. "The cellar stored quantities of food for the winter and I am blessed with a good appetite, and eat and sleep more than I ever did before." Content with the physical necessities of life, Emma turned her thoughts to more intangible things. "If there is anything in this world that I am or ever was proud of, it is the honor and integrity of my children," she told her son. "But I dare not allow myself to be proud, as I believe that pride is one of the sins so often reproved in the good book. So, I am enjoying the better spirit, and that is to be truly and sincerely thankful and in humility give God the glory, not trying to take any of it to myself, for it is Him that has led my children in the better way." But Emma did feel a little unbidden pride in the accomplishments of her children. "No one knows the solid heartfelt pleasure I take in comparing my sons with others, and them too that has had fathers of their own to guard them." As her sons struggled to raise their families and keep them healthy, they turned to Emma. Joseph asked for her recipe for salve, and Emma sent him detailed instructions, commenting, "The first camphorated salve I ever made was just mutton tallow and beeswax and camphor alone, and it was then thought to be an excellent article. If you have not the Jimson and elder, let me know and I will send you the salve ready-made." When Chief Kokuk of the Sauk Indians visited Nauvoo in 1841, his wife had exchanged recipes for herbal medicines with Emma. One in particular, a tea made from squaw berries and the juice from certain roots, was considered helpful for children's canker sores. An undated note from David asked the owner of the local apothecary, "Please send the above articles to me for mother, she seems to be in very poor health, tell us the cost." David had asked for 2 ounces of mandrake and golden seal and 5 cents worth of gamboj. The pharmacist returned the note with the comment, "I did not send as much as you wanted. I thought you had no need for so much," indicating the personal interest shown by the small-town merchant. Debts of the fledgling church worried Joseph from the time he assumed the presidency. He sold some of his own land to relieve the financial pressure but turned to Emma for advice. Emma suggested he sell the Kirtland Temple. Joseph responded to his mother, "So much was your mind like my own upon the matter that I at once wrote to Kirtland, offering the temple for sale. Should I be able to sell for the price offered, I will be able to get out of debt. However, I dare not build any air castles." Although Emma did not advise Joseph on points of doctrine, she encouraged her son in his efforts to keep the reorganized church financially solvent and knew that some old debts troubled him. She admitted that she did not desire riches, except when she thought of the financial struggles Joseph and Alexandra and their young families faced. "Then I would like to straighten out all indebtedness and put the bishop in possession of means to send out all on missions that are fit to go. Then I feel I would willingly continue to keep tavern a long time yet." Keeping a boarding house after the age of 65 was not an offer she made lightly. Emma knew how much work was involved. Occasionally some of Joseph's other problems spilled over into Emma's life. She wrote, "Joseph, I must tell you about a certain advent we had here, in the shape of 2 females announcing themselves as coming from Plano, direct from Brother Joseph's, and the moment they said that I knew they were your undesirables you mentioned some time ago. The women had not thrown themselves on the church exactly, but, Emma noted, they came down on us in the mansion for a home. After telling them she could not employ them or take them in, she commented, they appeared not to think as I did about the matter, and stayed 3 days, and of course I lived and let live. I did not commit any outbreaking sin, but if they had not left after being told to every day, I believe I would have committed some." On another occasion, when some of the church women in Plano apparently raised an issue with Joseph, Emma commented, "I think you must have had an interesting time in the excitement among the strong-minded women." "Well, I am not one of those strong-minded ones. I have always found enough to do to fill up all my time in doing just what was very plainly and positively my duty without clamoring for some unenjoyed privilege which if granted would be decidedly a damage to me and mine. Emma rarely reflected upon her problems, but in one letter to Joseph wrote, "How often I have been made deeply sensible that my pilgrimage had been an arduous one, and God only knows how often my heart had almost sunk when I have reflected how much more arduous and trying your work was to be. I have often thought that I know just as well as any other person just how St. Paul felt when he said, 'If only in this life we have hope, we are of all men most miserable.'" Emma's daily routine changed slowly as she aged. According to a granddaughter, she napped 30 minutes after the heavy noon meal and occasionally took time to read a copy of Cody's Lady's Book. While she tended the pansies and violets that bordered the rocks around the mansion house, she hummed, "There's a feast of fat things for the righteous preparing, and the flowers that I knew in the wildwood." Her favorite flowers were lilacs she called them, and the immense planting of them by the kitchen door helped to hide the peeling paint of the old house. Emma's eyesight began to fade in 1867, and she fussed in irritation when the press of duties did not allow her enough time to write to Joseph and Julia in the daylight, and her broken spectacles were useless in the lamplight. She thought she overtaxed her eyes with too much sewing. Emma always had boarders to care for, linens to wash, and meals to prepare. In years when the grapes were abundant, Lewis sold them to large wineries, but when the price dropped, Emma and the Major made their own wine. That year they prepared more than 300 gallons of wine and a cask of cider because the price of grapes was so low. Emma wrote to Joseph and asked for his help in extending a fence around the little family graveyard in front of the homestead. Her baby son Don Carlos and the infant son who died at birth were buried near their father. She hoped the Smith relatives in Utah might help with an appropriate marker for Joseph and Hiram and their parents. She also found time to be philosophical about the infirmities of her advancing age. In her 64th year, the year she took Charles Biderman to raise, she wrote to Joseph, "I often find I have to yield my will to surrounding circumstances, so I am daily trying to learn St. Paul's lesson, to be contented with our condition, to pray always, and in all things to give thanks." Emma said she tried every day to feel contentment and found no difficulty praying regardless of the task at hand. "I can pray and work in the kitchen, or in the cellar, or upstairs," she commented. "My heart cannot prevent prayers." Yet she worried about not being thankful enough, but lived in hope that she would be able to learn even that in time. "I have a promise," she wrote, "that my last days shall be my best days, and according to the years that is allotted to mankind, those days are not very far distant." After the Major had worked very hard on the vineyard and the garden in the summer of 1869, Emma philosophically remarked, "We shall have but very few grapes and perhaps none at all this fall, so he will not have the trouble of working them up." She was also sympathetic toward Lewis's advancing age and commented that after his steady work through the summer of 1869 he might have to allow himself some ease in the following years. But the relationship between her adult sons and the Utah church brought tension into her life. Josephites and Brighamites, 1870 to 1877. Joseph struggled to increase the membership of the reorganized church from the time he became its president and reinstated a much-tested tool in his search for members. The reorganization sent out proselytizing missionaries as frequently as the growing membership rolls would allow. No area seemed more full of possibilities than Utah and its Brighamites, because many of them remembered Joseph's father. They were already converted to the Book of Mormon and basic Mormon philosophy. Lurid newspaper accounts of the evils of polygamy implied that many of the Western saints would forsake Brigham Young's organization for a church headed by the prophet's son. Furthermore, virtually all visitors from Utah greeted the Smith boys with warmth and friendliness. In the spring of 1863, Edmund C. Briggs and his companion, Alexander McCord, departed for Utah to preach. They arrived in Salt Lake City on August 7, 1863. 4 days after their arrival they met with President Young and 25 or 30 of his associates. The meeting was not cordial. The church leadership in Utah could see no place for an apostate group. Apparently feeling threatened by the Mormons' response to Joseph's presidency, Orson Hyde had earlier told a congregation in eastern Utah that the Joseph Smith who headed the reorganization was not the son of Joseph Smith of Nauvoo. Brigham Young now promised Briggs and McCord that no home or meeting house in Utah would welcome reorganization missionaries. According to Briggs, Brigham then placed the blame for these missionary activities. Emma Biderman is a wicked woman and always was. Joseph is led by his mother and is now acting under the direction of Emma. No more of Emma, Joseph, Alexander, and David than they know of themselves. That is your opinion, Briggs refuted, but I know better, that Emma knew nothing of this work until it was brought to her, and I do know she has nothing to do with my mission here. We have come in obedience to a power not our own, nor of man, but in the name of the Lord of hosts, and I know that my associates are not guilty of the crimes you charge them with. But Brigham Young insisted on making Emma responsible for the presence of the reorganization in Utah. Briggs and McCord preached their message in spite of President Young's hostilities. They confronted the people of Utah with three main points: that young Joseph Smith was the true leader of Mormonism by virtue of his birthright, that Brigham Young had usurped the position of president, and that polygamy was an abomination introduced to the church by Brigham Young and not by the original prophet. Though their message won converts, Briggs's and McCord's attempts to build up local branches in Utah were frustrated by the migration of their people out of the Utah Territory. 3 years later, Joseph assigned his brother Alexander to take charge of the church's California mission. On May 20, 1866, Emma watched Alexander finish his preparations for traveling to the West Coast, then anxiously bade her son farewell, knowing he would spend some time in Utah on the way. Emma was uncertain about his influence on the Smith relatives in Salt Lake City. I think it might be right for him to go and discharge his duty to them and leave them without excuse, she wrote Joseph. I look upon their case as a hard one. I believe that God is able to do all that is for His glory and the good of those that truly serve Him, she continued, and then she expressed her opinion of those members of the family who followed Brigham Young. Maybe that God will consider them in their ignorance and convict and convert them and cleanse them from their abominations and make them fit for more decent society. I hope He will, that is those who were taken when too young to know any better. To support Alexander, Emma resolved to take care of his family as faithfully as I can. Alexander and his companions traveled without incident until they arrived at Fort Laramie. That they joined a Mormon immigrant train. Alexander mused about his unusual position. 3 Josephite missionaries strongly antagonistic to the Utah Church in the midst of 300 devoted Mormons on their way to Utah. He gave his name as Alex Hale instead of Alexander Smith. Where did you say you hailed from? The captain, Thomas Ricks, asked. Alexander sensed that the man knew him. The state of Illinois? What county or town, may I ask? Certainly, sir, Alexander replied. I came from Nauvoo, Hancock County. Ah, I thought so, said Ricks and looked Alexander straight in the eye without another word. We understood one another, Alexander reported. The Mormon people had retained a special affection for Joseph Smith's children. A residual hope that the prophet's sons would eventually come west and join the Mormons had existed from the time of the exodus from Nauvoo. Brigham Young had remarked to his brother Phineas in February 1860, Joseph will be a good Latter-day Saint. In time it may want a revelation from the Lord, but blessings will rest upon the posterity of Joseph Smith the prophet. Heber C. Kimball once told a congregation assembled in the outdoor Bowery in Salt Lake, at present the prophet Joseph's boys lay apparently in a state of slumber, everything seems to be perfectly calm with them, but by and by God will wake them up, and they will roar like the thunder of Mount Sinai. As Alexander approached Salt Lake City in a Mormon immigrant wagon train with his identity concealed, one of the ironies of Mormonism was now apparent. Ahead lay the sprawling domain of the Utah Church with a burgeoning population and settlements scattered over a vast area of the West. The kingdom was in one church, the line of kings in the other. Hyrum Smith's oldest son, John, now patriarch of the Utah Church, met his cousin Alexander at the mouth of Emigration Canyon and rode with him into Salt Lake City. The Mormon leaders understood that Alexander was on his way to California to advance his brother Joseph's claims and announced this in the local newspapers but did not mention that he might advocate those claims in the very midst of Utah. When Alexander Smith began to preach his message in Salt Lake City, the roaring of the thunder of Mount Sinai Heber Kimball had predicted was not what the church leaders in Utah wanted to hear from from Joseph's boys. Alexander spoke at Independence Hall, and at Fox's Gardens, and in Provo, and found that his cousin Joseph F. Smith was present to speak against him. Alexander remained in the Salt Lake City area only 15 days, but his brief stay aroused speculation. A month later, at October semi-annual conference in Salt Lake City, President Young referred to the interest sparked by the Josephite missionaries. "I will speak upon a subject for the benefit of a few who are inclined to be giddy-headed, unstable in their ways, and enthusiastic about something they do not understand." He then recognized Alexander's recent presence in the city and briefly rehearsed the birth dates and the names of Joseph Smith's sons. "The sympathies of the Latter-day Saints are with the family of the martyred prophet," he said, then turned his attention to Emma. "I never saw a day in the world that I could not almost worship that woman, Emma Smith, if she would be a saint instead of being a devil." He digressed for a moment to explain that young Joseph Smith does not possess one particle of this priesthood. Then he came back to Emma. "The 12 apostles would have been exceeding glad if the prophet's family had come with us when we left Nauvoo for the valleys of these mountains. We would have made cradles for them if they had required them, and would have fed them on milk and honey." Emma is naturally a very smart woman. She is subtle and ingenious. She has made her children inherit lies. "To my certain knowledge Emma Smith is one of the damnedest liars I know of on this earth, yet there is no good thing I would refuse to do for her, if she would only be a righteous woman." Brigham Young repeated the old story about her attempts to poison Joseph and said that Joseph had told her that she was a child of hell, and literally the most wicked woman on this earth, that there was no one more wicked than she. He spoke to her in a very severe manner and she never said one word in reply. Twice she undertook to kill him. He erred when he assumed that Emma was responsible for her sons being in Utah, and he erred in charging her with poisoning. Unaware that she anticipated Brigham's angry speech by a month, Emma had written to Joseph in Plano while Alexander was in Utah. "Now you must not let those LDSs trouble you too much. If they are determined to do evil, they will do it, and such as are anxiously willing to make you trouble are not worth laboring very hard to save from the dogs. You may know you are not the first one that has been misunderstood or misapplied, or misquoted and misrepresented in every way, and in every conceivable shape." Alexander Smith traveled on to California where he preached for a year. On an evening late in December the sound of quick swinging steps in the mansion's halls surprised and delighted his family. The Major's voice boomed from the office. "I knew your voice, Alec." In April 1868 Emma traveled to Plano for the spring conference. She had planned to make the visit 2 years earlier, and even though Lewis encouraged her, Pa Biderman quite insisted that I should fix up and go right off to Plano. "It was very kind of him and quite a temptation to me." Emma had not been willing to leave Alexander's pregnant wife Lizzie while he was in Utah. The baby had been born in November 1866. Alexander moved his family from Nauvoo to Plano to be near Joseph and the church headquarters, but in 1869 Joseph again assigned Alexander to the mission field in Salt Lake City. This was to be no 15-day stopover but a regular preaching assignment, and Alexander was to take his brother David with him as his companion. David was 24 and Alexander 31 when they sat at the table in Emma's dining room in the mansion to eat one last piece of strawberry shortcake before they bade her farewell. They arrived in Utah early in July 1869. Patriarch John Smith welcomed them. David resembled his father more than the stocky Alexander did, and his personality was outgoing and ingratiating, but he had not counted on the expectations that met him in Salt Lake City. Brigham Young had hinted that David would someday lead the Utah church, and on one occasion had said publicly, "Joseph the prophet said to me, I shall have a son born to me, and his name shall be called David, and on him, in some future time, will rest the responsibility that now rests on me." The first interview with Brigham Young, however, did not go smoothly. Alexander recorded that Brigham Young called them into a pleasantly appointed room, where John Taylor, Joseph F. Smith, Joseph and Phineas Young, and several other men waited. Brigham received them graciously until Alexander and David asked to use the newly completed tabernacle building for their meetings. Seeking to ease the tension, someone said, "We love these boys for their father's sake." Alexander retorted, "That makes no impression on me. I expect to live long enough to make a name for myself and have the people of God love me for my own sake." Alexander remembered that Brigham Young stood up, clenched his fists, and shook them down by his side. He rocked up on his toes and back down on his heels and exclaimed, "A name! A name! A name! You have not got God enough about you to make a name. You are nothing at all like your father." He was open and frank and outspoken, but with you there is something covering up, something hidden, calculated to deceive. "Time will tell," countered Alexander. Brigham's anger swept him on, and before Emma's sons he called her a liar. Yes, the damnedest liar that lives. Brigham repeated the old charge that their mother had tried to poison their father and accused her of stealing Hiram's portrait and ring from Mary Fielding. David and Alexander struggled to contain their self-control in the face of insults to their mother. Alexander wrote, "I have had many trials in my short life of the power of control over my passionate temper, but never in that short life did I have need of strength more than I did yesterday." The two men eventually secured the use of the large Independence Hall. "Brigham did us a good turn when he refused us the tabernacle. We do not want it now," Alexander remarked. In Nauvoo, Emma's instincts about what might happen on the boys' trip to Utah were again quite correct. She wrote to Joseph about Alexander and David, "I tried before they left here to give them an idea of what they might expect of Brigham and all of his ites, but I suppose the impression was hardly sufficient to guard their feelings from such unexpected falsehoods and impious profanity as Brigham is capable of." Then Emma expressed at least one feeling of relief about Brigham's comments in Utah. "I do not like to have my children's feelings abused, but I do like that Brigham shows to all, both saint and sinner, that there is not the least particle of friendship existing between him and myself." The most distinguishing aspect of the reorganization's work in Utah continued to be the rapid migration of Josephite converts out of the territory. In spite of urging from Joseph in Plano to stay and build up the Reorganite congregations, these Utah converts did not heed the advice. Before the Reorganite thrust in Utah ended in 1890, 3,000 new members would have left the Great Basin in wagon trains returning to the east or pushing farther west. After Brigham Young's public outbursts, visitors to Emma's home in Nauvoo sent increasingly negative descriptions back home to Utah. How Emma responded to them depended on the attitude they brought with them. If they were open and warm, she talked freely with them. If they came to challenge her, to prove points of doctrine, or to criticize, she withdrew. While Alexander and David were still in the West, two men from Utah stopped at the mansion in Nauvoo on November 29, 1869. They reported to the editors of the Deseret News in Salt Lake City that they found Major Biderman, the husband of Emma Smith and proprietor of the house, playing cards. The report went on, the fire having gone down, the Major, with sundry twists of the poker, assisted by some oaths too profane to be mentioned here, succeeded in arousing the fire. The visitors were somewhat disappointed in Emma's appearance. Joseph C. Rich visited in the mansion house on Christmas Day that same year. His letter described his welcome to the mansion house, where he stepped into the office where perchance angels once visited, and there sat old Biderman, the present husband of Emma, spitting tobacco on the stove. Rich described the premises as old, unclean and decidedly shabby. When dinner was announced, Rich walked into the kitchen. There I beheld for the first time that can remember, Emma, the youthful wife of one of God's most honored prophets. Emma looks very old and broken. Rich talked about his family at the table and waited expectantly for Emma to comment, knowing that she was well acquainted with my parents. When Emma remained silent, Joseph Rich thought, what a change has come over that woman. Now she is the wife of a man who, even among his friends, is reproached as a drunkard and an adulterer. Only recently an illegitimate child has been sent him that calls Emma grandmother. Holy God! The letter in its entirety filled 2 columns in the Deseret Evening News on January 7, 1870, and must have been published immediately after its arrival in Salt Lake City. It was blatantly unfair for Rich to play upon Emma's age. She was 65. By this time Lewis had begun construction of a home for himself and Emma on the foundations of the old Nauvoo house across the street. Rather than keep up the old home, the unfinished walls of the Nauvoo house across the street from the mansion offered large quantities of building material. Lewis dismantled some of the structure and used the brick to erect a 3-story house on the existing southwest corner of the old foundation. He worked slowly but steadily. David commented, "Pa Biderman is still trying to build, but I am so afraid he never will." But it was finished in 2 years. In December the Smith boys traveled westward to California, but David's health had broken. Early in the spring, Alexander received word that his wife's health was failing rapidly, and he and David returned home. All Emma's children but Joseph gathered in Nauvoo during the summer of 1870, and their activities kept her very much occupied. She also turned her attention to David's illness. "The trouble is in my left side near my heart. Whatever it is much lighter now and my general health is better," David wrote to Joseph in May. "Mother says I will come all right in a year or two more, perhaps less time." David was happy in other respects, however, for he married 18-year-old Clara Hartshorn on May 10 in Nauvoo. "Everybody seems well pleased with Clara," he wrote his brother, "and you may believe I am." Julia also came for a visit, finding refuge from the problems she faced with her alcoholic husband, John Middleton. 6-year-old Charlie Biderman scampered about the house, and Emma's granddaughter Emma J. came from Plano to spend the summer with her. 2 weeks after David's wedding, a boatload of guests arrived at the mansion on a pleasure excursion from Kokook. David said their arrival created considerable confusion for his mother and he loathed seeing them come. "They are dancing now, and fluting. I am so weary with their folly and noise and of having the old home desecrated by them, the flowers destroyed, the trees barked, and the garden tramped. I would they were at home in better business." In spite of his health problems, David was back in Utah by November 1870. The stay was brief, about 2 months. He wrote Joseph that the Brighamites were favorable toward us but that they were not trying to convert him. David left Utah and went briefly to Michigan. From there he wrote to Emma, "You know, Mother, many stand by the vacant chair and lowly grave and regret that kinder words had not been spoken when the proper hour was given in which to speak. And now I feel an irresistible desire to tell you how much I love you." Mindful of his precarious health, he continued, "Dear Mother, think of me as happy. Think of me as hoping for the dawning of that new life in which I hope to live again. Think of me as talking with nature and warning my fellow man of good and evil. I hope that you are well, Mother. The people here pray for you and I pray that you may dwell with us. You know that as regards my honor and all that you can trust me always, Mother. If I could walk as I once did, I would send you means. I send $1 for Clara." David returned to Nauvoo in the early spring and remained there with Clara throughout the summer. Their son Albert Oriel was born in March 1871. During this time the Major finished the new house, and he moved into the Riverside mansion sometime in the latter half of the year. Emma would run this house as a hotel also. In the spring, 1871, David was ordained president of the Second Quorum of Elders and worked as assistant editor of the Herald. In addition, he found time to be at his easel. He painted on commission but also painted Emma's portrait and placed himself in the picture as a young babe. David wrote to Joseph that an oil portrait of their mother does not represent her, though further doubtless is a perfect picture as far as it goes. Emma received a letter from David early in 1872 stating, "I'll have not much time to write to you, only to state my love and respect to you is always and forever the same." He assured his mother that her old acquaintances remembered her with much kindness and commented that some of them had found ways to bring shame upon themselves, then added, "Thank God there is no such disgrace attached to our family." Encouraged by many, including David himself, Joseph sent David and Alexander on another mission to the west. While her sons were gone, Emma, now 68 years old, broke her arm. David wrote to Joseph, "I hear ill news from Mother. She has fallen down those ugly stone steps and broken her arm above the wrist. It is very touching to read her attempts to make light of it." In Utah the brothers were the center of interest and controversy. John Smith as usual took them in, but David found Joseph F. Smith uncongenial and commented to his brother, "I retain too vivid a recollection of his abuses to Alexander to mingle freely with his spirit. As for George A. Smith, his false and slanderous assertions in regard to yourself are too much for my charity." David wrote Joseph, "He called you in public a drunkard, a horse racer, and a gambler and a lawyer." This 1872 missionary trip to Utah brought David face to face with several disturbing issues, each of which requires examination because David could not deal rationally with his problems. First, he became friends with a Marsa Lyman, the former apostle of the Utah Church who had married Eliza Partridge as one of his plural wives. Amasa Lyman had been excommunicated by the church in 1870 and had joined a liberal group in Salt Lake City led by William S. Godbey. The group founded a forum dedicated to free-thought spiritualism. David became an unofficial member of the group but soon found his faith tested. The concept of continuing modern revelation placed faith in both God and man. David saw the built-in possibility for deception inherent in the teaching. The believe and be saved or disbelieve and be damned teachings of the churches is a lever whereby designing men force the trusting ignorant and unreasoning to obey them. But he expressed his faith and trust in his brother when he told Joseph, "God bless you." David assured Joseph that he had a great chance for a good work to the people in Utah as well as in the East. David faced another major issue, his father's plural marriages. He apparently discussed plural marriage with Amasa Lyman and sought out Lucy Walker Kimball in Provo, Utah, to ask her directly if she had been his father's plural wife. She told him she was, and gave him all the details pertaining to the marriage as well as the names and addresses of the man who married her and the two witnesses, all of whom were living in Salt Lake City. David went to each person named and corroborated her story. When a friend whom David addressed as brother Sherman inquired about plural marriage, David responded in a July 27, 1872, letter, "If I thought my brother was a deceiver I would save you from deception," he told Sherman, and then offered a defense of his mother. "I know my mother believes just as we do in faith, repentance, baptism and all the saving doctrines in the book of the church and all, but I do not wish to ask her in regard to polygamy for dear brother Sherman. God forgive me if I am wrong, but I believe there was something wrong. I don't know it, but I believe it. The testimony is too great for me to deny." Deeply disturbed over the conclusion he was forced to draw, David told Sherman, "If my father sinned I cannot help it. The truth to me is the same, he must suffer for his sin. I do not know that he did, and if I had not received such convincing testimony of the gospel my faith might fail, but it does not even though he did sin. If I could tell you otherwise I would, how gladly. I have prayed and suffered and can suffer no longer and so tell you what I think the truth is. Trust me Sherman to tell you the truth hard or soft. Be my dear friend still and please write me." David asked Sherman to burn the letter. Thus David struggled alone to reconcile his image of his father, whom he once described as having all of manly and priestly truth and nobility, with the image of the father who had sinned. He did not mention his turmoil in his letters to his family. Toward the latter part of his visit to Utah, David experienced a baffling recurrent mental illness that would continue to assault him. He recognized his problem in a letter to Joseph. "Should I break down again, please write to me. Of course I am well, but then how can it be ever repaired?" Through the rhyming stanzas of his poetry David described his inner confusion. Earlier this year he had written, "I strive to win again the pleasant thought, the music only speaks in mournful tone, the very flowers wear a shade, and naught can bring again the halo that is gone and every company my soul hath sought, though crowds surround me, finds me still alone. I turn unto my tasks with weary hands, grieving with sadness, knowing not the cause. Before my face a desert path expands. I will not falter in the toil, nor pause, only my spirit somehow understands this mournful truth. I'm not what I was." David kept his symptoms secret from Emma. In November 1872 he told his mother, "My health is so very well established that I have no fears." In spite of such assurances, he had a severe bout with brain fever, and he became more erratic. Unaware of the extent of his brother's problems, Joseph announced a revelation from the Lord calling David to be a counselor in the first presidency of the reorganized church. David returned to Nauvoo. According to a 1930 Utah source, Emma is said to have met him at the door prepared to embrace him. But he extended his hand and stopped her with the comment, "Mother, why have you deceived us?" Whatever the tone of the reunion might have been, family relationships seemed normal by the fall of 1873 when Emma went to Plano to help David and his family and took them some furniture. After she returned to Nauvoo, David wrote to her of his appreciation. "I'll take my pen today to remember you in that spirit that I ever remember my mother," he wrote. "The clouds that darkened my spirits have gone for a season, but whether they will remain away or return again as they so often have remains to be seen." He worried about the responsibility that Emma had accepted for his care. "If ever I have added sorrow to your heart, it was doubly troubled mine," he wrote her. "I know your reward in heaven is sure, whatever mine may be. Well, dear mother, remember me as if I had been all to you. I might have been." Throughout the years Emma had remained in correspondence with her own brothers and sisters. David Hale wrote to her at the time of his 50th wedding anniversary in 1873 and told her that her sister Elizabeth, her brother Jesse, and other members of the Hale family, most of them over 70, were thriving in northern Illinois. David Hale sent Emma a circular describing a projected history of Harmony, Pennsylvania, to which he had contributed material. He prepared to send a detailed letter from his brother Jesse to the Pennsylvania historian and told Emma, "Your last letter may go in the same package." Thus, in an indirect way, Emma contributed to the history of her hometown. By the summer of 1872 Joseph Smith III had been president of the reorganization for 12 years. Small branches were scattered throughout Illinois, the surrounding states, and the West. Emma's letters indicated that she regularly attended the congregation in Nauvoo, named the Olive Branch, although she once lamented to Joseph, "Our meetings are rather poorly attended. The outsiders have left off attending. I think some of them are a little like myself, they miss my boys." Gradually the church gained in membership and solidified its theological base, but one problem refused to disappear. That was Joseph's recurring preoccupation with separating his church and family from the taint of plural marriage. His earliest known statement appeared in a letter to a friend in 1855 when he was 23. "The Mormons of Salt Lake City are not the Mormons of my father's faith. They teach doctrines which are bound to carry those believing and practicing them to eventual destruction, but my father never taught or believed them, and so their members of the Utah Church are well aware, but they have taken such precautions as keep the truth hidden. I would that all understood this matter and could see it as I do." Though he reiterated his position about his further and plural marriage in his 1860 acceptance speech, other church leaders did not see the problem in the same light. In 1865 in a special council, the question arose as to whether Joseph the Martyr taught the doctrine of polygamy, whereupon William Marks stated that Hale Smith had read a revelation on it in High Council in 1843. The minutes recorded no further discussion on it that day, but a year later the RLDS Council of 12 discussed it again. After some discussion Jason Briggs moved that a motion stating that Joseph Smith, the Martyr, was not the author of the revelation authorizing polygamy or spiritual wifery be tabled. President Smith then told us that the passage of the resolution would do more injury than good. Although Alexander and David had returned from missionary trips to Utah with accounts of their father's plural marriages, Joseph continued to deny it. But disturbing evidence mounted. W. E. McClellan, who had written to Joseph in 1861 cautioning him about overstating his father's innocence, wrote again in 1872. He reminded Joseph that he had visited with Emma in 1847 and for the second time admonished Joseph to ask his own dear mother for the truth. The events that McClellan recounted were damaging to a young man bent on salvaging the family name. Finally, quite sure that Emma would agree with him, McClellan asked the hardest question of all, "Can you dispute your dear mother?" Emma had unknowingly reinforced McClellan's credibility when she wrote Joseph in 1866, "I hope that William E. McClellan will unearth his long-buried talents, and get them into circulation before it is everlastingly too late. For he is certainly a talented man." Joseph avoided the issue by not asking her at that time. "I never questioned her upon the subject polygamy until near the close of her life," he said. But 19 years after Emma's death he reversed himself, implying more frequent discussions. An interview published in the Saints Herald asked, "Did your mother ever deny that your father entered polygamy?" Joseph said, "Yes sir, more than once." Joseph's cousin Mary, who had cared for their grandmother for so many years, commented, "In regard to the guilt or innocence of his father Joseph knows comparatively but little. His mother of course said nothing to them to prejudice them against their father. She tried to hold his memory sacred." Many years earlier Emma had come to terms with the question of plural marriage and the process appeared to come in steps. When Lucy M. Smith, George Albert's wife, pressed Emma about women who were having children in plural marriage, Emma told her, "Joseph never taught any such thing. They were only sealed for eternity, they were not to live with them." Emma believed that Joseph had tried to rid himself and the church of plural marriage before his death. She had witnessed him telling the Partridge sisters their marriages were dissolved. Joseph Coolidge, one-time executor of Joseph's estate, told Joseph F. Smith that Emma remarked to him that Joseph had abandoned plurality of wives before his death. Smith said Coolidge told her she was wrong. She insisted that he had. Coolidge insisted that he knew better. Coolidge told Joseph F. Smith that at this news Emma responded, "Then he was worthy of the death he died." This report, if accurately reported in its third-hand form, was an impassioned statement that reflected her anger at Joseph's duplicity. Sometime between Joseph's death and the adulthood of her sons, Emma began to either ignore or deny plural marriage in her own life. When she received her endowments, she had taken upon herself covenants and promises that she swore never to reveal. She may have chosen to keep not only the forms and procedures of celestial marriage secret, but its very existence as well. She understood the code words the church leaders had used in Nauvoo to protect themselves and continued to use them throughout the remainder of her life. Her denials do not refute the true order of marriage, the new and everlasting covenant, celestial marriage, or any of the other recognized terminology. Whether Brigham Young forgot that church leaders had once used code words themselves, or whether he did not recognize Emma's use of them, he chastised her from the pulpit for her denials and publicly called her a liar. Despite the shrewish reputation ascribed to Emma in the West, the women seldom spoke of her in derogatory terms. Brigham Young's son John R. remembered, "I listened to the conversations of Eliza R. Snow, Zena D. Huntington, Emmeline Emily Partridge, Priscilla Buell Kimball, wives of the prophet Joseph Smith, and during that year one never heard one of those noble women say one unkind word against Emma Smith. To me, they were her truest, best friends." But Jesse Smith said Emma dwarfed the minds of her children until they were not the men that they should be. When Emma decided not to tell her children about plural marriage, it was an attempt to remove problems from their lives. But once Joseph III decided that his father had nothing to do with polygamy, his position trapped both himself and his mother. He could not bring himself to listen to reasonable arguments that his father had founded plural marriage, and Emma, unaware of the continuing debate, did not disclose her knowledge of it to her son. David Smith remained in Plano, Illinois, until he had a relapse in 1874, then he went to Nauvoo. Emma, at age 70, cared for her 30-year-old son during that summer and fall. In July, Joseph acknowledged in an editorial in the Herald that David was ill again and much disturbed mentally as well as bodily. In August, Samuel H. B. Smith wrote to Joseph F. Smith, "I hear that David has entirely lost his mind and plays on the floor with the children." Then reported from Nauvoo in December 1874 that David is hopelessly insane, that he is with his mother. I saw by one of the heralds he was recommended to be prayed for. In a baffling change of condition, David improved enough to publish a volume of his poetry late in 1875. On the frontispiece he paid tribute to his mother, to Emma, a most noble and devoted mother. Her grateful son dedicates this, the child of his mind, wishing it more worthy her memory. David's illness was characterized by alternating relapse and recovery, and in 1875 he traveled to California on a mission with Alexander. Joseph worried about them in a letter to Emma, "I have no late word from David. Do not know how he is doing, whether ill or well. Nor have I any late news from Alex. At last, he was not well. I wrote him to return." Emma was in Plano caring for Alexander's sick wife when Joseph telegraphed instructions to his brothers to come home. When the brothers arrived, David was too ill to travel farther. Later, in March 1876, Emma took him to Nauvoo with her. Emma cared for David through the summer, but his periods of clarity became shorter and his behavior increasingly bizarre. He slipped away from Emma to send numerous telegrams to buy and sell railroad lines. He believed that he had large deposits of money hidden away and that he was the architect and designer of many great buildings. When Emma found that she could not control David, Alexander took him to Andover, Iowa, near Lamoni, to his farm. While Joseph had sent his brothers to Utah on missions, he avoided going there himself for 15 years after he became church president. Finally, in 1876, he left for a mission to California and Utah, ignoring David's arguments that travel there would give more dignity to Utah than it deserves. Joseph already had some hint of the challenge he might find awaiting him. In 1869 his cousin George A. Smith had written, listing the marriage dates and naming the men who performed the ceremonies for his father and 7 women. He told of several polygamous marriages that Joseph Smith had performed for his brother Hiram Smith, Brigham Young, and others. George A's comment that the inauguration of these principles were a severe trial to your mother did not make asking Emma about polygamy any easier. Joseph hoped to speak with 2 individuals in California who could tell him something definite in regard to conditions at Nauvoo prior to my death, and as to whether polygamy or spiritual wifery was then known to exist or not. These were a Mr. Seeley and Caroline Clark Huntington, the estranged plural wife of William Huntington. Mr. Seeley, who was not part of the inner circles in Nauvoo, could tell him nothing firsthand, and Mrs. Huntington refused to discuss the matter at all. After 4 months in California, Joseph arrived in Utah the middle of November 1876. A facial neuralgia that would bother him the rest of his life flared up, but he made his first public speech in Utah on December 2, at the Liberal Institute in Salt Lake City. Joseph F. Smith invited his visiting cousin to dinner, but Joseph found himself feeling ill at the prospect of eating a complacent dinner with his cousin's 3 wives and a number of their children. Joseph also recalled visits with other cousins, John Smith and Samuel H. B. Smith, but specifically avoided asking any straightforward questions. Although the Smith family welcomed Joseph, he remembered, I had walked about their streets without recognition or friendly overtures from many, even from those who by family ties were not very distantly related to me. Brigham Young had already taken pains to inform his people that while the sun shines, the water runs, the grass grows, and the earth remains, young Joseph Smith never will be the leader of the Latter-day Saints. 3 years before Joseph's visit, Brigham had called him a pettifogger and accused him of associating with his father murderers. Every person who hearkens to what they say, hearkens to the will and wishes of Emma Biderman, he stormed. The boys themselves have no will, no mind, no judgment independent of their mother. Brigham still could not refrain from making Emma responsible for the activities of her sons. In the same 1873 speech in which Brigham had denied Joseph's right to lead the church, he opened up a new avenue. But David, who was born after the death of his father, I still look for the day to come when the Lord will touch his eyes. It was an unfortunate simile. David's eyes again saw the world in a strange and distorted light. Joseph left Salt Lake City on December 11, 1876. After spending only 3 weeks in Utah. On his way home he picked up David at Alexander's. Emma, in Nauvoo, searched for a reason for David's problem. She confided to Junius F. Wells as he visited from Salt Lake in March 1876 that David's imbecility was her greatest trouble. She blamed David's visits to Salt Lake for his illness and said they neither did him nor the family any good. She had warned David not to go to Utah. Immediately after Joseph's return he set in motion the process for committing David to the Illinois State Hospital for the Insane in Elgin. David had threatened to injure Joseph's wife. Julia, who was visiting Emma, wrote to Joseph that it might be best to take David to the asylum. An undated letter from David to Emma, which seems to have been written around this time, suggests that Emma went to Plano to help sort out the difficult situation. The letter said, "When you were here, Mother, they made you to say that I was not your son. I saw it in a moment. You simply went up to the corner of that office square and touched it and they set it down against me. You did not mean that I was a post. You were under their influence too much." David rambled. "I never say grace comfort any longer." Joseph wrote to the director of the asylum asking that David be accepted and describing his condition. A warrant for David's commitment directed Joseph Smith to take David to the hospital. On January 22, 1877, Emma's youngest son entered the Illinois State Asylum. "I was forced to take David to the hospital for treatment," Joseph confided to a friend. For years he harbored hope that David could be helped. After 8 years, on April 11, 1885, Joseph released David from his position in the first presidency of the church. Some Utah church members worried that David had returned to Illinois converted to their beliefs, and Emma and Joseph institutionalized him to avoid embarrassment. Some RLDS people suspected that something had happened to David in Utah and that he was poisoned while away from his regular boarding place. Neither view is based on any evidence. Joseph believed that David could have willed away his illness. When the subject of a church-wide fast and prayer day came up a year after David's commitment, Joseph commented, "The one thing that has operated in my mind against it, was the thought that he gave himself up to the influence that took him captive." Joseph wrote, "God pardon me, how I have rebelled when I have thought of David's condition. God forgive me if I have staggered under it all. Emma also sorrowed at the fate of her son. Joseph offered the hope expressed by one of the hospital physicians that David might at any time return to himself, suddenly, and be returned of his difficulty. Nauvoo Emma became old and tired, and waited for a miracle that would cure her son. It never came. The last testimony 1876 to 1879, Emma had just passed her 68th birthday when a writer from New York visited Nauvoo. She greeted Julius Chambers graciously and arranged for his room an evening meal. My eye memory of the face and figure of the distinguished old lady is quite distinct, Chambers wrote. She was tall, for her sex, her hair was gray, not white, and was combed straight over her temples. Her face was thin, her nose lean, aquiline, and pointed. Her mouth was small, her chin was badly shaped and protruded, her eyes were very noticeable. I also remember her hands, which were small and had well cared for nails. After the evening meal, Emma and Chambers sat in chairs near the edge of the bluff. He quizzed her on the city and the Mormons and, like many of the curious who came to Emma's door, he asked her about polygamy. He said she called it vile and infamous, and that it had blighted and dishonored a beautiful doctrine that came direct from an angel of God, inscribed upon plates of gold. He continued, the dear old woman put me to shame with her dignified forbearance when I asked if she ever had seen those plates, or the miraculous pair of spectacles, known in Mormon history as Urim and Thummim. She had not, but they veritably existed. They talked late into the evening. Emma, who had few visitors of intellect and experience, asked her own questions, 1,000 of them, Chambers said, many of which he admitted he could not answer. My last sight of this venerable woman occurred next forenoon, he wrote, as she stood upon the bluff in front of the Red Hotel and waved her hand. Emma received many visitors toward the end of her life. One remarked, Mrs. Smith's conversation is very memorable, especially to the excellence of its English. Another described her as a picture of a fine woman, stranded on the lee shore of age among people who did not appreciate her intellect or her innate refinement. This member of the reorganization said he did not believe that Emma's pride of living was as Louis Biderman's wife. What earthly honor and renown she claimed was solely as the widow of Joseph Smith, a sincere believer, a devout man, and a loving husband. While her spirited personality had mellowed over the years, Emma could still respond sharply to rudeness. When a woman pressed her too far, she retorted, Madame, my husband was but a man except when the Spirit of God was upon him. Many missionaries from Utah passed through. 2 came in the early spring of 1876, and the record they left is a study in contrast. Junius F. Wells, the son of Daniel H. Wells, and Joseph Edward Taylor arrived in Nauvoo together. Taylor said he made the trip for the express purpose of learning from Emma's own lips some things in relation to the reorganized church, and he subjected Emma to an interrogation. Why did you use your influence to have your son Joseph installed as the president of the reorganization, knowing, as you must have done, that the men who would confer upon him this authority were apostates and some of them had been cut off from the church? Taylor said Emma was somewhat evasive, but from her remarks he discovered her intense dislike for Brigham Young, whom she accused of entirely ignoring Joseph's family. She claimed that the family had a right to not only recognition but to representation. Emma had not influenced the men who persuaded her son, and she knew it. At that point Taylor thrust a photograph of Brigham Young at Emma. After all, Emma, he appears to be pretty well preserved personally, and the church has not lost any of its strength either numerically or otherwise from the opposition which I think you have unwisely aided and abetted. That comment ended the conversation. Favorably impressed with her appearance, Wells noted that she seemed to be considerably affected by our presence, and expressed an interest in some of the people in Utah whom she would like to see. She said she would like to see the President Brigham Young and tell him she still thought she was right about a certain subject of controversy between them several years ago. Wells continued, she seems to have lost much of her bitterness towards the 12 and the Saints, and though 72 years of age, would go to Utah yet, if she could do so in her own way. Thus, both Wells and Taylor interpreted the same visit with Emma in opposite ways. Emma did not always withdraw from pointed questions, nor were her answers always considered evasive by others who came with specific inquiries. Within a year Parley Page Pratt, Jr., visited her and asked a number of questions. Emma's answers were forthright and to the point. Do you believe that your husband, Joseph Smith, died true to his profession? He asked. I believe he was everything he professed to be, Emma replied. Did he have any more wives than you? Not to my knowledge. Did he receive the revelation on plural marriage? Not to my knowledge, she repeated. Did he receive the plates from which he claimed to have translated the Book of Mormon? Yes, they lay in a box under our bed for months, but I never felt at liberty to look at them. Emma also stated emphatically that Joseph Smith could not have written such a book without inspiration. Pratt recorded an additional remark that Emma made to them. You may think I was not a very good saint not to go west, but I had a home here and did not go because I did not know what I should have there. Pratt said he did not detect any bitterness in Emma. Similarly, William Adams from the Utah Territory found Emma pleasant and communicative when he saw her that same winter. Emma greeted him warmly and they spent much of the day discussing mutual acquaintances. Emma asked many questions, but one Adams remembered most vividly. She wanted to know how she and her family would be received if they returned to the church in Utah. Adams told her, they would be received with open arms by President Young and the whole body of the church, and you'd want for nothing to make you comfortable and your family happy. Adams did not confront Emma but said he reasoned with her. Consequently, I was invited very kindly to stop and get dinner, which I accepted, having a very pleasant time. He recalled that Emma had unpleasant feeling against President B. Young, particularly as she wanted her son Joseph to be president of the church, as she considered it to be his right. On August 29, 1877, Brigham Young died in Salt Lake City. Emily Partridge, who had become his plural wife after the martyrdom, commented, I believe P.R. Young has done his whole duty towards Joseph Smith's family. She placed no blame on him for the difficulties Emma and her children had faced through the years. Not long after Brigham's death, Emma received a letter from James Burgess in Salt Lake City. I wish to ask of you as a private matter between you and me, if supposing you can be furnished with the means to come out here, if nothing more than to make a visit, would you come? The former acquaintance of David's asked, in regards to the manuscript of the new translation of the Bible, would you give it to us for a season, supposing it could be fully secured for its preservation? As to the Joseph Smith revisions of the Bible, Emma had already given it to the reorganized church. She had kept it hidden in her home until 1867, believing that the reason why our house did not burn down when it has so often been on fire was because of the Bible and its notes, and still feel a sacredness attached to them. Joseph immediately prepared it for publication. I'm very thankful that you are getting along so well with the manuscripts, Emma told him in 1867. It is true that every LDS cannot be trusted to copy them. If I had trusted all that wished for that privilege, you would not have had them in your possession now. Joseph thanked his mother through the Herald, and she responded, those lines in the Herald caused me to retrospect those years of mine portrayed in them, and I find not one thing in them that I had done, which was not just simply my duty to do. Emma commented that the happiness I now am enjoying is all new and unexpected, and expressed her gratitude that the good and sincerely honest people had what they had so long waited for in the translation. Outsiders were not the only ones who came to Emma's door. One day several boys scuffled along the riverbank, and one fell in. His friends fished him out, then took him to Emma, who removed his wet clothing, dressed him in some old clothes, then gave them all cookies. From that time on, falling in the river became a frequent occurrence. After treats in Emma's kitchen, the children followed the Major around his vineyards. Grandpa Biderman was the only grandpa I ever knew, one grown-up child remembered. I often trooped with a bevy of children at his heels to gather grapes when they were just beginning to ripen. Until the last few years of Lewis's life, he led the 4th of July parade because, a neighbor said, he was the only one in town who owned a military uniform. Emma occasionally received letters from David. In one letter, written January 22, 1879, the hesitant style and difficulty with expression indicated that he was still not himself. I desire very much to hear from my dear mother again, he wrote. I have often thought of you at Old Nauvoo of late and wondered how you have got along. If you had been well enough to enjoy Christmas this year. David wrote poignantly of Nauvoo, we used to have some very good times, some, well, I may say almost precious times together in dear old Nauvoo. I remember the columbines and wild honeysuckle, and well, the violets, and I sometimes long for the comforts of a home more exclusive. In this January of her 75th year, Emma read, I may say again that I am thankful for good health and the blessing of a dear pious mother at Nauvoo, who is still spared to bless and comfort me by continuing to live in the good counsel of Almighty God. David indicated that he had social contact with other people and a Bible to read. Well, Mother, hold on to the faith and continue in the way of life we long have found to lead to peace and make for peace. Be sure and write, as I wish to know how you are very much, and how you prosper in real or temporal affairs. Goodbye, dear Mother. Apparently Emma's letters to David were not preserved at the institution. Julia had returned to Nauvoo to live with Emma and Louis 2 years earlier, in 1877. Her hope that John Middleton could overcome his alcoholism never materialized. He headed to New Mexico, a vagabond. Emma worried about the sores appearing on her daughter's back and breasts. Julia suffered from painful cancers. Emma had outlined her philosophy about suffering and adversity in a statement to Joseph. I have seen many, yes very many, trying scenes in my life in which I could not see any place where any good could grow out of them, she wrote, but yet I feel a divine trust in God, that all things shall work for good. As Emma grew older, Joseph needed one more thing from his mother. He had published a strongly worded editorial condemning plural marriage in the Herald late in 1873. Zenas H. Gurley, Jr., now an apostle in the reorganized church, wrote, "Your editorial has just been read by me, and I notice that you have taken very ultra grounds in relation to the polygamy question. You state that neither Joseph nor Hiram ever built up polygamy. Will you please inform me why Hale Smith did teach it?" Gurley further stated in an 1879 letter, "You absolutely refuse to believe the evidence which would convict your father." William W. Blair, who had encouraged Joseph in his pronouncements, had an unsettling conversation with James Whitehead in April 1874. He recorded the conversation in his journal. Whitehead told him that Joseph did teach polygamy and practiced too. That Emma knows it too, that she put the hand of wives in Joe's hand. Whitehead says Alex H. Smith asked him if Joseph did practice and teach polygamy, and he, Whitehead, told him he did. Blair apparently confronted both Joseph and Alexander with the information, but theirs was a more personal dilemma. Joseph believed that his own reputation rested on that of his father's, and he continued a campaign to clear the stain of polygamy from the Smith name. By 1878 he declared with some triumph to his uncle, William Smith, "The prestige of my father's name belongs to me, and it is now assured to me, hence it could not be wrested from me." As the pressure about plural marriage grew, Joseph and Alexander stated in the Saint's Advocate that they had often been challenged. "Ask your mother, she knows. Why don't you ask your mother? She dare not deny these things. You do not dare to ask your mother." They explained, "Our thought was that if we had lacked courage to ask her, because we feared the answers she might give, we would put aside that fear, and, whatever the worst might be, we would hear it." Early in 1879 Joseph and Alexander met with other leaders of their church in the Herald offices to discuss polygamy and their mother's knowledge of it. They decided to present to her a few prominent questions, which were penned and agreed upon. In February 1879 Alexander and Joseph Smith traveled to a cold, snowy Nauvoo to interview their mother. Louis Biderman, who regarded Emma as one of the noblest and best women that ever graced the earth, was present in the sitting room of the Riverside Mansion when the two sons came for the interview. The original notes of the interview are still extant. They include 2 pages of questions written in ink in Joseph's hand and were most likely the questions prepared earlier at the Herald offices. 2 questions at the end are in pencil, suggesting that they were added during the interview. The notes also include 8 pages of answers written again in Joseph's hand, but in pencil. They show sign of being written in haste as Emma spoke and have additions between the lines, some words abbreviated, and others crossed out. Basically the version which was eventually printed after Emma's death, and from which the following summary is taken, is true to the handwritten notes. The published questions and answers do appear in a reordered and more organized form. Apparently Joseph eased into the conversation with the more benign subjects, asking about Emma's marriage to his father, the translation and publication of the Book of Mormon, and the deaths of her first 3 children. Emma's sons listed 26 questions. Louis asked another 1. Of those, only 6 were about plural marriage. Emma's conflicting loyalties were to the truth and to her sons. Her answers indicate that she chose her words in an attempt to satisfy both. Joseph was either not aware of her selective terminology or he chose not to recognize it. What about the revelation on polygamy? Did Joseph Smith have anything like it? What of spiritual wifery? There was no revelation on either polygamy or spiritual wives. Emma easily denounced the old John Bennett term. The question had not been about patriarchal marriage or the new and everlasting covenant or any of the other code words for the system early church leaders instigated. Her answer continued. There were some rumors of something of the sort which I asked my husband. He assured me that all there was of it was, that, in a chat about plural wives, he had said, well, such a system might possibly be if everybody was agreed to it, and would behave as they should, but they would not, and, besides, it was contrary to the will of heaven. She continued, no such thing as polygamy, or spiritual wifery, was taught, publicly or privately, before my husband's death, that I have now, or ever had any knowledge of. Did he not have other wives than yourself? He had no other wife but me, nor did he to my knowledge ever have. The answer is partly in keeping with Emma's view, if she believed Joseph when he told her he would forsake all for her. It is also true in a legal sense, for no plural marriage could be seen as legal in the eyes of the law. Joseph pressed her more closely. Did he not hold marital relations with women other than yourself? He did not have improper relations with any woman that ever came to my knowledge. Years earlier Emma had established that she did not pretend to have knowledge of anything that she did not witness herself. The choice of improper relations rather than marital relations also indicates that she may have been sidestepping her son's questions very adeptly. Was there nothing about spiritual wives that you recollect? They asked. At one time my husband came to me and asked me if I had heard certain rumors about spiritual marriage, or anything of the kind, and assured me that if I had, that they were without foundation, that there was no such doctrine, and never should be with his knowledge, or consent. I know that he had no other wife or wives than myself, in any sense, either spiritual or otherwise. Joseph, in recording the interview, could possibly have given strength to the answer and his argument by adding the phrases emphasized in the reply without foreseeing the potential injury to his mother's reputation by doing so. The questioning then turned from plural marriage to safer realms. What of the truth of Mormonism? One of them asked and recorded her answer as, I know Mormonism to be the truth, and believe the church to have been established by divine direction. I have complete faith in it. They asked about the translation process of the Book of Mormon and then asked, what was the condition of feeling between you and father? It was good, Emma reportedly answered. Were you in the habit of quarreling? There was no necessity for any quarreling. He usually gave some heed to what I had to say. It was quite a grievous thing to many that I had any influence with him. In response to a query about joining the Methodist Church, Emma said, I have been called apostate, but I have never apostatized, nor forsaken the faith I at first accepted. Joseph said he read the questions and answers to his mother before he left Nauvoo. Major Biderman stated that he had frequently conversed with her on the subject of the translation of the Book of Mormon, and her present answers were substantially what she had always stated in regard to it. Interestingly, Joseph did not record whether the Major confirmed the consistency of Emma's answers about plural marriage. At last Joseph and Alexander Smith had interviewed their mother. Later accounts of Joseph's interviews and conversations with people in Utah show that, as a lawyer, he knew how to ask questions that would supply him with the answer he sought. He also knew when not to cross-examine so as not to get more information than he wanted. A few weeks after Joseph's and Alexander's February interview with Emma, Zenas Gurley responded to one of Joseph's Herald articles, Can it be shown the cause of Christ, the triumph of truth, depends upon your father's innocence or guilt, and if not, pray tell me, what right have you or anyone else in placing the matter before the world as part of church policy? Gurley continued his argument in a subsequent letter, I can safely say that I never publicly or privately charged you with knowing that your father was guilty, or that you must know, but to the contrary I have always denied you that knowledge, as I now do upon the ground that you were too young to know, and from the very nature of things you could not be a competent witness. The issue between the two men came to an uneasy rest when Gurley insisted that polygamy was wrong and to dwell on who established it was a waste of time. A month after the interview, the son of Thomas B. Marsh, an early apostle in the church, stopped to see Emma. When he asked her if Joseph had been a polygamist, Emma broke down and wept, and excused herself from answering directly, assigning as a reason that her son Joseph was the leader of the reorganized church. Marsh interpreted Emma's response as a tacit acknowledgement to him that her husband was a polygamist. Emma was weary. The old ghosts still haunted her. As spring came, Emma had a dream that she related to a friend, who told it to Alexander. Emma dreamed that the prophet came and took her to a beautiful mansion. In one of the rooms was a baby, whom Emma recognized as her child, Don Carlos. She dreamed she caught the child up in her arms and wept. When she regained her composure, she asked Joseph where the rest of the children were. He assured her that if she would be patient, she would have them all. According to Alexander's account, Emma said she also saw a personage of light, even Jesus Christ, in her dream. Emma became weak as the spring progressed, but she greeted Joseph and her granddaughter Emma J. Early in April. With some reservation, Joseph wrote to his wife that his mother's health was comparatively good. A few weeks later Alexander came unannounced to the Riverside mansion. I felt like a boy coming home. I went in at the front door, and through the hall, and into the kitchen, where I knew my mother was usually to be found. Instead of Emma, he saw another woman, probably Nancy Abercrombie. "Where is mother?" he inquired. "Don't you know that your mother is sick?" "She is in the other room." Alexander entered. Emma lay in bed. "You had the testimony from God that my mother was dying," he remembered. The major assured Alexander, "Your mother is not serious, she'll soon be well." But Alexander's premonition was compelling. He sent a wire to Joseph, "If you expect to see mother alive, come quick." Joseph arrived 26 hours later. "Are you surprised?" Alexander asked. "No," Joseph said, "I have been waiting for that summons." Emma sensed that her time was short. Concerned about the stigma of illegitimacy that surrounded 15-year-old Charles Edwin Biderman, she called Nancy Abercrombie and Lewis to her bedside. In an extraordinary act of compassion, she asked them to marry and provide the boy with proper parentage. After she died, they did so a year after Emma's death. For the next 2 weeks Julia, Joseph, Alexander, Lewis, and young Charles Biderman cared for Emma and waited. Joseph kept a day-by-day account. Tuesday, April 22nd, found Alex here at Nauvoo and Julia in care of mother. Mrs. Abercrombie doing the work of the house. Wednesday, April 23rd, mother apparently failing. Sly train. Cherries in blossom. The old place looks lovely but oh, how desolate. Thursday, April 24th, slept splendidly, so still, so pleasant. Clouds over the sky this mother continues to fail. Food fails to stimulate her. Friday, April 25th, mother fails more rapidly. Has taken no nourishment for some hours. Her pulse grows feeble constantly, her breath labored. Saturday, April 26th, mother quite bad. Sunday, April 27th, was up with mother till 4:30. She was very bad. Did not think she would live till morning. That same day Alexander began a letter to his wife. "Dearest Lizzie, once more I write to you from this place. Mother is still alive, but oh, how she suffers. She needs someone constantly by her. She must be lifted up about every 15 or 20 minutes. Night before last I sat up all night and lifted her." Joseph sat up last night until 4 o'clock this morning and then called me. Mr. Biderman is very kind and gentle to her but is nearly worn out. 2 days later Alexander continued with his letter. Tuesday, April 29th. Mother is gradually failing. She cannot recognize anyone now. Her mind wanders constantly. Poor mother. Oh, Lizzie, it is hard to see her suffer so. We do all we can for her and still she suffers fearfully. We are simply waiting the end, and it seems to be near. Only God knows how near. I think sometimes I have passed through the worst, yet I know how hard it will be to give mother up. During the night Joseph and Alexander alternated turns at Emma's bedside. Alexander heard her call, "Joseph, Joseph, Joseph," and wakened his brother. Joseph hurried into the room to see his mother raise herself up and extend her left arm. "Joseph." They heard her say, "Yes, yes, I'm coming." Alexander slipped his arm behind her shoulders and grasped her hand. "Mother, what is it?" he asked. But Emma did not answer. He folded her hand against her breast and laid her back. At 20 minutes after 4 in the early dawn of April 30, 1879, Emma was dead. Epilogue. Funeral services for Emma began at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday, May 2, 1879. Her body lay in the parlor of the mansion house. A minister in the reorganization, J. A. Crawford, took his funeral text from Job 14:14, "If a man die, shall he live again?" At the close of the service, Elder J. H. Lake paid tribute to her faith and hope. The community of Nauvoo mourned Emma and a large crowd attended her last rites. She was buried in a dress brocaded with leaves and magenta flowers. Before her death she had given her sons specific instructions to dig her grave 25 paces from the southwest corner of the old homestead in the area of an underground brick vault. This was the unmarked burial place of Joseph Smith. Emma's remains rested there until 1928, when her grandson, Frederick M. Smith, then president of the reorganized church, opened the graves of Emma, Joseph, and Hiram Smith and reburied them with Joseph in the center, Hiram on his left, and Emma on his right. He placed markers over each of the graves. On July 15, 1879, the reorganization held a memorial service for Emma in Plano where Elder Mark H. Fuscutt delivered a 2-hour eulogy. Notice of Emma's death appeared in publications throughout the Utah Territory. The woman's exponent spoke of her briefly. Mrs. Emma Biderman died in Nauvoo on the 30th of April. Among the Latter-day Saints, in days gone by, she was familiarly known as Sister Emma, wife of the prophet Joseph Smith. She was considered rather a remarkable woman, possessing great influence and unusually strong characteristics, which if properly directed, as in the early days of this church, would have made her name illustrious in the history of the women of the Latter-day Saints down to the end of time. As soon as Joseph returned to Plano he wrote to David's doctor at Elgin and informed him of Emma's death. He enclosed a note, "David, my brother, our dear mother was sick for a long time and the other day went to her eternal sleep with Alexander, Julia, and I watching with her. Quietly and peacefully she went to sleep. We buried her over to the hillside and there among the locusts and the lilacs. She is resting from her long journey of life. It was so that we could not come nor send for you or we would have done so." David continued to correspond with and receive periodic visits from members of his family. His wife Clara moved near her father's family in northwestern Iowa, where she raised their only son, Albert. She talked with Joseph about her husband. "He may recover. If he does, he will find me his wife, as I was when he left me. His leaving was the result of misfortune for which neither of us was responsible, so far as my knowledge goes, and I wish to remain faithful to him." David spent the rest of his life in the Elgin, Illinois, institution and died there August 29, 1904, at the age of 59. Julia, who never had children, went home with Alexander after her mother's death but returned to Nauvoo later that year to live with friends until cancer took her life on September 12, 1880. Louis Biderman, who had been married to Emma for 32 years, was 77. He lived with Charles in the Riverside Mansion. Then a year after Emma's death, on May 15, 1880, he married Charles's mother, Nancy Abercrombie, who was then 50. In the last 3 years of his life, when he fell into senility and doted and was practically helpless, Nancy cared for Louis. He remembered her in his will in a delightful manner when he left her the east half of their Riverside Mansion, one half of the garret equal privileges of the halls and stairs below and above one half of the cellar, and full ingress and egress to and from the privy on the premises. In his memoirs Joseph reported that his stepfather changed his feelings toward religion in his final years, often asking visitors to read to him from the Bible and Book of Mormon and wanting hymns sung to him. Joseph said he took the opportunity to ask Louis if he would not like to repent and be baptized. Joseph reported, "He looked me squarely in the face with tears trickling over his whitened cheeks." Joseph: "It is too late." "Too late, Major?" "Yes, my boy, it is too late." When Joseph offered a prayer in his behalf, Louis responded, "Lord, be merciful to me, a sinner." Louis C. Biderman died in 1891. Perhaps the controversy that surrounded him was inevitable. No man could have stepped into the place Joseph Smith occupied without being unfavorably compared to the prophet. For the most part, our LDS historians and writers have ignored Louis Biderman's existence. Among LDS writers, vilification of Louis Biderman easily became a subtle means of establishing that something must have been wrong with Emma Smith. Joseph and Alexander never indicated whether they had initially intended to publish the interview with their mother or merely use it to satisfy their critics within the leadership of the church. But several months after Emma's death they received requests for the interview. Members of the Josephite Church in Utah are wondering why the dying testimony of Mrs. Emma Smith Biderman in regard to the truth or falsity of the Mormon work has not been published, or what her latest testimony was respecting Mormonism. If the Herald could answer, it would be interesting. Joseph and Alexander used their mother's last testimony to silence their critics. In October 1879, 6 months after her death, They published the last testimony of Sister Emma. This same year Joseph would publish his own theory of plural marriage. I believe that during the later years of my father's life persons who might believe that there was a sufficient degree of spiritual affinity between them as married companions might be married for eternity, pledging themselves while in the flesh unto each other for the rights of companionship in the spirit, that this was called spiritual marriage, that this was not authorized by command of God or rule of the Church, but grew out of the constant discussion had among the elders from this, if one, why not two, or more, and plural marriage, or the plurality of wives was the growth that my father may have been a party to the first step in this strange development. I am perhaps prepared to admit through the evidence connecting him with it is vague and uncertain, but that he was in any otherwise, responsible for plural marriage, plurality of wives, or polygamy, I do not know, nor are the evidences so far produced to me conclusive to force my belief. This account was written around the time that Emma's sons interviewed her and reflects what appears to have been Emma's final understanding of plural marriage. The publication of the last testimony of Sister Emma caused little concern among the general membership of the reorganization, but for men like Zenas Gurley and Jason Briggs it widened the gap between them and their prophet, until they eventually left the reorganization. When copies of Emma's last testimony appeared in the Great Basin, those who knew Emma best put responsibility for it back on her sons. Eliza R. Snow responded publicly through the woman's exponent. L. once dearly loved Sister Emma, and now, for me to believe that she, a once honored woman, should have sunk so low, even in her own estimation, as to deny what she knew to be true, seems a palpable absurdity. If this was really her testimony, she died with a libel on her lips, a libel against her husband, against his wives, against the truth, and a libel against God, and in publishing that libel, her son has fastened a stigma on the character of his mother, that can never be erased. Eliza continued, so far as Sister Emma personally is concerned, I would gladly have been silent and let her memory rest in peace, had not her misguided son, through a sinister policy, branded her name with gross wickedness. Judge George Edmonds, who had been a friend to Emma as well as her legal counsel, reflected on the paradox of Emma's position in an interview some years later. I tell you, sir, he said, no man could look Emma Smith in the face and tell a lie. She would detect it at once, and he knew it. When asked how he viewed what he had heard about polygamy and Emma's denial of it, the judge shifted in his chair, then with an odd smile replied, that's just the hell of it. I can't account for it nor reconcile her statements. Nevertheless, she was just the kind of a woman I have said she was. Joseph and Alexander worked together for the remainder of their lives in the reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It had grown from a scattered group of 300 in 1860 to a membership of 70,000 in 1914, by either eliminating or downplaying the more controversial doctrines of Mormonism, such as baptism for the dead, eternal marriage, plural marriage, and the word of wisdom. Joseph Hill gave an alternative religious home to many believers in the Book of Mormon, the restoration of the gospel, and the prophetic calling of his father. Alexander served as presiding patriarch, then apostle, and finally counselor to his brother. He and his wife, Elizabeth Kendall, have 9 children. The couple spent their final years in Lamoni, Iowa, home of Graceland College. On August 12, 1909, Alexander died in the mansion house while visiting Nauvoo. Joseph outlived his brother by 6 years. His quest to clear his father's name followed him through the rest of his life. In 1882, when his aging uncle William Smith began to write his recollections of his martyred brothers, Joseph reminded him that I have long been engaged in removing from father's memory and from the early church, the stigmas and blame thrown upon him because of polygamy, and have at last lived to see the cloud rapidly lifting. He said that he would not consent to see further blame attached to him now by a blunder. Therefore, uncle, the nephew commanded, bear in mind our standing today before the world as defenders of Mormonism from polygamy, and if you are the wise man I think you to be, you will fail to remember anything except referring lofty standard of character at which we esteem those good men. William accommodated his nephew's wishes in an undated letter, stating, neither your father nor any member of the Quorum of the 12 ever said anything to me about a plural marriage revelation, either before or since your father's death. The plural marriage doctrine was taught and practiced in Nauvoo by the Brigham Party. but Joseph wanted more. 6 weeks before William's death in 1893, he asked him for a written statement before a magistrate declaring that in his father's lifetime no revelation on plural marriage was ever read before the Quorum of the 12. Joseph traveled to Utah 3 more times after his mother's death and interviewed women who had been plural wives of his father. He concluded, "Whether my father was or was not the one through whom the practice was introduced, and was or was not guilty of teaching and practicing it, both the dogma and the practice were wrong, and he, Joseph III, was under no obligation to continue it." The official position of the RLDS Church became one of denial, proclaiming that Joseph the martyr had not been a part of the introduction of plural marriage in Nauvoo. But later church leaders also added the provision that if he did teach and practice polygamy it was wrong. Ironically, the pressure put on the Utah church brought forth the massive collection of affidavits, statements, and recollections from people who had first-hand experience with Joseph and the practice in Nauvoo that might never have existed had Joseph III not been so persistent. Joseph's second wife, Bertha Madison, died of injuries suffered in a carnage accident in 1895. 2 years later he married Ada Clark, who was 39 years his junior. Joseph fathered 17 children by his 3 wives, and died at his home in Independence, Missouri, on December 10, 1914, at age 82. Emma did not live to see the Utah Church officially abandon plural marriage as a practice in 1890. But neither did her sons live to see the reorganized church form policy that would allow polygamists in developing nations to come into the church without giving up their plural wives, although they were not allowed to take more wives after baptism. The irony of Emma's life was that, in spite of her opposition to the issue of polygamy, the shadow of it loomed over her until her death. Controversy over her relationship to it would obscure the accomplishments of a good and productive life. Emily Partridge perhaps expressed the sentiments of many who knew Emma when she wrote in 1883, "After these many years I can truly say, poor Emma, she could not stand polygamy, but she was a good woman and I never wish to stand in her way of happiness and exaltation. I hope the Lord will be merciful to her, and I believe He will. It is an awful thought to contemplate misery of a human being. If the Lord will, my heart says let Emma come up and stand in her place. Perhaps she has done no worse than any of us would have done in her place. Let the Lord be the judge."